Translator born to be. The yin and yang harmonious merger wine. Why did that sound almost lecherous? Yin and yang coming together. Ming Kangyu stared at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. This wine's name might sound a bit off in that sense, but it's not like you imagine. This wine was created by a master of the Wine God Palace. His position in the Wine God Palace was only second to the high priest. He rarely came out, and even Long Chen had only seen him twice. Ming Kangyu was clearly suspicious that this was one of those lover wines. When Long Chen said its name in particular, his expression became a bit wretched, increasing her suspicions. However, when she thought about it, something from the mortal world couldn't harm her, even with her suppressing her god energy. Being stared at, Long Chen could only cough awkwardly. How could he explain something like that? An explanation would be covering it up and accepting that it was true. Long Chen could only indicate with his hand to drink. Ming Kangyu took a sip of the wine. Two different streams of energy danced on her tongue, creating an indescribable feeling. This yin and yang harmonious merger wine is very miraculous. You can test it. Drink 3 mouthfuls, each bigger than the last, said Long Chen. Ming Kangyu drank according to his method. The wine energy grew, forming powerful waves inside her mouth. The combination of yin and yang refreshed her mind. This wine was created by a master of the wine community. There are 50 formulas for creating it, but in reality, you can only taste 49 of them. One of them was lost in the process of making the wine, said Long Chen. Why is that? Ming Kangyu did not understand how that was possible. Long Chen smiled. It seemed that gods cultivated a completely different path and weren't aware of the storytelling scams of the human race. He solemnly said, there are 50 paths, but only 49 can be used. The cosmos is incomplete. Heaven and earth are not full. It is precisely due to this that the myriad Taos can exist and evolve. A bottle filled with beans packed so tightly that they cannot move becomes dead, but if a portion of the beans is taken out, then the remaining ones can freely move. When they move, the world within the bottle is alive. And the bottles can fill up a vat, and in the same principle the bottles must have their own space to move. Above wine bottles and wine vats are wine cellars and wine houses, all growing bigger until it reaches the stars, the cosmos. The principle never changes. Going the opposite way, the cosmos contains the movements of space and time as well as everything in between. How can they move? Precisely because a bit is missing, they are constantly able to change. There is no such thing as absolute perfection in this world, because perfection is dead. Ming Kangyu stood without realizing it, her eyes shining. Long Chen's words had struck a chord within her. The knot inside her heart started to unravel. Things that she hadn't been able to see before became clear. Long Chen was pleased by her reaction. This principle and others were all the 9-star Hegemon body art's intuition. The 9-star Hegemon body art was like its own scale, capable of measuring the boundless universe. He was quite delighted to see that even a god could be won over by what he spouted. Come sit, let's talk more. Long Chen drank as much wine as Ming Kangyu did, so he personally experienced the effects. Being able to keep up with a god roused his courage, and he pulled her down. Surprisingly, she really did obediently sit down. Taking the bowl he gave her, she toasted with him and drank. Thank you, the essence of this theory of yours has truly benefited me, said Ming Kangyu. She was unable to imagine how someone from a mortal world could say something even more thought-provoking than immortal scriptures and divine canons. Long Chen's theory was plain and easy to understand, but in reality, when she thought it over, it contained endless marvels that made her sigh. Long Chen switched out the wines again, toasting with her. Let's first drink before going back to the question you asked. The question I asked? Ming Kangyu was startled. Without her realizing it, her face was starting to turn rosy from the wine. Have you forgotten? You asked why someone would dream of becoming a god or immortal when there exists such fine wine in the mortal world. Right, I did say that. Ming Kangyu smiled, taking the initiative to actually pour wine for Long Chen. She looked at him expectantly. It seemed she very much enjoyed drinking and chatting with Long Chen. Long Chen was ecstatic. A god had personally poured wine for him. That was enough for him to brag for a lifetime. This time, let me offer a toast to your learning and comprehension. Ming Kangyu raised her bowl. Cheers, Long Chen laughed and toasted. Long Chen felt the wine starting to get to him. He stealthily looked at Ming Kangyu, seeing she didn't have much of a change other than being a bit rosier. If this continued, he would lose badly in alcohol tolerance. Unacceptable. She had already released her god energy. How was she able to drink so much? Long Chen had come prepared. These wines were all meticulously picked out. Although when drinking them, they didn't seem very strong, when combined, their effect was incredible. Even Long Chen didn't dare to drink this much normally. He was starting to be unable to bear it. He had once drunk this wine with Gu Yang and the others, and as a result, they had collapsed after just one bowl of it, not waking for 3 days. However, Ming Kangyu had drunk a dozen jugs of it and was still fine. I can't continue like this. She's going to crush me. He saw Ming Kangyu pouring more wine. It seemed she wanted to keep drinking and drinking. This time, when Long Chen drank, he activated the primal chaos space, sending the wine inside. But on the outside, it looked as if he drank it. I've toasted to you with 3 bowls of wine now. It can count as an apology for my hot-headedness. Let's keep talking about our previous topic, said Ming Kangyu. It seemed that this toast was an apology for the divine wine she had taken out. Long Chen took out another jug of wine and poured. I previously said that this question of yours was excellent. I wasn't sweet-talking. You hit the nail right on the head and found the foundation of every living being. What foundation? Desire. Long Chen put the wine jug to the side and didn't continue drinking. Even if he was sending the wine into the primal chaos space, some of it was still released when it entered his mouth. He had to slow down. Desire isn't good or bad, but many people think of it in a negative way. Desire is what pushes us forward. It gives us a thirst to explore the true meaning of life. But when desire has no limits from reason, it will explode and consume someone. For a mortal, the basic desires are having enough food to eat and having a warm bed. After that, they'll desire not having to worry about basic necessities. After that, they'll want more and more, to become a noble, to become emperor, to never die. Long Chen intentionally paused and drank a mouthful of wine. Enthralled, Ming Kangyu asked, "What's after never dying?" After never dying is courting death in as fancy a way as possible. Ming Kangyu smiled. Are you giving me a roundabout curse? As nether god, she was undying, but to break through to a new level, she had split herself up. Was that courting death in a fancy way? Long Chen also smiled. I wouldn't dare. I just meant that people's desires are endless. After satisfying one desire, a new one will appear. It creates one goal after another. Both humans and gods have desires, and so they have goals. However, many people are overwhelmed by their desires and see only their goals, neglecting many other important things. What important things? Long Chen switched wines and Ming Kangyu drank a bowl of it. He looked into her eyes. Yes, that thing is called happiness. Minju, can I ask you, are you happy? Happy? Ming Kangyu stared at him. Her eyes reddened with emotion. She seemed to be recalling something from the past that had hurt her. Killing intent began to brew in her eyes. Long Chen jumped. If her killing intent manifested, her god energy would return. All his previous efforts would then be for nothing. Let's go, I'll bring you to do some happy stuff. Long Chen changed the subject, grabbing her hand and rushing off. Chapter 22, 88 Core of the Starfield. Translator, born to be. Where are you bringing me? You don't even know this place. Ming Kangyu was following along as Long Chen pulled her flying off the tower, but she didn't know what he was thinking. There's a city over there, let's go have some fun. Long Chen pointed at a city in the distance. That's Miluo City, a residence for the Netherworld's regular people. What's interesting about that place? Also, even though it looks close, there are 3 separate spaces between us. For you, it would take at least 3 years of travel to get there. Ming Kangyu frowned slightly. What, it's that far, but you definitely have a way though. Long Chen was startled, but then he smiled. Seeing his expectant look, she didn't feel good about declining. Ming Kangyu waved her hand and runes condensed into a portal. When they came out, they were within a bustling city. Long Chen looked back and saw that the portal had vanished. Furthermore, he was unable to see the bone tower they had been at just now. Immortals and mortals are separate. You can't see the tower from here through the 3 spaces. These people can't see us either, said Ming Kangyu. What are the 3 spaces? Asked Long Chen. The 3 spaces refer to 3 voids. The void of the heavenly Taos, the void of the world's barrier, and the void of life. I've tested these 3 voids before and they're quite mystical. They separate the netherworld from the mortal world. Gods can descend to mortal worlds, but for mortals to pass through the 3 voids requires ascension. After ascending, they can't return. The 3 voids separate their past and future. Only I, the ruler of the netherworld, can freely pass. Even Leng Yuan is unable to reach this place, said Ming Kangyu. Long Chen was startled. Does this mean that the 3 voids are the final barrier of the martial heaven continent's experts? Once broken through, you ascend into a god or immortal. Ming Kangyu shook her head. That's not the same. I've gone to your martial heaven continent. The laws are completely different. The martial heaven continent has its own heroic spirits protecting it. Even for me, I must strip away the majority of my divine energy to enter. Otherwise, back then. Ming Kangyu stopped there and Long Chen felt a burning sensation on his face. He knew what she was referring to. However, he acted like he hadn't heard it. What are those heroic spirits? Even you must be afraid of it. Was it a sovereign? No, that was impossible. How could a sovereign threaten a god? If they were that powerful, how could they all be dead? I'm not sure. Their power is connected to the laws of the martial heaven continent. If I wish to set foot on the continent, I must follow their rules. Let me put it to you this way. The martial heaven continent is no ordinary continent. I've observed it for a long time and I suspect it is the core of a star field, said Ming Kangyu. The core of a star field? What is that? This world is far vaster than you can imagine. A single star can give rise to life, while it itself is also alive. After thousands or tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of stars link up, they form their own trajectory and become a star field. They move according to a set rhythm, and the one in charge of that rhythm is the core. It must be a powerful star. However, it seems that the martial heaven continent is not a complete core. It has been badly damaged and seems to be on the verge of collapsing. Despite that, it still possesses its own powerful laws that even I must obey. Long Chen had not expected the martial heaven continent to be such an existence. Was the damage to it referring to the battle of the immortal era? For a battle to damage the very core of a star field, just what level of experts had fought back then? They had gotten off topic. They couldn't continue like this because Long Chen saw that Ming Kangyu was starting to throw off the effects of the wine. Let's not talk about this. Do you know why I brought you here? I was the one who brought you here, corrected Ming Kangyu. Cough, if you put it that way then, you're right. Long Chen wanted to argue, but he found he had no ground to stand on. Ming Kangyu smiled at his awkwardness and found him to be interesting. She felt relaxed around him as if she could be free from restrictions. Let's go comprehend the truth about life. Long Chen grabbed Ming Kangyu's hand. She hesitated for a moment but in the end decided not to fight his hand. She walked alongside him. They reached city gates with 3 cursive characters written on top of them. Long Chen didn't recognize them. Miluo City. Yup, these 3 characters were written decently, but they clearly lacked some force. Long Chen nodded as he walked through. Ming Kangyu laughed. These are the Xiangyang gates. Long Chen's expression stiffened. He had an urge to slap himself. His urge to act all-knowing had ended up losing him even more face. However, just who was Long Chen? His skin was thicker than the city walls. Of course I know these are the Xiangyang gates. I just feel like this grand Miluo city must not have a decent calligrapher to write it so badly. Ming Kangyu didn't quibble with him. She only looked at him with a knowing smile. Long Chen pretended not to see that look. This place was quite similar to the martial heaven continent. There were many cultivators around. However, their auras were different from the people of the martial heaven continent. Despite that, Long Chen was still able to estimate their power. Based on his estimates, the strongest people here were only comparable to soul transformation experts. They were unable to threaten him. However, as he walked through the streets, more and more curious gazes turned toward him, making him feel out of place. Do they recognize me as an outsider? Your cultivation base is higher than theirs, so they can't tell what level you are. As for me, they can't even see me, said Ming Kangyu. Long Chen suddenly realized what the issue was. He was holding Ming Kangyu's hand, but if she was invisible to them, his walking posture must seem unnatural to them. Don't mess around, otherwise others will think I'm crazy, complained Long Chen. Ming Kangyu smiled and materialized herself to these mortals. She was especially conspicuous in her black dress. It seemed that the mortal world had never given rise to such a dress. As for Long Chen, he was wearing black robes that matched her dress. The 2 of them continued down the streets, looking at their surroundings. Long Chen said, everyone is hustling for their own goals. It's all due to their desires. Every person has different goals and is fighting for them. A commoner and an emperor both have their own goals to strive for, but many people don't even know what they're working for. Only a few people can take a pause and ask themselves what they're doing. Then have you asked yourself? Yes, I often ask myself over and over again, why do I live? Then what's your answer? I live to make sure the people I love and the people who love me can be at peace and happy, said Long Chen. Ming Kangyu was drawn in my Long Chen's gaze at that moment. Her heartbeat quickened without her sensing it. There seemed to be a burning flame within his eyes. It made her tense up and feel at a loss as to what to do. The two of them continued and experienced the things this world had to offer. They forgot about their cultivation bases, merging into this busy world. At the start, Ming Kangyu was clearly ill at ease. But as Long Chen guided her, she gradually forgot about her status as a god, using the viewpoint of an ordinary person to view this world. A supreme god was a lonely existence, while the mortal world was like a nest of ants in her eyes. She had never paid much attention to them. However, today, she was walking through the mortal world, and she found that it wasn't as inferior as she had imagined. She also saw the emotions of the mortal world. She saw a girl holding candy that tripped. Her candy became covered in mud and couldn't be eaten. The girl's mother scolded her as she took out 3 coins from a wrinkled-up purse, buying her a new stick of candy. Seeing how delighted the girl became, Ming Kangyu stared silently for a long time. Long Chen said, "Those were the only coins she had. Perhaps buying that stick of candy means that she'll have to go hungry tonight. But in her eyes, the happiness of that girl is the most important thing. Perhaps it's foolish to others. Those 3 coins could buy a dozen buns to keep them full for a day. But sometimes life is just like that. A shoe only fits on the right foot, and happiness can only be realized by yourself. What's wrong?" Long Chen suddenly saw that Ming Kangyu had started crying. He reached out and wiped away her tears. Ming Kangyu didn't say anything. She allowed him to wipe away her tears. Even afterward, she didn't say anything. Long Chen knew that he was doomed. The wine's effect had completely faded. He didn't know what he could use to pluck her heartstrings. Her god energy was slowly returning, so she would no longer be able to maintain the attitude of a mortal. Ming Kangyu didn't wish to continue strolling the streets, so she brought Long Chen to a mountain outside the city. After that, she stood beside a waterfall, watching the water crash down for a long time before speaking. "Long Chen, I have one question for you. On that day when you jumped, did you think about me?" Chapter 22:89. A loathsome guest comes to the netherworld. Translator born to be. Long Chen was first startled by this question, but he then nodded. Seeing him nod, ripples of emotions appeared in Ming Kangyu's eyes. She actually leaned against his neck and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Tell me, how much were you thinking about me and how much were you thinking about her?" asked Ming Kangyu, her eyes closed. Long Chen shook his head. "I wasn't thinking that much. All I was thinking was that I couldn't let either of you die. I had to save both of you. Both of you are my women, and if either one of you died, I'd be in enough pain to die." This time, Long Chen had no intention of shaking her emotions. He was telling the truth. If Ming Kangyu died, Leng Yuan would die with her. Furthermore, he had always felt guilty toward Ming Kangyu, as well as another unclear emotion. "Long Chen, kiss me." Ming Kangyu suddenly turned red and looked up at Long Chen. There were still some tears on her face. Although she looked the same as Leng Yuan, Long Chen could clearly feel her inner heart. At this moment, she was not a god. She had thrown away all her pretenses, becoming a girl needing love. The two of them immersed themselves in each other. Ming Kangyu's black robes transformed into black runes that formed a tent around the two of them. For the first time, Long Chen felt a warm feeling. Ming Kangyu wasn't being forceful like Leng Yuan. Instead, she was deferring to Long Chen. After their happy time together, Long Chen lay on the ground, an arm around Ming Kangyu's waist. "Are you afraid of me running off?" Ming Kangyu smiled lightly, lying against his chest like a cat. "I feel like I'm dreaming. Once I wake up, the dream might be gone," sighed Long Chen. He didn't feel like this was real. "It truly does feel like a dream." "Gods also dream?" asked Long Chen curiously. "Weren't you the one who said that sometimes gods and mortals are the same?" Ming Kangyu nuzzled into Long Chen's neck. "Long Chen, thank you. You've allowed me to comprehend many things. However, aren't you worried that Leng Yuan will have an opinion about this? What will she do if she finds out in the future?" Let her find out," said Long Chen indifferently. Inside, he thought to himself that she had been the one to tell him to seduce her. "Hold it in the future. Aren't the two of you able to sense each other?" demanded Long Chen suddenly. "Sense each other? How could that be possible? Although we were once one, in order to hide from me, she severed our bond, making our souls separate. We can't sense each other," said Ming Kangyu. So Leng Yuan had scammed him. Long Chen suddenly realized that he had been duped. He sighed, part angry and part happy. Just what was Leng Yuan up to? "Long Chen," Ming Kangyu started to say something but then shut her mouth. "Never mind." "What is it?" asked Long Chen. "Don't ask. I don't want to bring you karma, but I should warn you that you possess something that has the power to destroy worlds. That kind of power might come from one thing, a certain cultivation technique. However, people with that kind of power always have troubled fates, sometimes even." Rumbling suddenly rang out from heaven and earth. Ming Kangyu shut her mouth immediately, and only then did the rumbling fade. Ming Kangyu looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was already dumbfounded. Not even a god could say it. Just what kind of karma was that? What did that karma stem from? The Nirvana scripture, the 9-star Hegemon body art, the primal chaos bead, or the azure dragon essence blood? Some things can't be spoken. Even going in a roundabout manner has been sensed. "I'm sure that you're smart enough to figure it out sooner or later," said Ming Kangyu. She waved her hand, dispelling the black runes around them and revealing the clear sky. She held onto Long Chen warmly as they got up. Long Chen still felt like he was in a dream. Her change in attitude was somewhat unbelievable to him. Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuan were both arrogant and lofty people. Compared to Ming Kangyu, Leng Yuan was actually friendly. Due to being a ruler of a world, Ming Kangyu had always given people an innate feeling of reverence. However now, Long Chen felt that it was Ming Kangyu that was warmer and closer to him, while Leng Yuan was the domineering, aloof one. "Do you know why Leng Yuan likes control?" asked Ming Kangyu, as if she could read his thoughts. Long Chen shook his head. "Because at the very start, when I split my soul to create her, I gave her my trace of goodness. I wanted to erase that bit of goodness, so I sent her into the corrupt path, having her face merciless slaughter. I hoped that her goodness would be destroyed within that despair and bloodiness. However, I was too foolish. Just as you said, a person consumed by their desires becomes blind. When Leng Yuan awakened her bone sword, she already sensed my existence. As she grew, she noticed more and more things that were wrong. She began to search for opportunities to fight me. She hunted down the corrupt path's geniuses in hopes of finding a peerless genius who could grow along with her to fight against me. In the end, she found you, but then she ended up falling in love with you. Love also makes a person foolish. She was unwilling to draw you into our struggle and gave up on hunting you down. However, fate is difficult to control. In the end, the three of us were still tightly wound around each other. But Leng Yuan started out as a fragment of myself that I split off. She was constantly in a weaker position, so she needs absolute control to make her feel safe," said Ming Kangyu. No wonder Leng Yuan had done what she had done. She had always been trying to reverse the tides and gain control. A portal appeared. Ming Kangyu and Long Chen stepped inside, reappearing on the top of the tower. The table and seats and even the wine jugs were still there. Ming Kangyu smiled. "You wish to continue drinking and discussing the Tao?" "All that I said was just nonsense. I was just bragging. Kangyu, since we're now so close, can you tell me how my brothers and sisters are doing?" This was the important question. He had been apart from the Dragonblood Legion for a long time now. He didn't know how they were. "Don't worry. The first half of the Nether Passage path isn't dangerous. It's the second half and then the final pass. Why has someone come to the Nether God Palace? Let's go take a look." Ming Kangyu pulled Long Chen away. The two of them entered the Nether God Palace to see Leng Yuan sitting on the Nether God's throne, gazing coldly at 7 people in front of her. Her gaze was frighteningly chilly. The 7 of them were startled when Long Chen and Ming Kangyu walked in. Their leader was a man in violet robes and a black crown. This man had black runes whirling within his eyes that seemed to contain their own cosmos. Black chi enveloped him, making him look like an emperor of darkness. Just standing there, he was extremely imposing. "A mortal, where did he come from?" barked that man. His voice was like thunder, and Long Chen felt like his soul would be torn apart. Ming Kangyu placed a hand on his back, and the feeling faded. Long Chen's expression gradually returned to normal. This was another god. Long Chen guessed he was someone on the same level as a nether god. He even had a similar aura to a nether god. "It's not important where he's from. What's important is, what does it have to do with you?" sneered Ming Kangyu. You violated the laws of the netherworld to pick someone out of the humans' nether passage path." The man furiously pointed at Long Chen. "What does it have to do with you?" repeated Ming Kangyu indifferently. "You?" The man turned dark-faced. He looked from Ming Kangyu to Leng Yuan and then finally Long Chen. This time Long Chen saw a hint of jealousy, crazy jealousy. Long Chen suddenly understood. Just at that moment Leng Yuan announced, "Han Yeyang, I will not be accepting your proposal, so you can go now." The man called Han Yeyang angrily said, "Just which one of you is the true body? Which one of you has the authority to make decisions?" You don't need to worry about it. In any case, there's no need to discuss your proposal any longer. Don't waste everyone's precious time, said Leng Yuan coldly. What about you? Han Yeyang turned to Ming Kangyu. Ming Kangyu held Long Chen's hand, indifferently saying, her opinions are my opinions. You should go, otherwise today, my Kangyu netherworld will become forbidden land for you. If you provoke me, don't blame me for becoming hostile. Seeing Ming Kangyu holding Long Chen's hand, Han Yeyang's eyes turned scarlet like a furious lion. Ming Kangyu, you don't know kindness when you see it. Han Yeyang let out a furious roar that shook the palace. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Long Chen. His hand reached out to his throat. However, before he could touch Long Chen, Leng Yuan raised her hand. The Nether God order appeared, and a ray of light bound Han Yeyang. The restrictions of the laws of the Netherworld made him unable to move. Without even thinking about it, Long Chen slapped Han Yeyang in the face. You shameless old thing, did I ever provoke you? Chapter 22, 90 Returning to the Nether Passage Path. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's slap only made Han Yeyang's head turn, while Long Chen's own hand ended up racked by piercing pain. Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuan were both startled. Long Chen had attacked so quickly that even they hadn't been able to react. Courting death, being slapped by a mortal enraged Han Yeyang. The black qi around him surged violently as he attempted to break Leng Yuan's bindings. Seeing that he was unable to escape though, and how much he wanted to tear him apart, Long Chen decided that one slap wasn't enough. He slapped him 36 times in a row. Perhaps he might be lacking in other regards, but when it came to face slapping, no one would dare to claim that they were above him. This big face of Han Yeyang's was begging to be slapped, free of charge. The other 6 people who had come with Han Yeyang immediately roared and charged forward. As a result, Leng Yuan waved her hand, summoning a barrier of light that knocked them back. You're still acting so arrogantly within my palace. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Sneered Leng Yuan. The void trembled. Divine light streamed out of her throne, condensing into 9 rainbow-colored swords pointed at Han Yeyang. Upon seeing those swords, Han Yeyang's expression changed. I'm a nether god just like you. I refuse to believe you dare to kill me. As for the others he had brought with him, they were too terrified to say a word. The sinister killing intent coming from those swords filled the air. You're right, I can't kill you, but half killing you is all right. Leng Yuan waved the Nether God order. The chains binding Han Yeyang slowly faded. Han Yeyang looked at Long Chen, who was just a foot away, but he didn't dare to attack. Those 9 swords were locked onto him. If he attacked, they would automatically pierce him. Fine, count yourself vicious. Han Yeyang's gaze swept across them, a vein bulging on his forehead. Just wait, you'll regret this day, especially you little mortal. I'll make you regret ever coming to this world. Han Yeyang pointed at Long Chen, shaking with rage. He couldn't even express his hatred with words. Did your parents never teach you not to point at others? It's very rude. Who do you think you are? If you were born in the same era as me in the same world, I'd teach you a real lesson. You'd quiver whenever you saw me, sneered Long Chen. He knew that both Ming Kangyu and this fellow were existences that had lived for countless years. He couldn't beat him now, but if they were the same age in the same realm, he'd crush him with just a palm. Good, you're quite arrogant, just wait. Han Yeyang smiled cruelly. He turned, bringing his people away. Watching them leave, Long Chen had an odd expression. Who was that idiot? After living so many years, is this how gods live? If they were on the Martial Heaven continent, they would have the crap beaten out of them. Leng Yuan and Ming Kangyu smiled. Ming Kangyu said, he truly does have something wrong with his brain. However, he has a very good background, so even if he's brainless, others can't do anything to him. Long Chen, time is about up. You should return to the Nether Passage path. Come and give me a kiss. Leng Yuan beckoned to him with her fingers. Long Chen warily asked, are you conning me? What, are you afraid she'll get jealous? Asked Leng Yuan. Long Chen looked at Ming Kangyu. She smiled in reply, and only then did Long Chen walk over. As soon as he got close, Leng Yuan's smile suddenly vanished and she shouted, Long Chen, you dared to show disloyalty to me. This is your punishment. Leng Yuan slammed her palm into Long Chen's chest. He felt a burst of pain, as if hot iron had been stamped onto his chest. Fuck, you really. Before Long Chen could finish speaking, a portal appeared behind him and he was devoured. His voice was cut off. The Nether God Palace returned to quiet, with only Leng Yuan and Ming Kangyu present. After a long time, Ming Kangyu sighed. You're smart to use such a method to help him. Ling Yuan smiled faintly. What are you sad he's gone? Ming Kangyu was silent for a long time once more before slowly nodding. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for allowing me to learn what love is. My heart has been opened. So you've decided to start your revenge now. Otherwise, why would you bring Long Chen with you to antagonize Han Yeyang? Is that despicable? Did I pull Long Chen into my karma? Asked Ming Kangyu. Ling Yuan sat back down on her throne and stretched lazily. No, let me put it to you this way. During the days that we fought, I finally comprehended something. What is that? I obtained the evil dragon's soul essence before fighting against you on the martial heaven continent. On the surface, it appears as if Long Chen has been infected by my karma. However, later, when I thought about it, I realized I was the one who fell into his karma. Now you've fallen in as well. Long Chen's identity is very mysterious. He has never mentioned his origins to anyone, and his cultivation art especially involves even greater karma, so you don't need to feel any guilt. Long Chen taught me that to be able to die with the person you love is a kind of blessing. Our lives are now inextricably wrapped around each other. Since we've already fallen within that karma, we don't need to worry about this. We can join forces to go against our joint enemies. You actually knew. Ming Kangyu looked at Lang Yuan with disbelief. Long Chen is my man. When you opened your heart to him and he became your man as well, your sealed soul opened to me. I saw all your secrets. Kangyu, our man has become the bridge reconnecting our God energy, our minds, and our souls. You are me, I am you. We should be working together for our goals, said Lang Yuan, walking over to Ming Kangyu. Ming Kangyu looked at Lang Yuan. A smile of relief gradually appeared on her face. It feels good having someone to share my burden. With your help, I'm much more confident. It's not just me. Long Chen will help you as well, promised Lang Yuan. Ming Kangyu was unconvinced. Don't underestimate him. The martial heaven continent's heaven defier is also the heaven defier born by the core of the star field. A few years is just a flash for us, but it's enough for Long Chen to undergo a shocking transformation. In the future, it won't just be us. Long Chen will be there as well, said Lang Yuan profoundly. But Long Chen fell from the void, smashing into the ground like a meteorite and leaving a hole. At the same time, he heard many familiar voices. The impact from his fall left him dizzy, like the stars were spinning around him. Long Chen. The familiar voices made him open his eyes. He saw Meng Qi's shocked face. He also saw Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yi Zhikyu, Gu Ran, and the others. Boss, where did you go? Asked Gu Ran. We were worried about you. They had entered the gates of hell together, but then they had found that Long Chen was gone. That had naturally made them feel extremely anxious, but after going through the gates they couldn't go back. There was only a straight way in front of them. With every step forward they took, the space behind them solidified. They couldn't go back. Their hope was that Long Chen had gone off ahead to scout the path, but that wasn't too likely. With Long Chen's character, he wouldn't do such a thing, especially not without telling them first. Eventually, they were forced to continue pressing onward while still searching for Long Chen. You damn fool, where did you run off to? We were all worried sick, demanded Tang Wan'er with reddened eyes. She put on a tough exterior, but she had the weakest heart inside. She had been the one most worried about Long Chen. Her imagination had been going crazy as she worried about him. I don't know either. I was drawn into a large palace. Inside there were 2 demons. I fought with them for a long time before finally subduing them and running out, said Long Chen. Thanks to Meng Qi and the others, he managed to get up. But within the Nether God Palace, the 2 of them chuckled. Long Chen actually called them 2 demons, and even said that he had subdued them. You see, are you still sad about him leaving? I told you this person needs a beating every few days or he'll do something stupid. If you pamper him, he'll ascend the heavens and not in a good way. Lang Yuan snorted coldly while Ming Kangyu laughed. But the ground was embedded with giant rocks. Long Chen had smashed a giant hole through one of those rocks. The other lifeforms in the surroundings were frightened away by this scene. Oh, Long Chen, what's that on your chest? Meng Qi suddenly noticed something. Chapter 22, 91 Lang Yuan's Warning. Translator born to be. There was a diagram on Long Chen's chest. It looked to be a handprint. There were many lines just like a real hand had left a brand. The handprint was very clear at the start, but then began to slowly fade until it vanished. Why did those lines look so strange? Didn't they seem like a labyrinth? In my years of learning how to read the palms of ladies from Boss, I've never seen such a thing, said Gu Ran curiously. Big brother Long Chen, you know how to palm read. Why do you only do it for ladies? Dong Minju giggled. Xuanhuan immediately realized he had misspoken. He glanced at Long Chen, only to see a murderous gaze that made him hastily retreat. Long Chen, the path ahead splits into 5. We were still deciding which way to go when you fell from the sky. You should decide. Meng Qi changed the conversation, pointing at the fork. Long Chen looked at the path ahead. Other lifeforms were also at the fork, pondering which path they should take. No one knew where these paths led, and once they decided, they couldn't go back. Long Chen stood and asked Meng Qi and the others what had happened. Meng Qi said that they had come to forks before, but they had always been two-way forks. They had randomly chosen every time, and sometimes the path they took would be very easy, while sometimes they would face a hail of fire, lightning, or ice. There were all kinds of attacks that manifested. Those attacks were spiritual attacks targeting the soul, and their weapons couldn't help them against such attacks. Fortunately, while the attacks hurt their yuan spirits, they weren't fatal. Furthermore, after enduring those attacks, they sensed a mysterious energy strengthening their yuan spirits. Most likely, this was a kind of trial in the netherworld. However, the further they went, the stronger the attacks grew. Once, Xuanhuan had almost died to flame arrow. Later on, they realized that each fork had one easy path and one hard path. However, none of them could tell which was which. They had seen many lifeforms perish along the way. The handprint left on his chest appeared in Long Chen's mind. Had Leng Yuan left him a map, he waved his hand, indicating for them not to rush. The lines of the handprint appeared in his mind. Leng Yuan really did leave me a map. Only this place splits in 5. The color is a gradient, most likely indicating difficulty. In the end, the left and right paths converge. That place should be the exit. But what does that black and white mark mean? After memorizing what he needed to know, Long Chen pointed. The middle path. He led everyone down the middle path. This was also the path that most of the other lifeforms chose. Within the palace, Ming Kangyu frowned at the scene she was seeing on the holders of evil. Did Long Chen not understand? Leng Yuan smiled. No, you don't understand Long Chen. Oh? You were only with him once while I did it with him many times. That's why I understand him better. Leng Yuan chuckled, causing Ming Kangyu to blush. Even if Leng Yuan was her other self, she wasn't used to such words. Ha ha ha, the great nether god is blushing. Is being with the one you love something embarrassing? Laughed Leng Yuan. Let's not talk about that. If Long Chen does understand, why would he make that choice? Ming Kangyu refused to talk about that subject. Leng Yuan became serious. Long Chen isn't someone you can control. Even if he knows the answer to the riddle, he'll test out other possibilities to overthrow the original answer. He does not believe there is only one answer. I'm sure he understood the layout of the Nether Passage path, but he has his own way of thinking. He won't follow the path that I indicated. This fellow chose the middle difficulty of the 5 paths, most likely to test it. He'll definitely show us an interesting, stubborn show. Just at this moment, Long Chen and the others entered the middle path. As Meng Qi had explained, the space behind them condensed so that they couldn't look back. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Meng Qi suddenly cried out, Long Chen, divine punishment from the heavenly Taos is coming. Long Chen nodded, raising his hand to tell everyone to slow down. He then walked to the ground ahead of them. After just a few steps, a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, piercing toward his head like a sword. Long Chen unleashed a punch, blowing that lightning away. It transformed into runes and dissipated. Long Chen grabbed some of those runes but quickly tossed them out. He had been planning on giving these runes to Lei Long to feed on, but Lei Long said that this was yin lighting, while it was yang lightning. The opposing elements between them made it so that Lei Long couldn't absorb it. Hence, Long Chen tossed it away. The lightning here deviates toward the yin side. It doesn't harm the physical body or soul. Instead, it targets the will, creating illusions. However, considering everyone's will, this level of lightning shouldn't be anything. Let's go. Long Chen started walking forward, allowing more bolts of lightning to crash down and strike him. The Dragon Blood warriors had powerful wills, but they weren't so reckless. They protected their heads as they followed. Although they were currently just yuan spirits, the pain was the same as if they were on the martial heaven continent. When struck by the lightning, they felt like their bodies would be torn apart. However, with Long Chen's explanation, they found that this pain wasn't true pain but a misperception. If they were tricked by this pain, it would easily lead to illusions. Fortunately, Long Chen was present. He was the core of the Dragon Blood Legion. Just seeing him invigorated the Dragon Blood Legion. Even Xuanhuan felt confident once more. Although he cried out miserably from the pain, he wasn't afraid. As they were walking, suddenly, one of the life forms ahead of them exploded into bloody mist, making them all jump. Following the first life form, the nearby life forms also exploded. That was a horrifying sight. It's nothing to be afraid of. Some people's wills aren't strong enough. When the illusions fill their minds, they are led to detonate as if they are fighting unbeatable enemies or experiencing unbearable pain, said Long Chen. Not all life forms had such powerful wills. Even among these experts of myriad worlds, the Dragonblood Legion was outstanding. Many of these experts ended up having holes appear within their hearts when they saw the experts around them die, creating a chain reaction. Long Chen continued forward and passed one human-shaped life form with violet hair. He was shouting something indecipherable, and his eyes were red. Long Chen kicked him in the butt, sending him flying far away. When he finally crawled up from the ground, he kowtowed to Long Chen 3 times before continuing onward. He had been on the verge of being lost within the illusions. Long Chen's kick had returned him to reality and saved his life. Xuanhuan did the same thing as Long Chen, kicking someone who was standing motionless on the path. As a result, that person angrily gestured and shouted at him, seeming to be cursing him. "Hey, what's up? I just saved your life, all right. You don't seem very grateful," shouted Xuanhuan back. You interrupted his comprehension. "If we didn't outnumber him, he'd probably be beating you up right now," said Long Chen irritably. Long Chen had seen it clearly. That life form had had their eyes closed in meditation while holding one of the lightning runes. Perhaps their core energy was related to this kind of lightning. As a result, Xuanhuan's interruption had broken the rune. Most likely, that life form already had an urge to kill him. "Fine, sorry brother, you keep meditating, we'll go first." Xuanhuan hastily plastered on an apologetic smile. That life form might not understand Xuanhuan's words, but Xuanhuan's actions and tone gave them a general understanding, and they didn't say anything more. "Boss, most of these life forms are human. Doesn't that mean that our human race is the strongest?" asked Xuanhuan. "That's not necessarily true. Many of them might have only taken temporary human form because their original bodies are not as close to the heavenly Tao's. In this place, we have no idea," said Long Chen. "Then doesn't that also indicate that the human race is the strongest? But why are there so many humans on the martial heaven continent willing to lick the feet of the ancient races and the Xuan beasts?" asked Xuanhuan. "They're slaves." Long Chen was indifferent to this question. They had finally reached the end of this fork, and up ahead, the path once more split, this time into 6. "The right one," Long Chen pointed. He knew that the path on the right was the most difficult one. Chapter 2292, Walking the Path Untrodden. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen knew from Leng Yuyan's map that the previous fork had been split between 5 difficulties. The middle one was not easy but also not hard. However, this time, he picked the most difficult path. Leng Yuyan was correct. Long Chen wouldn't pick the simplest path. He chose the most difficult one. He had only taken the medium path the first time to get a general understanding of just how difficult it was. With that estimate, he directly challenged the most difficult path. Very few life forms were present on the path he chose. Due to so many forks along the way, most of the life forms were scattered throughout the paths. When the Dragonblood warriors entered this path, all their expressions changed. The smell of blood hung in the air. That feeling was very familiar to them. It was the air of the dead. They could sense the unwillingness of the lives that had ended prematurely here. Although that feeling was present on the previous paths, it was dozens of times stronger here. It gave them goosebumps. "Boss, did you take us the wrong way?" asked Xuanhuan worriedly. His cultivator's intuition was telling him that the danger had just leaped to a point where his little life could be lost at any moment. "Don't worry, this is definitely the right one. It is the most difficult of the 6 paths," confirmed Long Chen. Xuanhuan and the others turned green. Their boss had actually intentionally brought them to such a place. Long Chen smiled. "Don't be afraid. Worst case, we all die together. Think about it. When have we ever walked a path that wasn't full of danger and difficulties? Whether we fought our enemies or heavenly tribulation, wasn't it always a walk with death? The netherworld is also just another trial. It has its own laws. The strong live while the weak die. We are strong because we don't give up any chance to get stronger. It is precisely because we dare to risk our lives that we are able to live with dignity even within the dangerous swamp known as the martial heaven continent. Don't be afraid of the netherworld. Just remember that this is a trial that we must charge through because we are the Dragonblood Legion. We are an unrivaled existence in this world. I want to become the strongest. 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 The Dragon Blood warriors had their hot blood ignited by Long Chen. Their original talent hadn't been high. It was thanks to Long Chen's resources that they had grown. However, those resources were just the foundation for their growth. The reason they could grow to their current position was due to constantly pushing themselves to the brink of death to get stronger. Now that Long Chen brought it up again, they thought of their countless bloody battles, the countless dangers they had barely survived, the countless brushes against the god of death. Their success wasn't a coincidence, it was inevitable. In the martial heaven continent, who dared to be as crazy as them? They knew that they were following a madman leading them to do the world's craziest things. It was precisely due to this that they had their current position. For others, no matter how crazy they were, they still had to be deferential to the merciless laws of the netherworld. However, to Long Chen, even those laws couldn't change who he was. His craziness hadn't changed. Now the rest of the Dragon Blood warriors followed his craziness. Who cares about some damn netherworld? Even if the netherworld's god came, they would only be fit to carry boss's shoes. Brothers, charge forward together with boss, shouted Xuanhuan. Cough, that's bragging a bit too hard. I've always had a special spot for the nether god in my heart. Don't say such a thing, said Long Chen hastily. Was Xuanhuan born to con him? Long Chen grumbled inside. Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuhin were definitely watching what was going on here. Sharpen your minds. Brothers, let's go. The Dragon Blood Legion's target is the strongest trial. Long Chen walked out ahead of everyone. Space twisted. Flame chains whirled out of the void like tentacles, enveloping Long Chen. Long Chen was suddenly torn apart by the chains and exploded into blood. Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Cloud all let out heartrending screams and charged over. Meng Qi rapidly formed hand seals, seeking to restore Long Chen's torn soul. Everyone else was too stunned to even move. Their boss had been torn apart. Hey, what are you all doing? The void suddenly twisted, revealing Long Chen still standing in his original location. He was waving over to them. Long Chen, you're not dead. Tang Wan'er held onto Long Chen tightly, her tears turning into relieved laughter. Meng Qi and the others were the same. They really had thought that he had died. Long Chen, what happened? Asked Meng Qi as she wiped away her tears. Nothing, I was just testing the power of the flame chains, then I heard you all shouting. What happened to you? Long Chen also didn't understand. After a brief explanation, Long Chen realized what had happened. So these are flames of the heart. You will see what you fear the most. It seemed that this trial was similar to the previous trial. However, the last trial was something that slowly encroached upon the soul. As long as you were on guard, it was easy to defend against. But this time, things had happened suddenly. It had been so real that they hadn't been able to tell the illusion from reality, throwing their hearts into chaos. How dangerous! If you hadn't appeared soon enough, Big Sister Meng Qi would have forcibly condensed your soul back. Then she might have lost her life too, said Tang Wan'er worriedly. At that time, Meng Qi hadn't been thinking. There had only been the slightest hope, but she had still been about to throw her life away for it. Condensing Long Chen's soul again would have cost her most of her yuan spirit. Long Chen gave Meng Qi a tight hug to comfort her. He said, "Everyone, you've now experienced just how powerful this trial is. Any carelessness can result in death. You don't just need to have confidence in yourself, but you also have to have confidence in others." Other experts only had confidence in themselves. As for the Dragon Blood warriors, while they trusted each other, being thrown into such a mental state without any preparations could still cause them trouble. "Boss, we understand," said Gu Yang and the others. Their previous arrogance had received a sharp slap from the Nether Passage Path's laws. "Good, I'll go on ahead once more, be careful." Long Chen stepped forward. Flame chains shot out of the void, piercing toward him. Long Chen snorted. Flames appeared on his own fist and he smashed apart the chains. However, Meng Qi and the others saw Long Chen being attacked and killed again. Everyone advanced into the region that he was in. Flames chains shot out at them and they blocked them. As a result, they saw the people beside them being killed by the flame chains. Their flesh was torn apart. These visions were incredibly lifelike. It felt like reality, but after the first wave, they found that the people beside them were still alive. However, they were all pale. Perhaps they weren't afraid of death, but they couldn't accept seeing their brothers die in front of them. They had seen everyone other than themselves die. That was a vision that sparked despair. Now they had personally experienced why some of the previous life forms had self-detonated. It was their own way to release themselves from that despair. Without the warning from Long Chen, they didn't know if they would be able to last. But after each wave of mental attacks, their confidence grew. The flame chains filled the surroundings with fire. It was like a constant burning of their souls. It was unbearable, yet they had no choice but to bear it. The curious thing, though, was that Xuanhuan, the one with the weakest will, was able to endure it every time and seemed to be doing it very easily. Xuanhuan, when did your will become so powerful? Asked Gu Yang. He was standing beside Xuanhuan, originally with the intent of protecting him, only to find that there was no need to do so. Are you joking? After bathing in the radiance of my boss every day, hearing my boss's teachings, how could my will not be strong? It's just that as a person, I am very low-key. This little bit of improvement isn't anything worth bragging about, said Xuanhuan bashfully without concealing the pleased expression in his eyes. Don't listen to his bragging. This trial adjusts itself based on the will of each person. People without a strong will are under less pressure. After all, this trial isn't designed to be a path of death, said Long Chen. But even if the pressure is lighter, it can't be this easy, grumbled Gu Yang. Perhaps his will is so weak that not even the laws of this place can sense it, Long Chen shrugged. Everyone looked over at Xuanhuan, their expressions growing odd. They finally reached the end of the path and arrived at a giant empty space. Countless life forms had gathered here. Ahead of them were 9 paths. Chapter 22, 93 Half-Life Half-Death Bridge. Translator Born to Be. Many life forms had gathered in the area ahead, but those life forms no longer had their old arrogance and confidence from before entering the gates of hell. Without exception, they were all tense, and some of them were even quivering just by standing there. Clearly, they had gone through their own terrifying trials to reach here. They had personally witnessed countless other experts being killed. As a result, many of them felt lucky to be able to reach this point. In front of the laws of the Nether Passage path, they felt powerless, as if they were just randomly betting with their lives. One bad bet and they would die. Furthermore, they had no choice but to bet. Curious, why are there so many paths now? Wondered Mengqi. Based on her observation, the sequence had gone from 5 forks to 6 forks, so there should be 7 forks next. However, now there were 9. That represented a limit. Most likely this was the final pass. Long Chen had an idea as to why. Because he had chosen the most difficult trial on the 6-way fork, they had directly entered the 9th path. Based on his senses to the 9 paths up ahead, there were only 3 that they could choose. The others had strange fluctuations expelling him. The options were the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th paths. One was the weakest, the other was in the middle, and the last was the strongest. The strangest thing is that we didn't see a single person from the Martial Heaven continent. Xuanhuan looked around curiously. Xia Chen bumped him, indicating to be quiet. Long Chen had sat down and closed his eyes, meditating. Hence, Xuanhuan shut his mouth. Within the Nether God Palace, Ming Kangyu wondered, what is he thinking? Ling Yuyan shook her head. No one can ever tell what he's thinking. There are only 3 paths in front of him now, but all 3 end up at Half-Life Half-Death Bridge. Half of those who step foot onto it will die, half will live. No matter how tough their lives are, half will still die there. I understand. With the Nether God order you can help them pass. I'm fine with it, said Ming Kangyu. But changing the laws like that is against the position of a Nether God. Our vengeance will be forced to come to a stop, and I'll even receive a curse from the laws. So, no need to ask. You are me, I am you. Alone you can't endure the curse, so I will also be affected. However, since we've chosen to bet on Long Chen, we should go all out. Whether we win or lose, let's bet, said Ming Kang, determined. Ling Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. She clenched the Nether God order, preparing to help Long Chen's group pass at the final juncture. But Long Chen had his eyes closed in meditation for a long time. Meng Qi and the others didn't wish to disturb him. They were familiar with him and knew that he was definitely calculating something. The other life forms in the surroundings made their choices one by one, entering their own paths. Their bodies vanished from sight. Out of nowhere, Long Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, making Meng Qi and the others jump. Long Chen. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He closed his eyes once more. Meng Qi and the others looked at each other, not knowing why he would suddenly cough up blood. He hadn't been injured before. They could only keep standing watch. At the same time, they also focused on maintaining their peak condition. When they closed their eyes to meditate, they found a happy surprise. Their yuan spirits were several times stronger compared to when they had entered the gates of hell. As expected, the stronger the trial inside the nether passage path, the greater the rewards. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, at this rate, their yuan spirits could survive on their own. Even without having advanced to the nether passage realm, they had grown much stronger. A powerful yuan spirit increased the power of their magical arts. As a result, their total combat power had risen without them even being aware. In the face of the tough choice in front of them, countless lifeforms were still hesitating. This was why no one could carry out memories of this place. It was to prevent anyone from cheating. No matter who came here, they would have to rely on luck and power to survive. As lifeforms went by, more came. However, the Dragonblood warriors continued to just stand there. Quite a few lifeforms were simply watching just like them. They either hadn't made their preparations or were still thinking. Eventually, Long Chen opened his eyes and stood. "Boss, can we move out?" Long Chen's gaze swept over everyone. "Brothers, we are facing a difficult problem. No matter which path we take, we will still end up arriving upon a bridge. That bridge kills half of those who walk on it no matter what. It has nothing to do with cultivation base. It is entirely luck." Just now, Long Chen had sent the energy of his yuan spirit out to probe the paths ahead. As a result, the laws of this place had descended upon him, injuring him and making him cough up blood. However, he didn't give up. Activating the primal chaos bead, he assimilated the laws of this place. Using his spiritual strength, he probed the path ahead and saw half-life, half-death bridge. He had observed it for a long time. Therefore, he had seen countless lifeforms walk across it and die, allowing him to see the problem. In other words, only half the Dragonblood warriors can pass. "Unacceptable," roared Gu Yang. The Dragonblood warriors were closer than brothers. They would rather die themselves than let the others die. "Boss, is there no other way?" demanded Xuanhuan. His tone was that of a question, but he knew that this was a law of the netherworld. No one could change it. There was no path back. They could only choose to go forward. In front of these laws, people were weak. They could only meekly lower their heads. Even if they didn't accept it, they had to. What else could they do? "There is another way." With just that one statement, the Dragonblood warriors were relieved and delighted. But his next words extinguished the flames burning inside their hearts. "There is a way, but the odds of success are very low," said Long Chen. "How low?" "We only have a 20% chance of surviving," said Long Chen solemnly. Everyone's hearts shook. 20%, that was too low. "Does the Dragonblood Legion wish to live and die together?" Long Chen looked over at everyone. "Fuck, we'll risk it. The Dragonblood Legion can't exist without half its brothers. What would be the point of living? Boss, let's do it. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance would be worth it." "Yes, boss, we have to do it. We've already walked across mountains of blades and seas of blood. Let's add this to our record too." "Boss, let's not hesitate, just direct us. We'll live together or die together." The Dragonblood warriors shouted passionately. "All right, then let's flip the heavens." Seeing those fiery gazes, Long Chen also felt a heroic feeling. "Let's go." Long Chen waved his hand, bringing everyone to the easiest path. Quite a few other lifeforms followed them. The mist covering the path was like a gaping maw devouring them. Long Chen led his people inside without hesitation. Half an incense stick's worth of time later, swords rained down from the sky. Evil Moon appeared in Long Chen's hands, and he unleashed a giant black saber image. Divine Ring. Long Chen was starting to unleash his full power. When the Divine Ring appeared, the laws of the world twisted and tore. This was the end of the Nether Passage path, and the trial had grown incredibly powerful. These sharp swords contained various kinds of energy. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, all kinds of energy were mixed together. When blocking the first kind of energy, the other kinds would pass through. Runes flashed through the air, falling like a rain of light. When they landed on people's bodies, it felt like they were being smelted by a furnace of 10,000 flames. Long Chen took the lead all on his own, shattering the strongest attacks. "Zia Chen, endure it!" Xuanhuan let out a startled cry. He saw that Zia Chen looked to be on the verge of collapse. I'm fine. I can endure." Zia Chen was pale, but he continued pressing on. As a formation master, he focused on study. He didn't have as much time to cultivate his body or soul. Seeing Zia Chen on the verge of collapse, Xuanhuan carried him on his back as he pressed onward. Xuanhuan was an anomaly. He was the only one whose will couldn't be sensed by the laws here. Perhaps his will was just too weak, so the attacks didn't bother him. However, for the others, things were growing more difficult. It felt like their souls were about to be torn apart. If anyone felt despair, they would be doomed. This was the final trial of their will. Everyone prepare yourselves, charge through with me. Long Chen suddenly shouted. Stars appeared in his eyes, and white dragon scales covered his body. Split the heavens 8. Boom! Long Chen suddenly unleashed an attack that tore through the void, creating a giant hole in space. From that hole, they could see another path. Quick run, shouted Long Chen, jumping in. Chapter 22, 94, Breaking the Laws. Translator, Born to Be. Long Chen's full power attack created a hole in the void that led to another path. The two paths were originally separated by a spatial barrier, but Long Chen had pierced through it and jumped through. The Dragon Blood warriors followed close on his heels. The hole quickly closed, but the Dragon Blood warriors were used to working together and had moved to the other path with more than enough time. The life forms that were on that path were badly shocked by their sudden appearance. They stared at the Dragon Blood warriors like they were monsters. The void began to rumble. Fragments of spacetime flew, causing the world to twist. A terrifying pressure appeared, shaking people's hearts. The life forms on the path were too terrified to move. That pressure was targeted toward the Dragon Blood Legion. Long Chen's actions had clearly infuriated the laws of the Netherworld. Let's go! Long Chen shouted, ignoring the changes in the void. He started charging forward. Flashes of divine light descended, as the entire world seemed to be attempting to kill Long Chen. The laws of the Netherworld did not possess their own sentience. Having confirmed that Long Chen was the one who had destroyed its laws, while the Dragon Blood warriors were just accessories to the crime, the majority of the attacks concentrated on Long Chen. Long Chen went all out, charging through the laws. The other life forms fled, afraid of being drawn into that tumultuous flood. Split the heavens 8. Long Chen once more unleashed a powerful attack that tore through the spatial barrier, revealing another path. Run! This time, there was no hesitation at all from the Dragon Blood Legion. They charged through as soon as the hole appeared. Within the Nethergod Palace, Ming Kangyu was in shock as she watched Long Chen. What is he doing? Has he gone insane? Look at Half-Life Half-Death Bridge. Lang Yuan was looking in a different direction. With Lang Yuan's reminder, Ming Kangyu looked over at the bridge through the holders of evil. Her eyes widened. What is going on? The bridge was slowly circulating with black and white light. As life forms passed, black and white ripples would appear to decide their fate, to decide who lived and who died. Half-Life Half-Death Bridge was the final part of the Nether Passage path, as well as the crew list. Only by crossing this bridge was it possible to advance. No one could escape this bridge. The ripples along the bridge covered everyone that crossed it. However, right now, the bridge was undergoing an alarming change. The black and white ripples, which were originally following an orderly sequence, were growing chaotic. The entire bridge would sometimes go entirely black and then entirely white. It was shaking. The railings on the two sides blazed with light, seeming to be attempting to stabilize the bridge, but it was ineffective. Half-Life Half-Death Bridge is being affected by Long Chen. Ming Kangyu could barely believe it. As the god of the Netherworld, she had never seen such a thing. This bridge was not something that she or anyone else was able to control. There had never been a life form causing such trouble like Long Chen. By breaking through the spatial barriers, the order of the Nether Passage path was thrown into chaos, affecting Half-Life Half-Death Bridge. Long Chen found a way to pass with everyone together, said Lang Yuan. But how is that possible? The laws of the Netherworld can't be destroyed, especially not by a mortal. Perhaps others can't, but you know that he is Long Chen, a heaven-defying existence. Lang Yuan was confident, but she then sighed. That fool Long Chen, he knew we wanted to help him and were willing to pay a steep price to do so. However, he didn't want to implicate us, so he decided to do things on his own. Lang Yuan was more familiar with Long Chen's character. He was very prideful. He liked helping others and didn't require them to repay him, but he very rarely wanted to trouble others or accept their help. This was a perfect example. Lang Yuan had already laid a path for him, but he refused to walk it. He wanted to walk his own path. The void rumbled, and a giant bolt of lightning struck Long Chen. Long Chen slashed with his own thunder force, blowing apart the lightning. Long Chen was shocked by the power of this lightning. Lei Long's pure yang element lightning was able to counter the lightning here very effectively, to the point of blocking 80 to 90% of its power. However, what got through was still difficult for Long Chen to endure. He felt like his soul was being torn. Long Chen faced the main attacks, while the Dragonblood warriors were affected by the leftovers. They felt dizzy, like they might vomit. Boom! Long Chen stabbed through the void again. However, this time, his power was clearly a bit lacking. The hole he created wasn't big enough for everyone to pass at once. Boom! Fortunately, Long Chen was prepared and unleashed a second attack. The spatial hole was just starting to fuse back when it was torn open even wider. Just at this moment, another attack struck Long Chen, and even doing his best to defend, he coughed up blood and was knocked back. Long Chen had figured out the rhythm of this place. Every time he tore through the spatial barrier to another channel, the laws of this place would reset their attempt at killing him. Their first attack was always the easiest to block, while the second attack doubled the power, and the third attack doubled the power once more. It would continue until the target was destroyed. The only way to survive was to constantly switch paths. If he stopped, he would be killed. Long Chen had started from the weakest path. As he charged into the stronger paths, the spatial barriers grew harder to break, and the attacks he faced grew deadlier. By the time he reached the sixth path, an attack fell from the void before he even managed to step onto the ground. As a result, cracks appeared all over Long Chen's body, making the others jump. If the Yuan spirit shattered, it would signify death. "Dragonblood cross/," shouted Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors immediately summoned their Dragonblood battle armor and activated their manifestations. Their power surged toward him. Boom! Long Chen unleashed a far more powerful blow, instantly breaking the spatial barrier. Before the second attack could descend, he and the others had entered the next path. Ming Kangyu was shocked to find that the ripples on Half-Life Half-Death Bridge had actually ceased. However, after a few seconds, they began moving erratically once more. "I understand," Ming Kangyu suddenly cried out. "Long Chen is drawing all the energy of the Nether Passage path to fixing the destroyed spatial laws and killing the offender. By throwing the balance of power into disorder, he's able to make Half-Life Half-Death Bridge lose its effect for a short time. He wants to rush through it during that brief moment. What a crazy idea. But how did he understand these laws of the Nether Passage path? We didn't even know about this." Long Chen was just a mortal. How could he know secrets about the Netherworld that even she did? In all her years being god of the Netherworld, this was her first time seeing such a thing and the resulting consequences. If she didn't know, then Lang Yuyan couldn't possibly know either. So how had Long Chen known? Long Chen charged through the next two strongest barriers with the support of the Dragonblood Legion. As he charged through the last one, he reached the entrance to Half-Life Half-Death Bridge. The bridge's runes had gone dark. It had lost all its effect. Long Chen and the others had just appeared within the ninth path when a giant sword condensed at the end and pierced toward him. This was the strongest attack so far. It was like all the power of the Nether Passage path had been concentrated into this attack to make sure that Long Chen and the others supporting him were killed. All of them were locked down by that power. Even though the bridge was right in front of them, they couldn't move. Evil Moon trembled in Long Chen's hands. "Everyone, don't be afraid. All the power here targets the will. My strongest aspect is my will. Some insignificant laws of the Netherworld think they can destroy me. I, Long Chen, am the ruler of the 9 stars. Heaven and earth are within my palm. The stars are trampled beneath my feet. Gods and devils are only fit to crawl beneath my feet. A few little laws are nothing in my eyes." At that moment, it felt like Long Chen had become a different person. Even his way of talking had changed, possessing a new kind of arrogance. His pupils had become pitch black at some point, and he even seemed a bit deranged. "It's here again." Evil Moon looked at Long Chen, seeing that old image. Evil Moon slashed out. This attack was split the heavens. It was an ordinary slash, but a wild and indomitable will exploded out of it, causing the entire Netherworld to shudder. Long Chen's saber landed on the giant sword, and a huge explosion rocked the path. The spatial barriers separating the paths were blown apart. As a result, Long Chen and the others were sent flying by that terrifying power. Chapter 2295 The Final Juncture. Translator Born to Be. The immense power was like a tsunami throwing them into the air. They felt like their souls were being crushed. Their heads were blank. "Quick, run!" Long Chen's voice sounded like it was coming from a great distance away, but it woke them from their semi-conscious state. Taking note of their surroundings once more, they saw that the void had been destroyed. Countless broken runes were whirling through the air. The 9 paths were revealed to everyone, and at the end of all the paths was the bridge. Long Chen's saber had unleashed extraordinary power, containing an invisible will that clashed against the laws of the Nether Passage path. Long Chen. When Meng Qi saw Long Chen, she let out a shocked cry. Both of Long Chen's arms had been destroyed by the laws, and his body was covered in cracks. He looked to be on the verge of shattering into a million pieces. Meng Qi grabbed Long Chen and pulled him along. In his current state, he couldn't receive any further impacts at all. The bridge's runes had gone completely dark. The Dragon Blood warriors ran across it as fast as possible. If it was during normal times, they could reach the end in a single step, but they were affected by the laws of the Netherworld and couldn't fly. The void behind them rumbled as the laws slowly restored themselves. The spatial barriers reformed. "Faster!" shouted Long Chen. When the barriers recovered, the laws of the bridge would receive energy and activate once more. At that time, half of the Dragon Blood warriors would die. Long Chen had sent his spiritual strength through to this place before. He had used the primal chaos bead's power to run simulations of various possibilities. Long Chen didn't know how to read the future or anything. However, he found that by borrowing the power of the primal chaos bead, he was able to undergo a dreamlike simulation in this place. During his simulations, he had died countless times. In the end, he had found one possibility, but even then he had still died. However, that was the only option he had found after so many simulations. There were always differences between reality and simulations, so that was his best bet. The Dragon Blood warriors roared as they charged forward. Long Chen's arms slowly regrew, and the cracks on his body healed. There were no attacks coming for him from the bridge. All the energy of the Nether Passage path was focused on restoring the 9 paths behind them. "Boss, the runes are about to recover," shouted Xuanhuan. Just before charging into the last path, Long Chen had explained his goal of redirecting the energy of the bridge to make it lose effect. However, right now, the Dragon Blood warriors had only gotten halfway across the bridge. At this speed, there was no way they could make it. Double dragon destruction. Long Chen roared, sending Lei Long and Huo Long crashing against the 9 paths behind them, once more tearing apart the laws that were healing. "Attack together," shouted Long Chen. Everyone turned back to unleash their own attacks at the paths. The Dragon Blood warriors unleashed all their power, but they found that their attacks had far too little effect compared to Long Chen's attack. Is the difference really so great? The Dragon Blood warriors were startled. Long Chen had said that the laws here could only be torn apart by powerful wills. They had thought that their wills were already strong enough. On the Martial Heaven continent, they stood at the peak amongst all experts in this regard. However, in the face of the Netherworld's laws, their attacks were unable to cause any real damage. Fortunately, with their numbers, they were able to buy some time. Xuanhuan unleashed 2 arrows and found that they didn't have any use. With a furious roar, he summoned his battle armor and slashed his saber. He found that his saber image faded before even reaching his target. No way, Xuanhuan turned green. Was his will really so powerful? So his will was so weak that the laws here couldn't sense his existence. After Long Chen's double dragon destruction, the space back there was badly damaged once more, but the others' attacks only slowed down the recovery slightly. They couldn't tear it apart once more. "Faster!" everyone shouted. They had reached the last half of the bridge, but the space back there was starting to heal. They were still a bit too slow. Once the space healed, the runes on the bridge would activate, killing half of them. All their previous efforts would be for nothing. How could this be? My intuition told me that this was the only option. The 9-star Hegemon body art couldn't have tricked me. Long Chen had exhausted all his power and no longer possessed the energy to tear apart the spatial laws back there. Just like his final simulation, he was still missing something. They were only a few miles away from the end, but they weren't going to make it. There was a giant plaza at the end of the bridge, and there was a statue at the center of it. The statue was a winged monstrosity. It had its hands open in front of it. Moreover, there was a sphere rocking back and forth within its arms like a pendulum. The left hand was white as jade, while the right hand was black as ink. From Long Chen's previous observations, when the sphere was in the left hand, the white runes on the bridge would light up, and when the sphere swayed to the black hand, the black runes would light up. The two alternated. This was the crux upon which the bridge's laws were built. However, no one could reach it. Long Chen had tried to break it in his simulations. As a result, 36 giant hands had appeared in the void and smashed him to bits without him having any chance to resist. He had tried many times without being able to approach the statue. so he had given up and been forced to rely on his method of redirecting the energy to fix broken laws. These few miles separating them would only take half a step to cross on the martial heaven continent, but here, it was like a heavenly chasm separating them from success. A divine rune started to glow on the statue's head at this moment. The sphere started to move once more. Black and white lines spread throughout the bridge. In just a few seconds, the laws of half-life, half-death bridge would reactivate. No, the 9-star Hegemon body art couldn't have tricked me. My intuition can't be wrong. This is the only way. I must be missing something. Long Chen started to panic. He tried to think of what he had missed. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Xuanhuan, who was unleashing exploding arrows at the statue. Those arrows were obliterated by the laws before they got close to the statue. "Xuanhuan!" shouted Long Chen. "Boss, I'm here." Xuanhuan jumped and turned back. "Xuanhuan, you're the only one who can save everyone. Do as I say." Long Chen transmitted instructions to Xuanhuan. He passed a long chain, and before Xuanhuan could say anything, kicked him through the air. Xuanhuan shot out like a cannonball, flying toward the statue. Long Chen had calculated his power perfectly, allowing Xuanhuan to land within the left hand just as his momentum started to drop. Everyone was startled by this. They didn't know why Long Chen said that Xuanhuan was the only one that could save them. When he saw that Xuanhuan had landed safely within the left hand, Long Chen clenched his fists. His guess was right. The laws here couldn't sense Xuanhuan. Long Chen was gambling on his intuition, or more accurately the intuition of the 9-star Hegemon body art. He had absolute confidence in it, but this related to everyone's life and death, so he couldn't help being nervous. "Quick retreat!" shouted Long Chen. The runes on the ground were starting to light up. If the light shone on them, their fates would be decided. Everyone hastily fell back. The light continued to spread closer and closer to them, much faster than they were retreating. They would be caught up in just a few seconds. Xuanhuan wrapped the chains around the oscillating sphere. When the sphere swayed into the white hand, Xuanhuan tightened the chains and wrapped them around his wrist. Creaking sounds rang out as the sphere was suddenly locked in place and unable to return to the black hand. "Success!" Long Chen cried out excitedly. The black and white runes had been about to reach their feet, but now the black runes faded away, leaving only the white runes shining. "Run!" shouted Long Chen. Everyone hastily rushed over the bridge. Just as they all reached the end of the bridge, an explosive sound came from the statue. The chains exploded, allowing the sphere to once more begin swaying back and forth between the black and white hands. Half-life, half-death bridge's order was restored to normal, but the Dragonblood Legion had charged through. "Ha ha ha, did you see? All your lives were saved by me. I Xuanhuan am the savior of today." Xuanhuan jumped off the bridge, exceptionally pleased with himself. "Good job, you really are the savior." Long Chen would usually give Xuanhuan a blow when he was acting so pleased with himself, but today, Long Chen patted him on the shoulder. Before this, everyone liked to tease Xuanhuan for having such a weak will. During every tribulation or trial, he cried and begged to be let off. No one had thought that here, his weak will would be a trump card that saved the Dragonblood Legion. Just at this moment, rays of divine light descended from the sky, enveloping the Dragonblood warriors. Chapter 22, 96 Sending Off. Translator Born to Be. Within the Nether God Palace, both Ming Kangyu and Leng Yu sighed with relief. Only now did Ming Kangyu realize that her palms were covered in sweat. Ever since she had taken control of the Netherworld, her days had been dull and tasteless. In all those years, this was her first time being so nervous. Leng Yuan wasn't much better off. She was clenching the Nether God order. If Long Chen had been in danger, she would have immediately activated it. She could have used the Nether God order to send them past the bridge right before they were devoured by the runes. If they had been devoured, even the Nether God order would have been powerless. Leng Yuan looked at Ming Kangyu and suddenly smiled. "How was that? Wasn't it stimulating? I'm telling you, Long Chen's ability to court death is unrivaled within all the 10 million worlds. Being with him every day will be stimulating." Ming Kangyu also smiled. She sighed. "Now I really believe you. He has his own fate. Our help is a disguised form of changing that fate. I wonder if he refused to accept it or if his fate refused to accept it. Looking back, it seems more like his own fate refused to accept our help. If you had used the Nether God order, they could have survived, but the Nether Passage divine light would not activate to cleanse their souls. That would leave behind a mark when they ascend. So Long Chen chose his own fate, and it was the right path. The crazy thing is that the crux upon which this fate turned was actually a fellow with ant-like willpower. I suppose the world is vast enough to contain all kinds of oddities. Thinking of how the one who had broken the system was actually Gu Ran, Ming Kangyu was especially amazed. "Do you want to go see him? It might be several years before you see him again otherwise," asked Leng Yuan. Ming Kangyu looked at Long Chen within the image. Then she looked at Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others. She shook her head. Leng Yuan asked, "What are you jealous?" "A bit, I suppose. I'm not used to this. Perhaps after having my goodness carved out, what remains becomes antisocial and selfish. Although our souls are one again after being with him, I'm still the original true body. Some things are just very difficult to change," sighed Ming Kangyu. "He, the reason you're thinking like that is because of your position as a god. You don't want to share with a bunch of mortal girls. A dragon might share with another dragon, but not with some ants. That's fine. Our man will grow into someone on the same level as us very soon. He'll definitely be bringing everyone else along with him. You won't have such a feeling at that time," chortled Leng Yuan. "Hopefully that day comes soon. I'm going into seclusion. I've obtained many things from Long Chen that I need to digest. I leave the netherworld to you. As for Long Chen, tell him I miss him." Ming Kangyu blushed slightly before vanishing. "But is it not over?" The descent of the divine light startled Long Chen as well. However, it didn't harm them. "Don't panic. This is the reward for passing the nether passage path. The power of the netherworld's life and death energy will purify your Yuan spirits and imprint the laws of life, death, and samsara onto them. That way, you'll gradually come into contact with the life, death, and samsara realm." Suddenly, the void twisted and a black-dressed Leng Yuan appeared. Divine light filled the air. The countless runes within heaven and earth flowed toward her, showing their subservience. This kind of phenomenon was truly the sight of a god descending upon the world. Leng Yuan had been a peerless beauty before, but adding on her god energy, she made people feel an urge to prostrate themselves before her. However, seeing her made everyone else jump. They recognized her. How had she appeared here? Leng Yuan's aura was completely different from before. With her god energy, they sensed that she could exterminate all life with just a thought. Although they had never seen a god before, they knew that the current Leng Yuan was a god. "Are you here to celebrate with us?" Long Chen smiled. Leng Yuan slowly descended from the sky. When she landed on the ground, countless divine runes lit up, forming a black carpet for her. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Yi Zhikyu had complicated expressions as they looked at Leng Yuan. They knew that Leng Yuan's relationship with Long Chen was not ordinary, but they had also never asked Long Chen about it. Even Tang Wan'er hadn't asked because Meng Qi told her not to. If Long Chen wanted to tell them, he would tell them himself. If he didn't, then let him be. It would only embarrass him. The most unexpected thing, though, was that the former devil empress of the corrupt path had actually become the netherworld's god. They didn't know what to feel about that. They naturally felt lacking in front of her. After all, she was a god. "There's no time for a celebration. I came not for you, but for my sisters." Leng Yuan shook her head and ignored Long Chen, walking over to Meng Qi and the others. Hearing that Leng Yuan was actually calling them sisters, Meng Qi and the others were shocked. They glanced at Long Chen suspiciously. Could it be? He were all one family. Yes, a family. Long Chen smiled, but that smile was awkward in the face of their suspicious glances. Long Chen hadn't brought up Leng Yuan to Meng Qi and the others. The main reason was that there was no way to speak of those matters. By calling them sisters, Leng Yuan was explicitly stating their relationship. Long Chen felt a burning sensation despite his thick skin. Standing in front of them, Leng Yuan still made Meng Qi and the others feel inferior. Despite all being peerless beauties, as a god, Leng Yuan possessed her own air. In the past, they had known Leng Yuan to be beautiful, lofty, and merciless. Now, she inspired even greater respect. "Our netherworld doesn't have many good gifts. I've only been able to prepare a few small things, so please accept them," said Leng Yuan. "Big Sister Meng Qi, as the first to meet Long Chen, you must naturally be called Big Sister. This necklace is something I specially prepared for you." She took out a necklace shining with all the colors of the rainbow. The divine light coming from it made the surroundings look like a fantasy world. There was a pendant on the necklace with a blue gemstone embedded into it. When Meng Qi saw that blue gemstone, she let out a startled cry. Although she didn't recognize it, just by being near it, she could sense her own soul energy growing. This was a treasure capable of improving the speed of a soul cultivator. This necklace is made of the Netherworld's 9 Revolution Gold essence. Combined with the Nether Soul Stone, it will allow you to cultivate your soul twice as fast and surpass the limit of your spiritual strength. Although Netherworld's objects lose most of their effect upon entering the martial heaven continent, it will still increase your cultivation speed immensely. Leng Yuyan personally placed the necklace over Meng Qi's neck. With the necklace, Meng Qi was enveloped in its light, making her seem like another god. Thank you, big sister. This was precisely what she needed to get stronger. Leng Yuyan smiled and turned to Chu Yao. When it comes to qualifications, perhaps everyone should call you big sister. After all, you were the first to get close to Long Chen. However, since Long Chen had a childhood marriage agreement with big sister Meng Qi, she must be the biggest. But I will still call you big sister. I wouldn't dare to accept. Chu Yao was a bit nervous. To have a god call her big sister, she felt trepidation. There's nothing wrong about it. Big sister possesses a wood spirit body, so I will give you a wooden staff. Leng Yuyan took out a completely black staff. Is this firewood? Xuanhuan mumbled to himself. Don't spout nonsense. This is a priceless treasure. I truly must thank big sister for this. Chu Yao received the staff and was first stunned before becoming wildly ecstatic. Leng Yuyan said, this was created from the moon fusing tree's heart. It contains yin and yang energy. Blades cannot harm it. Water and fire cannot damage it. Most importantly, it is a divine item that will constantly grow as you nourish it. It will not be influenced by the martial heaven continent's laws. As long as you take care of it, it will give you a pleasant surprise. Thank you, truly thank you. This is the best weapon I've ever had. Chu Yao was truly grateful. This gift was also something that she needed. Wanner, right? I'll call you little sister because you're just too cute. I've always really liked you. Leng Yuyan turned to smile at Tang Wanner. Yes, thank you, big sister. Tang Wanner spoke surprisingly sweetly and cutely, making Long Chen speechless. Where was this meek girl when she spoke to him? Little sister, you're a wind element cultivator. What I'm giving you might be a bit dangerous. If you can't control it well, don't randomly use it. Leng Yuyan took out 2 crescent moon blades. Space rumbled. Chapter 22, 97 Rebirth After Death. Translator Born to Be. The crescent moon blades were only 3 inches long when they first appeared. They were like 2 transparent knives. However, rumbling then rang out as divine energy flowed toward them. The terrifying wind energy formed a vortex around them, and even the non-wind cultivators could sense a terrifying aura coming from them. Tang Wanner was instantly delighted by the 2 blades. Her eyes also became like 2 crescent moons from her smile. Thank you, big sister, you really treat me well. This is my favorite design. Tang Wanner shouted excitedly like a child. I've seen you fight, so I know your style, said Leng Yuyan. I specifically hunted down a divine devil overlord within the Netherworld's wastelands, and I created this pair of crescent moon blades from its horns. It is also a divine item capable of growing along with you. There are 3 divine runes on it that you will be able to activate when you grow strong enough. They will unleash extremely powerful divine abilities. I heard from a certain person that little sister Wanner gets jealous easily, so I did everything I could to think of a good gift for you. I hope you like it. Tang Wanner immediately grew angry. Which gossiper said such a thing? Am I such a person? I like big sister a lot. I wish you could return with us to the martial heaven continent. Although neither of them said anything explicitly, the gossiper was naturally Long Chen. Long Chen almost cried. Was he really such a person? This foolish girl forgot about her loyalty to her man as soon as she got a nice present. Tang Wanner received the 2 moon blades. She suddenly waved one of her hands, and the moon blade unleashed a wind blade straight at Long Chen. Long Chen instinctively dodged. The wind blade cut across his leg, leaving a giant slice. His life rod had almost been cut off, making Xuanhuan and the others suck in a cold gasp of air. Long Chen's expression immediately darkened. Wanner, what are you doing? Even if you want to suck up to her, you don't need to castrate me. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. I didn't think that these crescent moon blades would be so amazing. I still can't control them. Tang Wanner stuck her tongue out at him, a bit embarrassed. She had just been testing one, thinking that their power was under her control. As a result, as soon as she activated one, she injured Long Chen. Sister Wanner, you should put those blades away. We're not boss, so we can't dodge that quickly. Xuanhuan and the others felt a chill when Tang Wanner turned around. Looking closely at the 2 blades, they all retreated. Little sister Zhikyu, you already have a divine weapon, so I don't have a weapon for you. This ice spirit bracelet should suit you very well. It will purify your ice energy. Lang Yuan gave Yi Zhikyu a bracelet, and ice crystals flowed within it. Glacier designs appeared and faded. This bracelet was clearly not ordinary. Yi Zhikyu was grateful, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded to express her thanks. Lang Yuan also knew Yi Zhikyu's character, so she didn't take offense. She turned to Dong Minju. Little sister, you have Imputa's divine mark on you. It's not a good idea for me to give you anything for fear of invoking karma. I hope you won't blame me. No, just seeing what kind of person you are makes me happy enough. You are the greatest gift. Dong Minju smiled, her gaze a bit worshipful. She had always respected Lang Yuan. When she had been a disciple of the corrupt path, she had always followed her own will. Dong Minju wished to also be like that one day, to do what she wanted to do. Lang Yuan smiled. Really, if you put it like that, I'll feel ashamed of myself. Let me think, what can I give you? Lang Yuan thought about it. Her eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, Imputa has a set of techniques called the Heavenly Desolation Extinction Art. Have you learned it? No, I've never heard of it. Hee, good. When you return to the martial heaven continent, find your divine inheritance statue. Do this. Lang Yuan leaned down and whispered into Dong Minju's ear. All right, I'll do it once I get back. Dong Minju's eyes were shining, but no one else knew what Lang Yuan had said. Some secrets were naturally not for everyone to know. Perhaps they were afraid of karma, so no one asked. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yi Zhikyu, and Dong Minju had all received gifts. However, that wasn't all. Even Cloud and Liu Ruyan were given gifts. Lang Yuan had printed a rune on each of their foreheads. Those runes activated the primordial runes within their bloodlines, allowing them to regain the power of their ancestors, making the two of them incredibly grateful. Seeing that she stopped giving gifts there, Xuanhuan grew uneasy. He respectfully said, "This god, elder sister-in-law, your generosity and kindness fills me with worship. Bathed in your divine light, I feel reborn. My life before this was gray, but your arrival has brought color." "Get to the point," said Lang Yuan indifferently. About that, is there a gift for this little brother?" asked Xuanhuan expectantly. Lang Yuan looked at him apologetically. "There is. Your soul and will are too weak. Even if I gave you something, you wouldn't be able to merge it into your soul and bring it out. To tell the truth, you are so weak that it surpasses all expectations." Meng Qi and the others laughed at his expression. Even the other dragon-blood warriors couldn't help shaking their heads. Their boss Xuanhuan had truly received a grievous blow this time. "But just now, I was the one who saved the entire Dragonblood Legion," cried out Xuanhuan, refusing to accept this. Even his boss had been unable to do anything, but he had done it. "That's also because of your boss. Those chains came from purgatory and are also not within the scope of the laws here. That's why you succeeded. All right, I'll tell you the truth. You are not suited for a soul divine item because it will cost you your life," said Lang Yuan. "What, why?" "Because your soul is too weak. A divine item of this level has its own will. If you merge it into your soul, you will not be able to be its master, and the divine item will take over your mind, turning you into its slave. That's why you can only use divine items that you create yourself. You can imprint them with your own will so that they won't devour you," explained Lang Yuan. Xuanhuan looked down gloomily. "All right, boss also said the same thing. Now I'm convinced." "Cough, Yuan, our relationship is so good, so while it's understandable that there's no gift for them, I'm sure that you won't have forgotten about me." At this time, Long Chen also made his move. If Lang Yuan had prepared gifts for all of them, then it was natural that he should have one as well. "Oh, is our relationship really so good?" Lang Yuan looked at Long Chen questioningly. Long Chen was speechless. It wasn't as if he could say what had happened between them in front of Meng Qi and the others. Lang Yuan laughed and leaned down to whisper into his ear, "Didn't I already give you my gift?" She winked suggestively, making Long Chen realize that she was talking about her other self, Ming Kangyu. "I got that gift through my own ability," said Long Chen. "If I hadn't built the bridge, could you have obtained her?" retorted Lang Yuan. "Fine, I admit you helped. Why did Kangyu come? She didn't want to send me off," asked Long Chen. Lang Yuan said, "She wanted to come, but the laws here only permit one god to descend at a time, so only I came." "Oh, all right. Please tell her that I will think about her every day. Of course, you're included in that," said Long Chen. Just at that moment, startled cries rang out. Xuanhuan had vanished. "No need to panic. Xuanhuan's Yuan spirit has been filled up with the energy of this blessing, so he has been sent back," said Lang Yuan. During this time, the light from the sky was constantly nourishing their Yuan spirits. Following Xuanhuan, Other dragon blood warriors began to vanish one by one. At this moment, it was possible to see the difference between people's yuan spirits. The weaker ones were sent away first. The stronger ones were being nourished longer. The dragon blood warriors gradually vanished. Then it was Gu Yang and the captains, then even Meng Qi and the others. In the end, only Long Chen and Leng Yuhin were left. Yuhin, when people die, do they come to the land of the netherworld? Asked Long Chen. Yes. You are the god in control of the netherworld. Can you revive my old friends who died? Asked Long Chen. With Meng Qi and the others gone, he could finally ask this question. Some dragon blood warriors had died, and there was also Lu Fang'er. Lu Fang'er was a constant ache in Long Chen and Meng Qi's hearts. Sometimes when Meng Qi was alone, she would stare out into space. Long Chen knew that she was thinking about her days with Lu Fang'er. Lu Fang'er had joked back then that she would marry Long Chen with Meng Qi. She would be fine being just an extra, but in the GLI secret realm, she had sacrificed herself to save Meng Qi. At that time, Yi Zhikyu had also died, but an expert had revived her because a seed of her soul had remained intact. Lu Fang'er's corpse remained, but her life had been lost forever. Long Chen's voice quivered when he asked this question. He looked at Leng Yuhin expectantly. Chapter 22, 98 Bandits Never Leave Empty-Handed. Translator Born to Be. Leng Yuhin looked at Long Chen and shook her head. It is impossible. Long Chen felt like he had been struck by lightning. Why? Aren't you the god of the netherworld? Don't you control reincarnation? Long Chen. Leng Yuhin pressed a hand on his shoulder and sighed. You're thinking too simply. The netherworld isn't the netherworld within the stories of your martial heaven continent. Our netherworld is just one tiny region of the 10 planar worlds. This place is just one of the millions of netherworlds. Even all the netherworlds added up together would only count as one of the planar worlds. It has its own laws, especially as it corresponds to the other worlds. The cycle of life and death connects the 10 planar worlds. If you want to go against these laws, you'd have to be the master of the 10 planar worlds. Leng Yuhin was helpless. The 10 planar worlds had stopped being complete a long time ago. Perhaps even becoming the ruler of what remained wouldn't be enough. However, she couldn't bear to tell him that it was impossible, so she gave him some distant hope. Long Chen sighed deeply. Leng Yuhin wouldn't lie to him about this. It seemed that the stories were just stories. They were far from reality. So even gods have limits. Just as you said, mortals and gods are the same. It's just a difference in power. Being born in the sea of bitterness, once you cross it, you'll only be thrown into a bigger one with more dangers, said Leng Yuhin. What, are you and Kang Yu in danger? Long Chen noticed something in what she said. All life struggles, but talking about it now is meaningless. Time's about up. I was originally planning on giving you a chance to subdue me, but it doesn't seem like you're in the mood. Work hard at your cultivation. Once you reach that level, you can handle any problems you face. The key that unlocks all those problems is simply power, said Leng Yuhin. Just at this moment, Long Chen felt the world twist. A powerful suction force dragged him away from this world. Long Chen forcibly resisted that power and embraced Leng Yuhin. A rare warmth appeared on her face, and she kissed him on the cheek. My man, work hard. I look forward to the next time when you can subdue me. The void rumbled. Powerful spatial energy tore Long Chen away, and he felt the void shatter into countless pieces. Everything vanished. Leng Yuhin was gone, and Long Chen suddenly found himself standing outside 2 giant gates. They were the gates of hell. The dragon blood warriors were standing outside as well. Seeing Long Chen arrive, Xuanhuan immediately asked, Boss, how was it? Did you get anything good? Long Chen irritably said, Do you think your boss has as little integrity as you? Would I go around begging for other people's things? As long as you can get something good, what's wrong with begging? Even if I have to make a terrible scene in Kowtow, it's not a loss, said Xuanhuan righteously. Meng Qi and the others had all obtained perfect gifts for themselves and were excitedly chatting about them. Even the icy Yi Zhikyu was delighted. Xuanhuan was incredibly jealous. However, he was Long Chen's lover, so he had no share. He could only place all his hopes on Long Chen. If Long Chen got something good, he would definitely share. Long Chen had always shown special care for Xuanhuan. Hearing that Long Chen had wasted so much time with Leng Yuhin without getting anything, he felt it was regretful. He grumbled that Long Chen refused to lower his head and beg for a treasure, making Long Chen have an urge to slap him. This fellow really was shameless. Curious, why are the gates of hell now devoid of anyone else? Only now did Long Chen take note that there were no other life forms here other than the Dragon Blood Legion. It really is odd. There's also no nine-colored waterfall, only a bridge leading to a transportation portal, said Gu Yang. While waiting for Long Chen, they had already scouted the terrain. This place was completely different from when they had entered. Long Chen looked at the majestic gates. At the top, they still said Gates of Hell. There couldn't be a mistake. However, when he carefully appraised them, he suddenly let out a cry. These gates aren't the ones we entered from. The nail that he had taken from the Gates of Hell had still been missing when they had come in. But now, there wasn't a single nail missing. Long Chen guessed that there were two sets of gates, one leading in and one leading out. They were at the exit, so the nails were all intact. Looking at the perfectly intact gates, a strange light began to shine in Long Chen's eyes, prompting Evil Moon to ask, "Are you getting ideas toward the gates again?" Evil Moon truly understood Long Chen. His spiritual fluctuations in particular could not escape it. Long Chen was getting greedy again. "Are you joking?" Long Chen shook his head. Turning to everyone, he said, "Let's go home. We don't know how many days have passed on the Martial Heaven continent. We should hurry." Everyone walked past toward the spatial portal. The Dragonblood warriors stepped through one by one. Runes enveloped them and they became lethargic. It was like they were in water and their bodies rapidly floated up into the sky, vanishing within the darkness. Once everyone else had walked in, the only ones left were Xuanhuan and Long Chen. He hadn't let him go. "Boss, what is it?" asked Xuanhuan. "We didn't get a gift this time, so don't you think it'd be embarrassing if we left empty-handed?" Long Chen chortled. "Boss, you mean? Bandits don't leave empty-handed. No matter what, we have to bring a little bit back. Come with me." Long Chen led Xuanhuan back to the gates. "Boss, are you thinking of tearing down the gates?" exclaimed Xuanhuan. These gates were so big that he couldn't even imagine doing such a thing. "You're overestimating your boss. I don't have that ability. Last time I only got a nail and almost died in the process," said Long Chen. "Damn, so it really was you." Xuanhuan's jaw dropped. Before he had joked that no one other than his boss would have dared to take the nail, and now he found that it was true. "Of course it was me. Otherwise, Dai Long's clone would have killed me back then. This time, I don't want a nail. Last time, the nail lost most of its power after being brought into the Martial Heaven continent. It also felt like it withered after leaving the gates, like a tree being pulled from soil. A nail isn't useful enough to us. It probably wouldn't even be able to do anything to a fourth-step nether passage expert," said Long Chen. "Then what are we stealing? A door bolt?" Xuanhuan looked at the gates. There were 4 door bolts on the gates. If they were taken, one smash of them could annihilate an area of life. Long Chen shook his head. "Those bolts are definitely good, but we can't get them. There are locks stopping us. Moreover, the runes of the bolts are connected to the gates, and they'll also lose most of their power after leaving the gates. Then there's nothing else. You see those 2 door knockers? They're the faces of 2 ghosts. Those are definitely treasures, and their runes are their own bodies. Even once they leave the gates, they won't grow much weaker. They can be used as a shield or a weapon to smash people. There are 2, and it just so happens that there are 2 of us. How does one each sound?" Long Chen smiled wickedly. "But can we really get them? It feels impossible," said Xuanhuan. "It won't be a problem. There are 4 rivets holding each knocker, but the runes of the rivets aren't very powerful. Most likely, they were only added to intimidate others and aren't actually used to protect the gates. It shouldn't be too hard to take them." Long Chen had already decided. "Boss, what do you need me to do?" Xuanhuan made his resolution. If he really could get a knocker from the Gates of Hell, that would be enough for him to brag about for a lifetime. It was too tempting for him to resist. "I'll give you all the purgatory chains I have. You just wrap them around the 2 knockers and leave the rest to me. I have quite a few chains, and you'll need to bring them up one by one since you can't use the power of your Yuan spirit without the gates sensing you." Long Chen passed the chains over to Xuanhuan. Long Chen had obtained many chains from purgatory, but they weren't long enough, so he had linked many of them together. With the first chain, Xuanhuan carefully crept up the Gates of Hell. He really was like an ant climbing them. The gates didn't react at all, as if they couldn't sense his existence. That made Long Chen relax. After binding the knockers with the chains, Xuanhuan tied them all together with a giant rope to make sure the chains were bound as tightly as possible. "All right, you can go, Xuanhuan. Otherwise, when a certain fellow comes out to kill me, I won't be able to protect you," said Long Chen. Chapter 2299 The Righteous Path's Decline. Translator Born to Be. Xuanhuan immediately fled. Once he was gone, Long Chen realized that there was only one rune left at the exit, when there had been many brilliant runes at the start. That made Long Chen realize that there were quotas for leaving. However many people arrived here was however many people could leave. Less than the max could leave, but not more. Seeing Xuanhuan leave, Long Chen took a deep breath. Evil Moon took this moment to warn him. Long Chen, this thing may be infected with karma. Do you really want it? Seeing something good and not taking it isn't my style. As for karma, who can say whether it's good or bad? Since that's the case, let's just close our eyes and do it. Long Chen suddenly yanked on the chains. His divine ring appeared, as well as all of his battle armor. The ground shattered from how hard he pulled. Boom! One of the door knockers left the gates. As he had predicted, their connection to the gates was not very sturdy. However, just as it left the gates, Long Chen's hair stood on end. A terrifying sense of danger filled his heart. It was like a beast of death had locked onto him. Boom! Long Chen once more pulled, dragging out the second knocker. Get in, activating the primal chaos bead. The two giant knockers were pulled into the primal chaos space. He then immediately fled. Suddenly, the gates opened, and a giant head stretched out of it. The head was black and even bigger than the gates. Holy, what the hell is that? Long Chen turned green. He couldn't see what exactly it was, but he saw a pair of giant eyes. Long Chen felt like his soul might flee his body. The head was so big that it couldn't squeeze any further out of the gates. It suddenly let out a furious roar. The void exploded, and Long Chen's soul almost dissipated. The head struggled to charge through the gates, and cracks actually started to appear all over them. It seems that I really did provoke a calamity. Long Chen was horrified to see that this monster was so powerful that it was even able to tear the gates of hell apart. Finally, the two gates exploded and a giant figure appeared. Bye! Long Chen charged through the exit, which immediately closed behind him. Even once Long Chen was gone, that giant figure continued to grow larger. It was so big that it was impossible to see its full form. However, it was possible to see that it had 3 heads. It was growing taller, and its back was swelling, as if it had been lying down and was now standing up. As it stood, countless chains thicker than mountains appeared on its back. The entire netherworld rocked. Within the Nether God Palace, Leng Yuan and Ming Kangyu, who had been preparing to go into seclusion, stared in shock as they watched what was going on. Ming Kangyu cried out, "That's the 3-headed heaven-devouring beast. It was suppressed and bound as soon as this netherworld was born. How could it have broken its seal?" It was Long Chen. He tore off the seal, releasing it. That bastard, since we didn't give him anything, he actually took things himself. He has just planted a gargantuan karma, said Leng Yuan, her expression odd. The thick chains binding the beast were torn apart one by one. In the end, that giant monster was free. It roared several times, causing the entire netherworld to shake. Suddenly, a pair of sharp claws appeared and sliced open a giant hole in the void. It stepped into that opening, vanishing. This is troublesome. The 3-headed heaven-devouring beast will throw the netherworld into chaos. It's going to return all its grievances at being caged 100 times over. Ming Kangyu was grave. On the other hand, Leng Yuan smiled. It has nothing to do with us. The Nether Passage Path's laws are separate. We can't control them, so it's not our responsibility. Furthermore, the more chaotic the netherworld grows, the more beneficial it is to us. Don't go into seclusion. People will come to investigate this matter soon, and we need to be prepared to face them. That fellow Han Yeyang will definitely try to add oil to the fire as well. Ming Kangyu nodded. Now that the 3-headed heaven-devouring beast had regained its freedom, this matter was entirely out of their control. Long Chen truly knew how to cause trouble. But Long Chen opened his eyes. He stood, seeing that the other Dragonblood warriors were also awake in their bodies. They were examining themselves, sensing the changes they had undergone. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and the others had surprised expressions. Meng Qi looked at the necklace on her neck in confusion. Chu Yao was the same, examining her new black staff with a puzzled expression. Everyone's memories regarding the Nether Passage Path had vanished. They didn't know where these gifts had come from. Long Chen, what is going on? Did someone give you these gifts? Meng Qi looked at Long Chen curiously. Those were given to you by Leng Yuan, said Long Chen. Long Chen gave a simple explanation about what had happened in the netherworld. After all, having accepted gifts from Leng Yuan, they were already affected by her karma. There was no need to conceal it. By explaining what happened, he awakened the memories slumbering within them. They quickly remembered. Boss, did you succeed in the end? With their memories awakened, Xuanhuan immediately asked about the door knockers. Has your boss ever failed? chortled Long Chen. He showed him the two door knockers. How are they so small? Their aura also isn't the same, said Xuanhuan. It's due to the different laws between the netherworld and the martial heaven continent. You can research these knockers yourself. I already said we'd split them one each. Hee, don't worry, boss. I wouldn't dare to place my sights on your things, declared Xuanhuan. Seeing that everyone had returned safe and sound, with their yuan spirits powered up to a new level, Long Chen felt a heavy weight fall from his heart. When they came out of seclusion, they saw Yue Xiaoqian waiting for them. She and the other experts of the original devil race had already advanced to the nether passage realm. Long Chen had wanted to undergo this journey with Yue Xiaoqian, but Yue Zihan had said that the original devil race's people were different from the rest of the continent's lifeforms, and she couldn't go with them. Unexpectedly, Yue Xiaoqian had been the first to break through. She had even undergone her tribulation to officially enter the nether passage realm. Long Chen, the outside world's growing chaotic. Yue Xiaoqian immediately brought up bad news. What is it? Asked Long Chen. It's been half a year. Many people think that you've run into a problem. Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the Xuan beasts, they've all started making trouble for the righteous path again. Long Chen and the others were shocked to hear that half a year had passed here. They had felt it to only be a few days. In truth, what they didn't know was that they should have come out around the 3-month mark like the majority of the continent. However, they had been delayed while accepting the divine light blessing at the end of the nether passage path. That was an extremely special place, and the time they had lost there while Leng Yuan distributed gifts had distorted their time here. As a result, they had spent an extra 3 months away from the continent. Most of the other experts on the continent had already finished breaking through and finished their tribulations. The Pill Fairy, Tianzizi, Kun Pengzi, Dongfeng Yuyang, Ximen Tiangsheng, Nangong Zuyu, Beiding Rushwang, Yilingshan, Mo Nian, and Hu Feng had all come out of seclusion. The martial heaven continent's power had soared. With their power on a new level, they had returned to the yin-yang world, with some of them even entering deeper into it. With everyone competing for the immemorial essence blood, things had gone well at first, but then some conflicts occurred. The righteous path had many experts but few elites. They were often bullied and pushed aside. The majority of the time, the righteous disciples were forced to endure. After all, there was a ceasefire, and they weren't as powerful. Their territory was forcibly occupied by others. As time passed, the others seemed to get used to this, and often expelled the righteous experts from the battlefields so that they couldn't obtain any of the essence blood. The righteous disciples were infuriated. Yilingshan had personally reported this matter to the divine families, but the reply was that the bigger the mouth, the more meat they could eat. In other words, if they couldn't deal with it, they should leave the battles to others. This was a clear bias toward the other powers that were targeting the righteous path. It was only later when Yilingshan investigated that she realized that the ones guarding the outside of the yin-yang world were no longer the warriors of the 8th Legion. They had been replaced by the 7th Legion. Yibencheng, hearing that, Long Chen narrowed his eyes, killing intent surfacing within them. Chapter 2300 Peng Wanchen. Translator Born to Be. Unexpectedly, the 8th Legion guarding the outside of the yin-yang world had been replaced by the 7th Legion. It was no wonder the righteous path was being bullied, while the divine families just watched. The commander of the 7th Legion was Yibencheng. He and Long Chen already had significant enmity toward each other. As the one in charge of that region, it would be a miracle if Yibencheng didn't try to cause trouble for him and the righteous path. The current righteous path is being pressured from all sides. Their share of the battlefields is shrinking, and some of their disciples have died. One of them caused quite a stir. The Xuanhuan Dao Sect's Wang Zhen was killed by one of the Xuan Beast experts, said Yue Xiaoqian. What? Everyone was infuriated. Wang Zhen was one of the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's core disciples. He was a very rare insect cultivator with immense power. He had once fought alongside the Dragon Blood warriors. As a result, everyone's killing intent soared. That matter resulted in Yilingshan immediately declaring war on the Xuan beasts. The Martial Heaven Alliance went on an all-out assault. Both sides lost people, but due to their overwhelming numbers, the Martial Heaven Alliance suppressed the Xuan beasts. However, just as the latter began to be forced back, Pill Valley, the corrupt path, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, the Dongfeng family, and other powers arrived to stand by their side. As for the Nangong family, the Beiding family, and the Ximen family, they stood beside Yilingshan. Both sides were about to start a war, and only then did the divine families interfere. The heavenly dragon legion descended and split apart the two sides. Due to casualties appearing on both sides, they settled the matter by leaving it unsettled. The righteous path's morale has dropped because you haven't appeared in a long time. Everyone thinks that you failed, and that the Martial Heaven Alliance's situation is unstable, said Yue Ziokian. Yue Ziokian had been forced to just watch as all this occurred. She was a member of the original devil race, so if she suddenly appeared, it would draw too much suspicion. Furthermore, amongst all the original devil race's disciples, she was the only one capable of using the profound spirit Tao scripture, and thus the only one capable of concealing her identity from the continent's experts. The other disciples of the original devil race could be recognized. That was why, even though Yi Lingshan and the righteous path had fallen into such a critical state, Yue Ziokian hadn't dared to rashly take action. If things went badly, it would be adding oil to the fire. I thought that I was skilled at courting death. Who would have thought that this world has people even more skilled than me in that regard? A vein throbbed on Long Chen's forehead. We're going. Ziokian, you come with us this time. They activated the transportation formation to return to the wild world. The wild world was in the same state as when they had left. The original devil race was excavating many precious ores, and their elite warriors were guarding the spatial portals to exterminate any of the devil race's experts that arrived. Xia Chen then activated the transportation formation within the wild world. Divine light enveloped everyone, and they appeared within the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory. However, when they arrived, they found that things were chaotic. Countless Xuanhuan beasts were attacking. The grand formation had already been broken. Powerful Xuanhuan beasts poured in like a tide. They were all Nether Passage experts, and they were also Empyreans. The cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's territory was badly damaged. The ground was littered with corpses. Many of them belonged to the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Kuei Yuju was leading her experts at the core of the formation. Only this core area was able to remain whole, but even it was on the verge of crumbling. Haha, Kuei Yuju, this is the result of not adapting to change. You wanted to rely on a little human whose fur hasn't even grown in. Did you think that would allow you to rest at ease? Now Long Chen and his Dragonblood Legion are dead, so your cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race can go with them to hell. Space has been locked here, and it's impossible to send requests for help. You're trapped. Do you regret your actions now? If you surrender, I can give you a path to life. One of the Peng race's experts stood in the air, directing the attack of the Xuanhuan beasts. Peng Wanchen, the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race will not bend our spines even in death, shouted Kuei Yuju. Oh, then I'll just break them instead, kill them all. They can't last much longer, sneered that expert. Peng Wanli was the leader of the Peng race and the Xuanhuan beasts, while this person was Peng Wanli's brother, Peng Wanchen. He was a well-known member of the Xuanhuan beasts with an extremely high status. His position was second only to Peng Wanli. What a good idea! Just at this moment, a sinister voice rang out. It was like a devil had been summoned, and killing intent turned the air cold. Long Chen. Kuei Yuju and the others cried out in relief and delight. Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion hadn't died. Furthermore, their auras had clearly grown, and their Yuan spirits had broken through to the next level. They could undergo their tribulation at any time to become true Nether Passage experts. Everyone from the Dragonblood Legion had actually succeeded. Heaven-shaking cheers came from the experts of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. On the other side, Peng Wanchen and the other experts of the Xuanhuan beasts were badly shocked. However, Peng Wanchen suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, excellent, you came at the perfect time. You haven't even undergone your tribulations, yet you dared to come. Then today, the brilliance of the Dragonblood Legion and the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race can die here. Peng Wanchen's initial shock quickly turned to excitement. In his eyes, Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion had yet to become Nether Passage experts. They had basically thrown themselves into their net. Then we'll see if you have that ability, Long Chen suddenly sneered. He charged forward into their midst. Long Chen, do you think you're still unrivaled? You're just a piece of trash now. A spotted tiger unleashed a powerful claw at him. His manifestation rumbled behind him. He was an Empyrean who had awakened his manifestation and had now advanced into the Nether Passage realm. Xuanhuan beasts that successfully advanced to the Nether Passage realm had their bodies grow stronger, and their bloodline divine abilities took another step forward. Long Chen didn't directly receive this attack. Lightning wings appeared on his back, and he turned into a streak of light, narrowly avoiding the claw. The tiger roared angrily and opened his mouth. Terrifying ripples began to form. However, before he could unleash his next attack, a transparent crescent moon blade stabbed through his jaw and came out of the top of his head. His giant body shuddered and then fell to the ground. He didn't move again. He was killed by a tiny crescent moon blade. He, big sister Leng Yuan is great. I really love her. Tang Wan'er was smiling excitedly. The crescent moon blade came flying back to her. She had just killed a nether passage Empyrean with an awakened manifestation in just one easy blow. Endless falling wood, earth and thorns pieced the sky. Chu Yao waved her staff. The earth exploded and countless wooden staves flew out. Chu Yao felt like the entire earth's life energy was hers to command. She felt unlimited power. As the wooden staves flew through the air, the Xuanhuan beasts that were pouncing upon Long Chen were forced back. They let out miserable cries when those staves pierced their bodies. Chu Yao's attack range encompassed the entire battlefield. Twisting wooden staves covered everything, forming a giant defensive domain. Everyone was amazed by Chu Yao's range. In the past, Chu Yao had also been skilled in wide area attacks, but due to how widely spread her attacks were, they were lacking sharpness and unable to pose a fatal threat to true experts. Most of the time, they would be able to dodge or flee. However, with the wooden staff, Chu Yao's wood spirit energy had become more vigorous. Even the earth was supporting her, giving her attacks an extra sharpness. They struck like lightning. Even Chu Yao herself was shocked. The staff that Leng Yuan had given her was a priceless treasure. Boom! Just at this moment, Long Chen unleashed his own powerful attack. His divine ring had appeared behind him, and dragon scales were covering his body. However, dozens of the Xuanhuan beasts, awakened Empyreans, joined forces to stop him. He was unable to get past them. Haha, Long Chen, do you think everyone is still stuck in the life star realm? You're no different than trash right now. Do you really think you can charge in and kill me? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Peng Wanchen sneered from behind those experts. He clasped his hands behind him, seemingly having no intention of fighting. So what if Long Chen was powerful? There were over 100 of the Xuanhuan beasts, young geniuses who had awakened their manifestations here. Even if Long Chen could fight 10, could he fight 100? Although Chu Yao and Tang Wan'er's attacks had been surprising, they were just some minor surprises. They were unable to change the entire board. By charging into their midst in Peng Wanchen's eyes, Long Chen had trapped himself. He couldn't escape his palm. Hence, Peng Wanchen felt no fear. You're wrong. I didn't come to kill you but to smash your spine apart. Killing intent raged in Long Chen's eyes, and a certain object appeared in his hand. With a powerful toss, it became a ray of light smashing through their midst. Chapter 23:01 Going in Advance. Translator Born to Be. That object was a bronze plaque with a monster's head carved into it, and there was a brass ring through its nose. It was the door knocker that Long Chen had taken from the gates of hell. The door knocker flew out of Long Chen's hand. It rapidly grew larger and the void rumbled. Death chi filled the air. Without being able to sense the danger, the Xuanhuan beast experts were blown apart by the mountain-sized bronze plaque. This treasure, which came from the netherworld, was something that awakened Empyreans who had stepped into the nether passage realm didn't have the slightest ability to resist. In that instant, Peng Wanchen went from someone confident that victory was within his grasp to shocked and then horrified. He hastily retreated but was still struck. He vomited blood and flew back. Due to his greater experience and speed, he managed to escape death. However, a large hand grabbed his shoulder in a vice-like grip. Peng Wanchen turned in horror but didn't even get a chance to look before a foot stamped into his back. Just as the foot landed, another hand grabbed his ankle, picking him up. With a hand on Peng Wanchen's shoulder and another on his ankle, a malevolent expression appeared on Long Chen's face. Let's see just how tough the spines of the Peng race are. Pulling hard while pressing with his left foot, a cracking sound rang out through the air. Long Chen forcibly split Peng Wanchen in half, forcing out a mournful wail from him. At the same time, Long Chen unleashed his own power throughout Peng Wanchen's body, provoking his nerves to feel dozens of times the pain. Peng Wanchen almost fainted. The remaining experts of the Xuanhuan beasts were horrified. They had only seen a ray of light tear through their midst that killed anyone it touched, and then Peng Wanchen had landed in Long Chen's hands. They hadn't even seen what that attack was. Peng Wanchen was now in Long Chen's hands. They didn't dare to make a rash move. The army of the Xuanhuan beasts gathered up, looking at each other in dumbfounded silence. They didn't know what to do. Long Chen released Peng Wanchen, or one of them started to threaten him. Long Chen suddenly twisted Peng Wanchen. It looked like his entire skeleton was being broken. Ah, Peng Wanchen screamed. His voice was chilling. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly, said Long Chen. That expert's expression grew ugly. Now it was troublesome. Peng Wanchen was the largest figure of the Xuanhuan beasts other than their leader, Peng Wanli. Having him be tormented in front of everyone was trampling over the dignity of the Xuanhuan beasts. However, Peng Wanchen had truly been conceited. He should have immediately unleashed his full power as soon as he had seen Long Chen. He should have summoned his true form. Unfortunately for him, he had been too confident in victory. He had viewed Long Chen as insignificant. That act had been intentional by him to provoke Long Chen and bait him into charging into their midst so that they could kill him. In that situation, the only thing he had been worried about was Long Chen fleeing, so he had provoked him. At the very least, it could be said that his plan had worked very well. He had succeeded in drawing Long Chen over. Long Chen had taken his bait, but he hadn't taken the hook. The hook hadn't been sharp enough and had instead been smashed to pieces. It's been a long time. The Xuanhuan beasts have gotten quite brave. Good, it just so happens that I was wondering where to go. Since you're so enthusiastic, I won't stand on courtesy. Icy killing intent continued to rage in Long Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a flying boat tore through the void. A giant saber image crashed down from it, slashing toward the Xuanhuan beasts. At the same time, an imposing and ominous voice rang out. Bastards of the Xuanhuan beasts, if I don't smash you to pieces today, I'll write my name backward. This attack came so quickly that it seemed to surpass the limits of spacetime. From the moment the saber image appeared to when it landed, there was almost no delay at all. The Xuanhuan beasts did their best to defend, but the saber image wiped out everything it touched. This saber image had contained the attacker's determination and fury. It was an attack that could not be stopped whether you ascended to the heavens or fled to hell. The majority of the Xuanhuan beasts had been wiped out. The survivors were so terrified that they fled for their lives. Where do you think you're running? Today, I'll be hunting you all down to your headquarters. The void split open, revealing the old man. He held the heaven-splitting blade. Killing intent surged out of him. When the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race had been attacked, their alarms hadn't gone off. However, Li Tianxuan had still sensed something wrong. Using the reincarnation mirror, he took a look. Even then, everything had apparently been normal. But after watching for a while, he started to get a bad feeling. The reason for that was because the fluctuations of the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's grand formation were locked to the same frequency no matter how long he watched. That wasn't normal. He then quickly realized that someone had set up a larger formation to cover up what was going on inside. The next obvious conclusion was that the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was being attacked. Following that, a quick investigation revealed that someone had stealthily cut off their connection with the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race's transportation formations. Everything had clearly been planned. Li Tianxuan didn't hesitate any longer upon learning that. He immediately alerted Jianying and the old man, moving at top speed to help the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. The old man had the worst temper and had ended up in quite a few conflicts with the Xuanhuan beasts during this time. Being in collusion with the other large powers, with even the divine family secretly supporting them, the Xuanhuan beasts had infuriated him. Then Li Tianxuan had told him that the Xuanhuan beasts were attacking the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, which Long Chen had asked him to look after before going into seclusion. If something happened to the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, how could he explain it to Long Chen? So upon seeing these Xuanhuan beasts, he had directly unleashed a furious blow. The old man could not be held back, not even by himself. He had already decided that no matter what, he was going to slaughter the Xuanhuan beasts. Even if Jianying got in his way, it wouldn't matter. It was only after unleashing his attack that he realized Long Chen was there as well. Long Chen, you're back. The old man's anger vanished, replaced with delight. The old man and the others were quite emotional upon seeing them. The Dragonblood Legion had been missing for 3 extra months, and knowing how big Long Chen's guts were, they were vaguely aware that Long Chen had brought the entire Dragonblood Legion to attack the Nether Passage realm together. He had been looking for a way for everyone to pass. That was a path where they all lived or they all died. But the chances of living were far too remote. So when he and the rest of the Dragonblood Legion didn't return, they could only come to accept this cruel reality. Their relief upon seeing him even temporarily blew away their anger at the Xuan beasts for this attack. Long Chen was also emotional upon seeing their reaction. For even an iron-hearted man like the old man to react like this showed how dear he was to them. Jianying and Li Tianxuan sighed in relief upon seeing him. A heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Sorry for worrying you, old man. I heard that the Xuan beasts are getting very arrogant. Are you interested in us two men doing something big? Shouted Long Chen. Ha ha ha, of course I'm interested. Don't worry, whatever calamity you provoke, I'll support you, declared the old man. All right then, good. Long Chen suddenly pulled. Peng Wanchen let out a shriek as Long Chen twisted him into two loops, completely deforming him and his skeleton. Peng Wanchen exploded. His soul was unable to bear the torment any longer, and he self-detonated. He splattered Long Chen with blood. Tossing half a leg to the ground, Long Chen shouted, "Old man, Alliance Head, Xuan Master and the other seniors, just help me lock down their paths of retreat. Today, not one of the Xuan beasts that came here is allowed to leave. Brothers of the Dragonblood Legion, warriors of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, kill them all. Kill." I see voices rang out in unison, all demanding blood. The Dragonblood warriors, as well as the experts of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, charged out. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yizhikyu, Liu Ruyan and Dong Minju all went all out. The most berserk one was Cloud as she charged through the Xuan beasts. Even facing powerful Xuan beasts in the Nether Passage realm, Cloud showed off her savage side, utilizing her devouring divine ability to swallow them. Kill. The old man also shot after the survivors, his heaven-splitting blade wiping out masses of them. At this moment, it was possible to see just how powerful the old man was. The heaven-splitting blade had a river of starlight flowing on top of it, and none of the Xuan beasts could stop him. There was nowhere for the Xuan beasts to run. The Martial Heaven Alliance's experts had completely surrounded them. As for the Dragonblood warriors, it wasn't easy for them to slaughter Nether Passage experts, but by joining forces, they were able to do it. That was the result of the difference in realms. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the Xuan beasts had been annihilated. Long Chen announced, "Alliance Head, summon the Righteous Path's disciples who are inside the yin-yang world. We'll meet at the Kunpeng race's ancestral lands. We're going to go first." Long Chen had Cloud bring the Dragonblood warriors speeding away. They're going too. Jianying suddenly thought of a shocking possibility. Chapter 2302, A Big Gift. Translator Born to Be. The Peng race's ancestral lands were between the western Xuan region and the northern Xuan region. It was adjacent to the Martial Heaven Sea Ring, as the Peng race liked to live next to water. They were different from the other races. The Kunpeng was the original ancestor of the Peng race. Then there were the Azure Peng, Spirit Peng, Sea Peng, Cloud Peng, and even the most famous Golden Wing Great Peng. They were all descendants of the original Kunpeng. The Kunpeng was legendary for transforming from a Kun to a Peng, just like how the dragon race transformed from a serpent into a python, into a drake, and then into a dragon. It was said that whether it was the Kunpeng or the dragon, this kind of transformation was in defiance of the heavens. The heavenly Taos did not permit it, so they would go all out to destroy them. Whether it was the Kunpeng or the dragon, in this world, their existence was a thing of the past. Any historical records about them were so distant that it was impossible to trace them back to their roots. Aside from legends and stories, there were no official records of a Kun transforming into a Peng, or a serpent becoming a dragon. That was why these transformations were normally used as stories to encourage and motivate people, making them feel like even a serpent could one day become a dragon if they worked hard enough. Even a fish could one day become a soaring Peng, breaking free of the restrictions of heaven and earth. Of course, most people felt that these were just fabricated motivational stories. A fish was a fish. A serpent was a serpent. No matter how hard they worked, they would just become a bigger fish or a bigger serpent. Those stories existed only to make someone believe their own lies. However, the Peng race had its own sayings. According to them, the only ones capable of this transformation were the Kunpeng race. However, in their ideologies, only the original ancestor could be called the Kunpeng. The original ancestor was an existence that had transformed from a Kun into a Peng. Only it was qualified to be called a Kunpeng. For a Kun to transform into a Peng required undergoing countless tribulations against the heavenly Taos. To not be destroyed even after 10,000 tribulations was what transformed the Kun into the Peng. However, on the martial heaven continent, there was no such thing as a Kun race, so it was impossible to give birth to a true Kun Peng. In the past, the Kun Peng race had given birth to their greatest genius of their history. That genius had awakened a trace of the ancient Kun Peng's bloodline, becoming the Kun Peng race's strongest expert. He was the Peng Emperor, the Peng race's greatest expert who had once fought against a sovereign of the human race. At this moment, on the border to the sea, there was a glorious statue of the Peng Emperor with a giant sacrificial altar built around it. The towering statue was made of brilliant gold, emitting a majestic pressure. The Peng Emperor's statue was not just a symbol of the Kun Peng race, but it was also a symbol of the entire Xuanhuan beast race. After the Chi Flow eruption, the Peng Emperor's sacrificial ceremony was carried out. It was said that the Peng Emperors will have awakened and blessed the entire Xuanhuan beast race with karmic luck, allowing them to grow even stronger. The Kun Peng race's disciples were quickly awakening their bloodlines. In advancing to the Nether Passage realm, the geniuses of the Xuanhuan beasts had been blessed by the Peng Emperor's will. This great blessing had resulted in 80% of the Peng race's disciples successfully advancing to the 12th rank. As for the other races of the Xuanhuan beasts, they mostly maintained a 50-50 pass rate. As a result, the Kun Peng race had grown even stronger. On the other side of the Peng Emperor's statue, there was a giant palace. Peng Wanli was seated within. Below him were the various leaders of the Xuanhuan beasts. Even Long Zhongkang of the ancient races was present. They were all smiling, as if they were awaiting good news. Reporting to the race leader, something major has occurred with the operation. Master Wanchen his. Just at this moment, one of the Peng race's experts came flying in, terrified. Peng Wanli had originally been meditating, but his eyes flew open upon hearing something had happened to Peng Wanchen. What happened? Master Wanchen, his soul stone, it shattered. Impossible, all the experts let out startled cries. Peng Wanchen was someone whose seniority in the Kun Peng race was second only to Peng Wanli. He had already touched the border of the Samsara realm. Based on their estimates, he would be able to enter the 4th step of the Nether Passage realm within the next few years. Peng Wanchen had led a portion of their elites in a sneak attack against the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Hence, these experts were waiting for him to return in triumph. However, what had awaited them instead was this grievous news. The soul stone was linked to the true body soul. When the true body died, the soul stone shattered. It's not just Master Wanchen's soul stone. All the soul stones of the experts who attacked the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race shattered, cried out that disciple. They all shattered. How is that possible? How could all of them be killed instantly, and why did you only report it now? Roared Peng Wanli, his gaze as sharp as blades. That disciple shuddered in terror. He was in charge of the soul stone depository. However, for good or bad, he had a group that he was in command of. He hadn't personally witnessed it. His 2 subordinates had been left to keep watch. As a result, those 2 had ended up drinking too much. The sound of a soul stone shattering hadn't been loud enough to wake them up from their drunken stupor. Later on, when more of them shattered all at once like firecrackers, they finally woke up. However, when they woke from their dreams, they found themselves in a nightmare. Frightened out of their wits, they had reported it to him. When their leader saw the shattered soul stones belonged to the ones who had attacked the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race, he had immediately gone to report to his higher-ups. However, with Peng Wanli glaring at him like this, he was completely terrified. In front of Peng Wanli, he didn't even have the courage to lie. Die, Peng Wanli roared furiously. With a pointing of his finger, that disciple was exterminated. In that instant, he learned what had happened in the soul stone depository. Damn it all, how could this happen? Didn't they say that the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race was cut off from any powerful reinforcements? It's impossible for them to have drawn over any significant help. Did Pill Valley con us? Demanded Long Zhongkang. This operation was a secret one, with very few people knowing about it. Even amongst the Xuanhuan beasts, only a few core experts knew of it. After all, this type of affair couldn't be stated openly. Although everyone would know who had done it, as long as the Xuanhuan beasts refused to admit it, there would be no direct proof. Who could do anything to them? Even the divine families wouldn't be able to pursue it. Let's go take a look at the cloud-chasing, heaven-swallowing sparrow race. We'll see who was so brazen as to kill the people of the Xuanhuan beasts. Peng Wanli stood, killing intent surging out of him. Race leader, we cannot. The heavenly divine writ has been extended. If we went over, it would be admitting that we launched the sneak attack despite it. said one of the Xuanhuan beasts. The heavenly divine writ had originally been for half a year, but a month ago, the divine families had announced that it was being extended for another 3 months. With the conflicts between the Martial Heaven Alliance and the others, the divine families had no choice but to extend the ceasefire. It was impossible to tell what was happening inside the yin-yang world, so if the Martial Heaven continent threw itself into chaos, it would be a huge joke. If Peng Wanli charged over to the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, that would be publicly going against the heavenly divine writ, which would be going against the divine families. However, if they didn't go, they wouldn't even know who killed their people. How could they accept that? Peng Wanli, Long Chen have come. Shouldn't you get the fuck out and kowtow in greeting? Just at this moment, a powerful voice resounded through the palace. It was like the roar of a god, causing heaven and earth to rumble. Peng Wanli's expression instantly changed. He realized what had happened. Suddenly, the Peng race's ancestral land shook. The earth was torn apart, with countless buildings collapsing. Peng Wanli and the others flew out of the palace, only to see a black-robed figure standing atop the Peng Emperor's statue. His hair and robes billowed around him as his killing intent raged. Long Chen, Peng Wanli's pupils shrank. Long Chen stamped a foot on the Peng Emperor's statue. His goal had been to destroy the head, but he found that rather than destroying the statue, it was his own foot that was almost injured. There was some kind of boundless energy within the statue. Long Chen, you dare to blaspheme the Peng Emperor. Get the hell down, shouted the other experts of the Kun Peng race. Who cares about the Peng Emperor? Is he worth me blaspheming? You've overestimated the worth of the Xuanhuan beasts, sneered Long Chen. The statue of the Peng Emperor depicted a Kun Peng spreading its wings, its head raised toward the heavens as if it wished to charge through them. Killing intent and rage filled Long Chen. If it weren't for Meng Qi and the other women, he really would want to pee all over the Peng Emperor's head with his brothers. Thinking of the corpses of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race, he was overwhelmed by his urge to kill the Xuanhuan beasts. If he didn't kill them all, those warriors of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Long Chen, tell me, were you the one who killed our people? Demanded Peng Wanli. At the same time, he gave a stealthy order to activate the Grand Formation. No, answered Long Chen. If it wasn't you, then who was it? I didn't kill people. I only killed a pack of animals, was Long Chen's cold reply. Long Chen, you've gone against the heavenly divine writ, and now you wish to publicly provoke the Xuanhuan beasts. You want to start a war amongst the martial heaven continent. Just what are you intending? Idiot, your stall tactics are childish in my eyes. Did you think your formation would be able to kill me here? Keep fucking dreaming. Just at this moment, the dragon blood warriors that had been concealed in their own formation came out from behind the statue of the Peng Emperor. All of their auras were fluctuating intensely. They had reached the limit of their current realm. Not good. Seeing their current state, Peng Wanli and the other experts' expressions changed. Peng Wanli, I've received your gift. Now I'll send you a bigger one. One aura after another exploded past its limits. The sunny sky instantly turned dark. An aura of annihilation filled the air. Chapter 2303 Too Young, Too Immature. Translator Born to Be. The void exploded, unleashing waves of heavenly pressure. The Dragonblood warriors had broken the final barrier to summon their heavenly tribulations. After passing, they would be true nether passage experts in control of life and death energy. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, the Xuanhuan beasts completely panicked. They retreated. When the heavenly tribulation descended, if they were within its scope, it would be viewed as a disturbance by the heavenly tribulation, so they would also be attacked. The Dragonblood Legion was undergoing a collective tribulation. Hence, the heavenly might condensing in the sky was awe-inspiring and horrifying at the same time. Long Chen, you dare to undergo tribulation in my Peng race's ancestral lands. Is this a declaration of war against the Xuanhuan beasts? Shouted Peng Wanli. He was also shocked that Long Chen would dare to do such a thing. Long Chen sneered. There is nothing in this world that I don't dare to do. Long Chen, you've gone against the heavenly divine writ. You're ignoring the prestige of the divine families and are causing the continent to descend into anarchy. You will be hunted down and slaughtered by the divine families, shouted Long Zhongkang. Great leader of the ancient races, I've known you for many years, but I have yet to see your abilities aside from eating dog/tea. You want to use the heavenly divine writ to threaten me. Well, I'm not threatened. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I'll endure a little. If they offend me some more, I'll pull them up by the roots. Since the Kunpeng race is the leader of the Xuanhuan beasts, do you think you're badass enough to do anything you want? All right, then Long Chen, will make the Kunpeng race pay the appropriate price for your foolishness. Long Chen's voice resounded even through the thunder. Lightning poured down from the sky. The lightning crashed down like giant shooting stars, blowing apart the ancestral lands of the Kunpeng race. Activate the grand formation to block the lightning, shouted Peng Wanli. A translucent barrier appeared over the ancestral lands. Only the Peng Emperor's statue was left outside. Lightning crashing down slid away from the barrier. Long Junking sneered. Long Chen, do you think everyone else is stupid? After you used Heavenly Tribulation to destroy Heavenly Fate Island and the Xuan Beast headquarters, did you think that we wouldn't set up defenses? This grand formation was set up by a formation grandmaster of the Ancient Family Alliance, and it is able to screen off the power of Heavenly Tribulation. To try using the same trick twice only indicates that you're a child. Long Chen, you and your Dragonblood Legion are all fools. Did you really think such a little ploy could threaten us? Shouted one of the Peng race's experts protected by the grand formation. What, don't like it? Then come at me. He wants to bait you in. Once you get closer to the formation, its killing mechanisms will activate, said Xia Chen. Too childish, too immature. Long Chen shook his head disdainfully at the arrogant expert of the Peng race. Long Chen, you aren't even a man. If you were a man, you'd come to challenge me in a one-against-one. Since you're not a man, bring me your women. I'll treat them properly. The Peng race's expert's mocking suddenly took on a lecherous tone, causing Long Chen's expression to sink. Since you want to die so badly, fine. Long Chen suddenly slashed his saber. The tribulation clouds in the sky were cut in half. The void exploded as the rage of the heavens descended. Long Chen's attack had provoked the heavenly tribulation to a new level. Gigantic lightning swords pierced down toward the earth. The lightning instantly grew several times stronger. Even the Dragonblood warriors clenched their teeth from the pain. The rate at which they were progressing through the tribulation was too quick, unlike past tribulations where they always had time to adjust to new levels. The grand formation rumbled, but it still endured the lightning swords. There were no signs of it breaking. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you're trash. You don't even have the courage to come kill me, yet you claim to be a peerless expert. You claim the Dragonblood Legion to be #1. You should just call yourselves the Turtle Legion since you're all cowards. The expert within the barrier grew even more arrogant. Long Chen's expression didn't change, while the Dragonblood warriors simply looked at that expert coldly. However, there seemed to be a trace of ridicule in their eyes, as well as the slightest trace of pity. Xia Chen took out a small formation disc and tossed it out. The formation disc landed on the grand formation and exploded. However, the grand formation remained unaffected. The experts inside the barrier became even more pleased. Their curses and taunts grew even more unbearable. Just as those taunts rang out, on the spot where the formation disc had exploded, a single rune slowly lit up. That rune had been branded onto the grand formation. Cracks spread throughout the grand formation, reaching every corner of it. The experts inside it instantly shut their mouths, growing uneasy. However, their arrogance quickly returned, because the rune that had caused the cracks now faded away. Boss, their crimes are unforgivable. They did this to themselves, so they can't blame anyone else. Xia Chen shook his head and sighed. Long Chen nodded. A slightly complicated expression appeared deep within his eyes. Was a person's foolishness really without limit? At this moment, cracking sounds rang throughout the formation. The cursing from the Peng race's experts quieted. What's going on? Investigate it. Everything about the formation is running normally. The runes are all intact, and there are no problems with the 360 formation discs. More and more cracks appeared, growing thicker and thicker. Then how is this happening? Did he really? Some of them looked at Xia Chen with horror. Xia Chen was looking back at them expressionlessly. That look gave them chills. They were naturally aware that Xia Chen was a formation master, but the person that they had invited to set up this formation had claimed himself to be a grandmaster amongst grandmasters, someone unrivaled on the path of formations. At that time, he had sworn that this formation of his could not be broken by Xia Chen, even if the latter was given 10 years. The Kunpeng race had also appraised the formation and truly found it to be powerful. If its full power was unleashed, then a fourth-step nether passage expert could be killed if caught off guard. That was why they were so confident in this formation. After all, They had set it up specifically to prevent Long Chen from causing destruction if he underwent his tribulation here. However, the reality they were seeing flabbergasted them. Xia Chen had simply tossed out a formation disk and done nothing else. They were unable to even find what the problem was, but the formation was breaking. The formation began to totter, and the giant lightning swords continued to strike it. The buildings within the barrier were trembling. Quick run, this place won't last much longer. The experts inside fled in a panic. They rushed toward the giant transportation formation at the center. Countless experts also came flying out of the buildings. They had felt that this place was the safest since it was protected by the formation. Inside it, not only could they witness the lightning tribulation up close, but they would also be able to see Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion die. When the people outside had been cursing him, they had joined in as well. Another reason they stayed behind was to show Long Chen that the Kunpeng race felt him to be beneath them. It was to antagonize him into coming closer and being instantly killed by the formation. However, Long Chen hadn't fallen for it. Instead, Xia Chen had made a single move to ruin everything. "The transportation formation isn't working," shouted one of the Peng race's disciples. "The underground transportation formation is also not working." "How can that be? They're separate from the protective formation." The experts in charge of the formations roared furiously. They had no idea what was going on. Seeing the cracks in the formation growing ever larger and more numerous, they were filled with horror and despair. "Race leader, save us," pleas began to ring out toward Peng Wanli. Peng Wanli and the others were also panicking. The Peng race's territory was protected by 3 main formations and 7 secondary formations. They were set up to prevent worst-case scenarios, to handle anything that could possibly happen. They had left a portion of their people behind as bait for Long Chen, but now that the formation was being broken, Peng Wanli was also afraid. Although the ones inside the formation were not their elites, they were half their members. The Kunpeng race didn't have that many members. If half of them died, it would definitely cause a big problem for their future reproduction. "Long Chen, release my people or I, Kunpengzi, will slaughter everyone beside you." Just at this moment, a voice full of killing intent rang out. A large group rushed over. Chapter 23, 04 Who Cares About You? Translator, born to be. Kunpengzi was rushing over with an army of hundreds of thousands of Xuanhuan beasts. This giant army's furious killing intent could be sensed even before they arrived. Kunpengzi had led the Xuanhuan beasts' junior generation over. However, the others also came, including those from Pill Valley, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Corrupt Path, the Ancient Races, and the Ancient Family Alliance. These people had all rushed from their campaign against the Blood Race when they had heard that Long Chen was assaulting the Kunpeng race. All the experts from there had rushed over. Now, only the 7th Heavenly Dragon Legion remained to guard the entrance to the Yin-Yang world. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is still alive. Every warrior of the Dragonblood Legion is here. They all survived. Haha, with senior apprentice brother Long Chen back, we don't need to keep getting pissed off by those idiots. The Martial Heaven Alliance's warriors clenched their fists excitedly upon seeing Long Chen standing on the statue of the Peng Emperor, immersed in lightning along with the Dragonblood warriors. Yi Lingshan also grew emotional upon seeing that familiar figure. These days had been hard on her, and someone she could rely on had finally appeared. "I told you, right? Bad people don't die so easily. That fellow has already reached an unparalleled realm in that regard, so he couldn't possibly die." Beideng Rushwang smiled and stretched her waist with a pleased expression, revealing her curves. Beside her, Nangong Zuyu also smiled. Long Chen's return was a great thing for them. After all, they were allies. Nangong Zuyu and Beideng Rushwang had both chosen to stand beside the Martial Heaven Alliance. As for their respective families, they had not stated anything explicitly and were still watching. Other than the Nangong and Beideng families, another powerful figure stood beside the Martial Heaven Alliance. That was the Zither Fairy, Ziyan. The elusive music immortal palace had also not expressed its attitude, neither going against nor supporting Ziyan's decision. Other than Ziyan, their disciples all remained neutral. Ziyan also sighed in relief upon seeing Long Chen's return. She had been worried with him being gone for so long. The Pill Fairy remained expressionless. Some faint fluctuations appeared deep within her eyes, but that was all. Her aura had grown even more reserved and profound. God energy surged within her, making her seem impenetrable. Tianzizi was wrapped in black runes. The evil air around him had grown noticeably denser, to the point that even the other disciples of the corrupt path didn't dare to get close to him. The Pill Fairy, Tianzizi, and Kun Pengzi had all arrived flying on their own. Only one person came in a resplendent and extravagant carriage. This person was the one who had awakened a double manifestation, the strongest expert of the ancient family alliance, Dai Feng. Dai Feng wore golden imperial robes with a golden crown on his head and a golden belt around his waist. Lavishness radiated out of him. He looked like an emperor out for a stroll. Ever since Dai Feng had awakened a double manifestation, he had grown more arrogant. Although he wasn't a divine daughter or divine son, he seemed to find even them insignificant. In fact, he had actually chased Dongfeng Yuyang from the yin-yang world, injuring him in one blow. Due to some issues, Dai Feng had almost started fighting Kun Pengzi. If it hadn't been for a warning from the divine families, they really would have started fighting. Dai Feng had clearly become overbearing. He had been suppressed and endured so much over the years that this sudden release made him uncontrollable. Standing on top of his carriage, Dai Feng looked coldly at Long Chen. With his arms clasped behind him, his mouth gradually curled into a look of contempt. As for Dongfeng Yuyang, he had declined to the point that he was standing amongst the crowd, seemingly insignificant. Ximen Tianxing of the Ximen family, as well as Hu Feng of the heavenly gambling Dao, were all present. All the big faces of the various powers had come. The Martial Heaven Continent's senior and junior experts were all here because they knew that something big was about to go down today. The sound of thunder had reached them from far in the distance, and they had seen waves of berserk lightning falling from the heavens. Long Chen seemed intent on fighting the Kunpeng race to the death. By undergoing tribulation here, the foundation that the Kunpeng race had built and accumulated over countless years would be destroyed. This would lay down an undying enmity. There were also countless experts of the Xuanhuan beasts trapped within the barrier that was being pounded by the lightning. They couldn't escape. Everyone knew about how the Xuanhuan beasts had targeted the Martial Heaven Alliance during this time. The fact that the Xuanchen Dao sect's core disciple, Wang Zhen, had been killed by the Peng race's experts had almost resulted in a war between the two sides. Even though the divine families had settled things, the enmity could not be erased. Once such hatred ignited from the slightest spark, the resulting explosion could not be controlled. However, no one had expected it to come so quickly and be so violent. Kun Pengzi pointed his lightning halberd at Long Chen, killing intent surging within his eyes. "Kill the people beside me, let's see who kills who first," Long Chen sneered. Even at this time, Kun Pengzi continued to threaten him. "Save us, young master." The Xuan beasts trapped inside the formation shouted at Kun Pengzi, begging to be saved. If no one intervened, they would all be wiped out by the lightning when the formation broke. People like them weren't strong enough to endure this lightning. They would only be able to last a few seconds before dying, and that would not be enough time to escape. Kun Pengzi wished to save them, but he couldn't. If he, an outsider, went in, it would only cause the tribulation to grow more intense. Then the people inside would die even faster. There was no way he could save them all. "Long Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Leave the Kunpeng race's ancestral land, or I, Kun Pengzi, swear that I will kill everyone you care about and make you live a life worse than death." At this time, even the people from Pill Valley and the other powers knew just how stupid Kun Pengzi's threats were. Long Chen was famous for his temper and how he responded to threats. Kun Pengzi was just throwing oil on the fire. Was he trying to save his people or kill them? Even Peng Wanli had a bad feeling. After advancing to the Nether Passage realm, Kun Pengzi had grown even more arrogant, refusing to listen to anyone's advice, even his. As expected by everyone except Kun Pengzi, Long Chen suddenly smiled very sinisterly. He didn't reply, though. At this moment, the barrier looked to be on the verge of collapsing. It shuddered, making the experts inside wail with terror. In the face of death, their arrogance, their honor, wasn't worth a single copper coin. Some of them were even kneeling on the ground, begging Long Chen for leniency. That caused Peng Wanli and Kun Pengzi's expressions to change. They had an urge to kill those people that had lost the face of the Kunpeng race. Long Chen didn't move, not provoking the lightning further. He simply continued standing atop the statue of the Peng Emperor, watching those disciples cry. In his eyes, these people weren't worthy of pity. The same perverse and tyrannical blood flowed within their bodies. They enjoyed controlling other people's fates, believing others to be beneath them. The Peng race viewed not only the human race that way, but also the other Xuan beasts. They didn't just want to be the rulers of the Xuan beasts, they wished to be the rulers of all races. Before the tribulation had descended, Long Chen had given them time to run. If they had run at that time, they would be outside the heavenly tribulation now. Unfortunately, the ones who remained had ignored him, staying behind to antagonize him and bait him in. They couldn't blame him since they had chosen not to run. Long Chen, Kun Pengzi gnashed his teeth but didn't move. Unless he wanted all those people to die, he couldn't charge into the tribulation. Long Chen, as the representative of the divine families, I command you to immediately leave the Kun Peng race's ancestral land. Otherwise, you will be viewed as an enemy of the divine families. Just at this moment, a voice that Long Chen detested immensely rang out. A group of experts came rushing over. The Heavenly Dragon Legion. Yi Bencheng. The 7th Commander Yi Bencheng had come, while leading his 10,000 warriors. Do you think you are to represent the divine families? Even if you could represent them, so what? Not even a god could change what I've decided on. Who the fuck cares about you? Long Chen felt such hatred for Yi Bencheng that he saw red. Last time when he had snuck into the yin-yang world with Dong Minju, Yi Bencheng had ambushed them and almost taken his life. Do you realize just how insignificant your power is in front of the divine families? By going against them, you are dooming yourselves to death. Let me tell you, I really want to kill you, so don't give me an excuse to, shouted Yi Bencheng. If Long Chen still didn't leave, Yi Bencheng would have enough of a reason to use the divine family's power to kill him. Come, let me see just how much ability you really have. Long Chen continued not to make a move. Just at this moment, the grand formation shattered. The huge lightning swords mercilessly pierced toward the Xuan beasts within it. Chapter 23:05 Annihilating the Disciples of the Kun Peng Race. Translator Born to Be. The lightning swords were merciless. The experts that had been hiding in the barrier fled into the central palace. The palace was their last defense. It was just barely able to survive the assault of the lightning, but the resplendent palace was quickly starting to dim. The Kun Peng race's disciples were clutching at this final lifeline, but it wouldn't last much longer either. Other than the palace, the other buildings were destroyed in just a few seconds. Seeing that, Peng Wanli's eyes turned red. Many of those buildings were ancient constructions of incalculable value. They were symbols of the Kun Peng race's glory. Long Chen, don't force me to enter the heavenly tribulation and kill you, shouted Kun Pengzi. Kun Pengzi possessed a high affinity for lightning and was blessed with lightning divine abilities. Perhaps he really possessed the ability to charge into the lightning, but people were wondering why he would still be holding back if that was true. Why was he waiting for those disciples to die first? Force you? Long Chen sneered. Am I the one forcing you or are you the one forcing me? While I was away in the netherworld, you've gotten very arrogant. Long Chen could not contain his fury. The Kun Peng race, or perhaps most of the Xuan beast races, had giant egos. They only allowed themselves to bully others, but if the roles were reversed, the other side would be heinous. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to try arguing with them any longer. Long Chen, don't involve others. If you wish to, you can simply challenge me to a fight. By bullying these weak people, you aren't proving anything, shouted Kun Pengzi. Ha ha ha, Long Chen suddenly laughed. Even with the lightning and thunder, everyone heard the rage, contempt, and killing intent within his voice. To struggle and fight is inherent to the Tao. But then you should have come at me directly instead of targeting the people beside me. You were the ones who sneak-attacked the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race while I was attacking the Nether Passage realm. If I had returned one step later, the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race would have been wiped out. Now you want to spout such hypocritical words at me. Kun Pengzi, are you sure your head isn't full of sh**t? I'll tell you the truth. Today, I've decided to destroy the Kun Peng race's territory and use your blood as a tribute to the fallen warriors you killed. If anyone tries to stop me, well, they can just try. Long Chen, it seems that you really wish to die. No one can help you anymore. Yi Bencheng suppressed a smile. He was very satisfied with Long Chen's actions today. There's no need for you to help me. You should worry about yourself. Wash your neck because someone's saber is about to cut it off, responded Long Chen. Long Chen had long since had an urge to kill Yi Bencheng. The waters of the divine families were very deep. For some reason, Yi Bencheng had wanted to kill him from the start, but he had never found an appropriate excuse to do so. Last time he had tried to ambush Long Chen but had just narrowly missed out on killing him. This time, he had new hope. He finally had an above-board reason for executing him. Long Chen saw that clearly, but he was fearless. In the past, he hadn't been able to fight back because of the difference in realms. Now, though, he was about to be a nether passage expert. Boom! Yi Bencheng's expression sank, but before he could reply, more lightning swords crashed down. The palace finally exploded. Just at that moment, a figure charged through the lightning. A lightning halberd swung through the air at Long Chen. Evil Moon met Kun Pengzi's lightning halberd. Long Chen felt a powerful surge of energy that forced him back several steps. When he stabilized, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? This result stunned people. Long Chen was actually unable to receive a single blow from Kun Pengzi without being injured. However, when they thought about it, they realized that this was natural. Long Chen was currently undergoing his tribulation and was not a true nether passage expert yet. He couldn't control life and death energy. He was fighting Kun Pengzi across realms, so he was naturally at an immense disadvantage. The difference between two realms is immense. Long Chen could kill ordinary nether passage experts before, but against geniuses on the same level as him, a difference in realms is like a heavenly chasm, sighed someone. Even if their combat power had been even, Kun Pengzi had now advanced to the nether passage realm, while Long Chen was only in the great circle of life star. He might only be missing his tribulation, but there was an immense difference. Long Chen, I'll make sure you have a taste of every pain in the world before dying, shouted Kun Pengzi. However, he didn't charge at Long Chen but went for the disciples of the Kun Peng race down below instead. The void shuddered. A screen of lightning appeared out of Kun Pengzi's left hand, protecting those people. The lightning screen was unable to completely block the tribulation lightning, but it did block a portion of it. There was no way around that, as Kun Pengzi was forced to be careful within this tribulation. He couldn't show an explicit intent to defy the heavens, or it would draw even stronger lightning. Then there would be no way he could protect these disciples. Even with his protection, a portion of those disciples was unable to endure the tribulation and exploded. Only the stronger ones were able to endure. This was the collective tribulation of the Dragonblood warriors, and Long Chen had even attacked it to further antagonize it. Its power had reached a shocking level. Even the Dragonblood warriors found it taxing to endure it, let alone those ordinary disciples of the Kun Peng race. Those disciples died filled with despair, infuriating Kun Pengzi, but there was nothing he could do. He had to do his best to maintain a subtle balance. If he weakened his power, it would cause more disciples to die. If he went any stronger, the heavenly tribulation would view it as rebellion and strengthen the lightning. Then not one of these disciples would survive. Long Chen, you trash, you only know how to attack the innocent. Just wait, roared Kun Pengzi. He slowly moved the lightning screen, bringing these disciples away. Half the disciples inside had died, and more were dying with every passing moment. Kun Pengzi had to bring them away as soon as possible. However, all his moves inside the tribulation had to be careful, slowing him down and resulting in more deaths. In the distance, Kuei Yuju sneered, innocent. Why does that sound so laughable from the mouth of the Kun Peng race? The Kun Peng race and the Nine Heavens Phoenix race made up a ridiculous excuse to hunt down my cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race for countless years now. Do you know how many of our ancestors have died to your butcher's blade? Even babies weren't let off. You killed them with sinister smiles. Did you ever think that they were innocent? Although the history between the Kun Peng race and the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race was not well known by outsiders, the rise of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race had resulted in some of it coming to light. However, the Kun Peng race refused to admit to their story. Shut your slut mouth. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race is a traitor to the Xuanhuan beasts. You aren't qualified to talk, shouted Kun Pengzi. You're the one who should shut up, focus on your work. I should also get to work. Long Chen suddenly unleashed another attack at the tribulation clouds. The tribulation grew even more intense. Now, it wasn't just lightning swords but also lightning hammers, lightning spears, and lightning axes. All kinds of lightning divine weapons crashed down, filling the world with the aura of annihilation. With the lightning growing twice as berserk, Kun Pengzi's expression changed. Long Chen, you are courting death. No. Save us. I don't want to die. Long Chen didn't say anything back. The reply was the sounds of despair and bodies exploding. Heavenly tribulation was merciless. Kun Pengzi's lightning screen could block part of the lightning, but that portion was growing smaller and smaller. The disciples were unable to endure it any longer. Their cries right before death drove Kun Pengzi crazy, but there was nothing he could do. There was no pity on the faces of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race's experts. The enmity between them and the Kun Peng race was such that the two could not exist beneath the same sky. After being hunted for tens of thousands of years, the bones of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrows that had been killed by them were enough to fill the land of the central plains. The enmity and hatred between the two sides could only be washed away with blood and lives. As they watched the Kunpeng race's disciples die, they cheered excitedly, sating their desire for vengeance. The tens of thousands of Kunpeng race's experts that had originally been within the formation were now down to less than 8,000. Furthermore, those people were still continuing to die, unable to endure the lightning even with Kun Pengzi's help. However, it had to be said that Kun Pengzi was truly powerful. Lightning flowed out of him as he brought them out of the tribulation. Once they reached the outer edges, they would be saved. Long Chen and the others were at the core of the tribulation. If they wanted to charge over, they would be blocked by layers of lightning. They were helpless. When the Kunpeng race's experts were about to reach the outer region, they were down to less than 3,000 people. Long Chen, you cowardly bastard, you won't have a good death. Seeing that they were about to escape their predicament, the disciples began to curse at Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Do you know what despair is? It is seeing hope right in front of you and being unable to grasp it. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from inside Long Chen's body. It was like something had broken. Kun Pengzi's expression instantly changed. Chapter 23, 06 Lightning Spirit Body. Translator Born to Be. A cracking sound came from within Long Chen's body, and the tribulation clouds rumbled intensely. A terrifying pressure grew, as if a slumbering ancient beast had been awakened. The tribulation clouds suddenly spread far beyond their original scope. At the same time, the violet lightning changed color. There was now red, yellow, green, azure, and blue added onto the violet lightning, a total of 6 colors. Oh, it was just the Dragonblood warriors' tribulation before, while Long Chen was simply standing amongst them. Now Long Chen is also undergoing his tribulation. However, as soon as this person said that, he found that it didn't make sense. If someone interfered with someone else's tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would settle things with them first. He had already attacked the tribulation clouds more than once. How was it that his tribulation only descended now? Heavens, how could there be 6-color lightning? Isn't the highest level 5 colors? I've never heard of 6-color lightning. People had no time to consider the first question, because the 6-color lightning was far more shocking. 6-color lightning is clearly divine lightning based on this pressure. Why is Long Chen's tribulation so terrifying? Cried out an old expert of the human race. Back when the Pill Fairy, Tianzizi, Kun Pengzi, Dai Feng, and the other top geniuses underwent their tribulation, they locked down the surroundings and concealed themselves with a formation. But from a distance, it was possible to tell that the final level of the tribulation was 5-color divine lightning. However, that only appeared in the end. How could Long Chen's tribulation start with 6-color divine lightning? Just what kind of level will it reach in the end? Analyzed one person. The most inexplicable thing is that 5-color lightning represents the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. What does the 6-color lightning represent? The 6-color lightning flickering within the sky had surpassed everyone's understanding. Such a thing had never occurred even in stories and legends. Kun Pengzi's expression changed when he saw the 6-color lightning. He shouted, "Run!" There was no time for him to lead these people away. He dispersed his lightning screen, having them run for their lives. It would be up to who was lucky enough. Those disciples of the Kunpeng race fled for their lives. They had barely started when some of them were killed by the lightning. Although the 6-color lightning had yet to reach this region, they were still within the scope of the heavenly tribulation. Thousands of them fled. Some of them were disoriented by the lightning and ended up going backward. Either way, the lightning cut them down rapidly. In the end, only 80-some people managed to reach the edge of the tribulation. At the edge, the power of the lightning was weak enough that there was no threat to their lives. However, they didn't have a chance to relax. The 6-color lightning was extending from the core region to where they were. They continued to flee for their lives. Regretfully, they were too slow. The 6-color lightning got closer and closer. No! Those disciples' cries were drowned out by thunder and lightning. It wasn't even possible to see their bodies explode as they were enveloped by lightning. Within the 6-color lightning, their deaths didn't make the slightest sound. A sea of divine lightning which buries the sky. Is this the legendary lightning sea buries the heavens? Someone suddenly let out a startled cry as he recalled a certain legend. The area of the tribulation was filled with surging lightning. It wasn't even possible to see lightning falling from the sky. It was simply a violent sea of lightning engulfing the world. The Kunpeng race's ancestral lands had long since vanished. The only surviving building was the Peng Emperor's statue. It continued to remain standing even within the lightning. This lightning sea is practically a domain of death. This is no tribulation, this is heavenly punishment. It doesn't leave anyone a chance to live, cried Bao Buping. Even he felt that things were wrong. This lightning was filled with a will of annihilation, completely different from the previous lightning. There wasn't the slightest hope for life. The continent's experts, including Yi Bencheng, were all appalled. This terrifying heavenly tribulation was too shocking. Only Li Tianxuan remained calm. He sighed. As Long Chen grew, the signs that Long Chen was a heaven to fire grew clearer. Although he was calm, he was filled with worry for Long Chen. The ultimate fate of a heaven to fire was to die to the heavenly Taos. Would Long Chen be able to pass this tribulation? This was just the first wave. Kun Pengzi is still within the lightning. A startled cry rang out. Through the sea of lightning, they saw Kun Pengzi standing there, immersed in the lightning with a murderous expression. The sea of lightning raged and rumbling sounds rang out from the void. Long Chen continued to stand atop the Peng Emperor's statue, his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't even look at the wild lightning. Instead, he was indifferently looking at Kun Pengzi. Long Chen didn't care about the six-colored divine lightning. However, the Dragonblood warriors weren't quite able to endure it. The destructive power of the lightning was wrecking their bodies. Xuanhuan was the first to be unable to endure. He put on his armor. That wasn't him being lazy. He truly couldn't continue without it anymore and he would die. Chen was the second to be unable to endure. He put on his soft armor, blocking the lightning. The others still bitterly endured. The divine lightning cleansing their bodies was painful, but as Dragonblood warriors they endured. They had to endure. This was not just a cleansing of their physical bodies, but a tempering of their wills as well. Long Chen, you killed my people. Today, I'll kill every one of your people one by one. The cycle of karma will get you your comeuppance. Kun Pengzi suddenly began to walk through the lightning tribulation toward Long Chen. If your Kun Peng race believes in the cycle of karma, you shouldn't have done what you did at the start. Today is your comeuppance. Long Chen formed hand seals and a dragon roar rang out over the thunder. Lei Long appeared, circling in the air. At the same time, the void split open, creating a giant lightning channel. That lightning channel linked to a different world. A new sea of lightning burst out of it, creating a new lightning domain within the tribulation. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you finally have the conscience to send me a big gift. From the other world, the Silver Drake King's wild laughter rang out. This surging divine lightning was entering its domain. That was a great surprise to it. You've helped me out many times now. Did you think that I would forget? Long Chen smiled slightly. He then turned to Gu Yang and the others. You can absorb the lightning domain's lightning. Long Chen knew that his tribulation was too powerful, as it contained the world's will of annihilation. This lightning would harm their foundations, and that was why he didn't normally undergo his tribulations with them. The lightning from the lightning domain would erase the will of the tribulation lightning when it passed through, weakening its harmful nature. The Dragonblood warriors could absorb it then. If they were still unable to do so, then the Silver Drake King would help them. Gu Yang and the others entered the lightning domain and vanished. Within the giant sea of lightning, the only ones remaining were Long Chen and Kun Pengzi. Did you think hiding them in a turtle shell would make them safe? Kun Pengzi sneered and suddenly also charged into the lightning channel. Long Chen didn't stop him. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Fuck off. Kun Pengzi had just charged in when the Silver Drake King's roar rang out from inside. Following that, Kun Pengzi flew out like a shooting star, hacking up blood. Kun Pengzi flew so far that he escaped the tribulation's range and even continued beyond that, disappearing over the horizon. For a moment, people could only stare in dumbfounded silence. Just what had happened for someone as powerful as Kun Pengzi to be tossed out like trash? After a moment, Kun Pengzi came flying back furious. He was still covered in bloodstains. Just now, he had met a giant claw that sent him flying. He had known about the Silver Drake King's power before, but after advancing to the Nether Passage realm, he had been confident in fighting against it. Even if he couldn't beat it, he wouldn't lose. However, he found that the Silver Drake King's power far surpassed his expectations. Just one blow had sent him flying. When Kun Pengzi came flying back, Long Chen gestured to him, welcoming him to keep trying. He wouldn't stop him. Long Chen knew that the Silver Drake King was the ruler of that domain. That was its territory, and it was king. Without the restrictions of the martial heaven continent's laws, it could unleash its full power. His contemptuous look made Kun Pengzi's expression sink. When Long Chen gestured again as if telling him to hurry up, he grew even more infuriated. He had guessed the reason behind the Drake King's power based on the clues, but he had declared that he would kill everyone in the Dragonblood Legion. Now he was caught in an extremely embarrassing state. His promise ended up becoming a slap to his own face. As expected of a coward, you only know how to rely on outside power. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first before taking your head with me to kill the others. Kun Pengzi switched targets, unleashing a powerful attack straight at Long Chen. Lightning wings spread on Long Chen's wings. He avoided Kun Pengzi's attack and indifferently said, "Since you're in such a rush to kill me, I'll give you your chance. I'll quicken the pace of the heavenly tribulation so that you don't need to have any doubt over the result." Long Chen suddenly charged into the sky and repeatedly swung Evil Moon, tearing through the tribulation clouds 9 times in total. Chapter 23, 076 Tao Divine Lightning. Translator Born to Be. The world became silent like time was standing still. Everyone saw a giant hole in the tribulation clouds. It was like a gaping maw facing the world below. "What is Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen doing?" cried a disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance. "Wasn't constantly attacking the tribulation asking to be killed?" Everyone stared in shock. Long Chen actually dared to be so arrogant during his Nether Passage tribulation. Due to how powerful Nether Passage experts were, they were easily sensed by the heavenly Taos, and their lightning tribulation would be even more dangerous. That was why Nether Passage experts were especially obedient during their tribulations. They didn't dare to show any disrespect to the heavenly Taos for fear that the heavenly tribulation would become heavenly punishment. The tribulation clouds remained in their pure state for 3 breaths' time. After that, an invisible heavenly might gathered. Suddenly, lightning blasted out of the hole that Long Chen had created. A terrifying lightning net weaved itself into existence there. The pressure of the tribulation grew and the ground began to sink. In the distance, the martial heaven sea ring raged like it was boiling. The earth quaked and the sea raged. This was a sign of the apocalypse. The experts watching hastily fled to an even greater distance. The heavenly Taos had been enraged by Long Chen and would unleash their full fury. If they didn't get further away, they might easily be killed as well. "You want to drag me down with you? Long Chen, you really are a child," Kun Pengzi sneered. His own lightning flickered around him. "I have a lightning spirit body. Powerful thunder force only nourishes my body, making me stronger. Due to how much you're helping me out, I don't mind letting you live for a few more hours." Kun Pengzi didn't immediately launch his attack. Holding his lightning halberd, he continued to stand within the heavenly tribulation, facing Long Chen without any fear. Boom! Suddenly, the tribulation clouds exploded. The black tribulation clouds which had turned the world dark vanished, replaced by multicolored lightning. The multicolored lightning illuminated the world. It held a bewitching beauty, but within that enchanting light was an air of boundless death. In the next moment, a waterfall of lightning crashed down on Long Chen and Kun Pengzi. The earth shuddered and exploded. Distant mountain ranges split apart. The entire martial heaven continent shuddered. The wild lightning collapsed upon Long Chen and Kun Pengzi. Then it raged outward, shooting in every direction, terrifying the experts watching into fleeing even further. However, the lightning stopped at a range of 10,000 miles, instead charging back into the sky. A giant loop of lightning formed. Ha ha ha, amazing. This is 6 Tao Divine Lightning. After being stifled for hundreds of thousands of years, I've caught this wave. The Drake King's excited roar came from the other side of the channel. It recognized this lightning. The lightning poured into the channel as a powerful current, and the Dragonblood warriors stood within that current. Some of them were tottering and stumbling back. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Yizhikyu, Dong Minju, and the healing warriors were blown back by the current. This current didn't just contain powerful lightning, but also the will of divine punishment. Rather than the damage to the body, the damage to the soul was much worse. "Waner, don't fight back. Our bodies can't endure it." Mengqi held back Tang Waner from charging back in against the flow of the current. "She's right. This lightning current isn't something our physical bodies can endure, even if our wills can. There's no point in forcing it," said Chu Yao. "We'll stay at the edge of the current and just absorb as much as we can. There's no need to fight against the current." Mengqi brought her group to the edge of the main current. Just at that moment the Drake King said, "Here, come onto my body. I'll block the destructive will so it should be easier to absorb. The Silver Drake King and the other lifeforms of the lightning domain were like fish swimming within the current of lightning. They absorbed it like a riverbed taking in rain after a drought. The Silver Drake King stood before the Dragonblood warriors, devouring the lightning current. The other lightning drakes could only absorb the leftovers. Meng Qi and the others were delighted. They were standing on the Silver Drake King's back, and lightning shot out of it and enveloped them. The Silver Drake King sent a portion of the lightning to them. After being purified by it, the lightning had become gentler. Even their weaker physical bodies were able to freely absorb it. Just at this moment, a figure came flying over. Tang Wan'er's lips curled. Xuanhuan, why are you coming over? Xuanhuan arrived just as Meng Qi and the others found a good place for themselves. This place is very dangerous. I'll protect you. Don't worry, Xuanhuan, guarantee to protect you even in death. How shameless, Tang Wan'er rolled her eyes. Many thanks for your praise. It's all thanks to boss's guidance. Xuanhuan snickered, beginning to absorb the lightning with his thick skin. Xuanhuan, you traitor, can you show some maturity? Look at Chen and Zaifeng. They're still enduring while you ran away. How will you be able to face your brothers in the future? Demanded Gu Yang. I walk a different path than everyone else. I'm not supposed to raise my will and physical body. Otherwise, back in the netherworld, I wouldn't have been able to save everyone. Thus, you shouldn't compare different people. You continue with your path and I'll continue on mine, said Xuanhuan righteously. There was no way for anyone to retort to that. After all, his lack of willpower had once saved all their lives. There was nothing they could say in the face of that laziness. Don't talk. Focus on absorbing the energy of the 6 Taos. This is an important chance for you humans, said the Drake King. Everyone shut their mouths. They focused on absorbing the lightning while also resisting its impact. The 6-color lightning was constantly wrecking their physical bodies and tearing at their souls, and despite that, they had to pull it into their bodies and absorb it. That was torture. Every Dragonblood warrior was confident in one thing after being with Long Chen for so long. The more that they could endure, the greater it would benefit them. Every little bit they absorbed would strengthen their bodies and souls. They would only get one chance at this, so they had to push themselves to their limits. Finally, Yue Zaifeng and Zia Chen were unable to endure any longer. That had nothing to do with their will. It was simply that their physical bodies weren't able to endure. They went to Meng Qi and the others' side to absorb the gentler lightning. As the Dragonblood warriors absorbed the lightning on this side of the lightning channel, the lightning on the Martial Heaven continent's side grew even more violent. Long Chen had his divine ring out and was absorbing this lightning at a crazy rate. That was because he had found that, while this lightning tore about his body and soul, its tempering effect was extremely strong. His physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying level, so it had been a long time since he had been able to improve it. Now, that chance had come. Lei Long was immersed in the lightning like a dragon returning to the sea. Lei Long was the one benefiting the most. In the distance, Kun Pengzi's gaze was still cold, but he was delighted inside. This 6-color lightning was a priceless treasure to him. He was absorbing as much of it as possible. The image of a giant Kunpeng appeared behind him. It gradually grew solid as he absorbed more of the lightning. Lightning runes appeared all over Kun Pengzi's body, and he opened his mouth, creating a giant vortex to absorb the lightning. Brother Long, is it possible for me to take advantage of you like this? Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd. It was someone who hadn't been seen in a long time, a scholarly man with a giant die spinning behind him. It was the gambling Heavenly Tao's heir, Hu Feng. The tribulation lightning doesn't belong to me. If you want to come, then come. But if you get anything good, you'll have to remember this little favor. Long Chen smiled. Many thanks. Hu Feng smiled in return, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he walked into the tribulation lightning. The divine lightning crackled as it met his body, but Hu Feng remained unharmed. He walked to the point that he was almost about to enter the core region before he stopped and closed his eyes. The pill fairies entering as well. Just at that moment, people saw the pill fairy walking gracefully into the lightning. Tian Zizi's going as well. Heavens, is this heavenly tribulation a priceless treasure or something? Why are they all taking the risk to enter? The zither fairy Zai Yan looked toward Beideng Rushwang and Nangong Zuyu. The three of them nodded, and together, they walked into the sea of lightning. A clamor followed. People were unable to understand why the top geniuses were entering Long Chen's lightning tribulation. Were they not afraid of karma striking? Did they not fear the lightning tribulation wiping them out? Ha ha ha, let's go. Albuping suddenly laughed and waved his hand, leading the disciples of the heaven-splitting battle sect into the tribulation lightning. Chapter 23, OH Sharing as a Group. Translator Born to Be. Following the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples, the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples also moved. Yi Lingshan led her subordinates inside. Quick, enter the lightning sea to absorb its energy for a second upgrade. The elders of various powers began to give orders to their disciples. They had guessed that the heaven-splitting battle sect's disciples must have received a secret message from Long Chen, or they wouldn't just charge in without even testing things. Then seeing the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples enter as well, they knew that it couldn't be dangerous. Otherwise, Long Chen would have warned them not to enter. Countless experts began to walk in. They were surprised to find that there was no change in the heavenly tribulation due to their intrusion. It maintained its regular tempo. When they reached the outer edge of the tribulation, specks of lightning landed on their bodies. Those disciples cried out in pain as their skin split open. This was just the outer edge. They hadn't even entered the sea of lightning, but the slightest specks were enough to injure them. Only the more powerful geniuses dared to enter the lightning sea. Some people barely lasted a few seconds before running out. After running out, they found that the lightning didn't chase them. It seemed that the lightning sea's will was focused entirely on Long Chen. It ignored them. As a result, people started growing more brazen. More and more experts entered. Suddenly, one group exploded upon entering the sea of lightning, making everyone else jump. If you're not a heavenly genius of this generation, the heavenly Taos will not approve of you. If you enter, you'll die, shouted someone. That group had been composed of nether passage experts of the senior generation. They had wanted to benefit from this as well, only to be wiped out by the lightning as soon as they entered. Countless experts of the senior generation sighed in disappointment. They felt powerless that they hadn't managed to catch this great era. This generation was favored by the heavenly Taos. To this generation's experts, the heavenly tribulation was like a mother's hands gently caressing them. To others, it was like a stepmother's hands crushing them to death. The cycle of the lightning had formed 4 regions: the outer edge, the tide, the inner circle, and the core. The outer edge only had some sputtering lightning splashing out. It wasn't truly part of the tribulation. The tide was the lightning surging out of the core and flowing toward the edges before flying back up. Just the power of the current was enough to pulverize people. One step deeper into the tide region was the inner circle. Twisting pillars of lightning stirred in this place, crashing down from the heavens. The only ones capable of entering this area were experts at the very peak like Kun Pengzi, Tian Zizi, the Pill Fairy, Dai Feng, the Zither Fairy, Nangong Zuyu, Beideng Rushwang, Ximen Tianxiang, Dongfeng Yuyang, Hu Feng, and Yi Lingshan. Bao Buping, Chang Hao, Hua Shiyu, Zhao Ziyan, and the other experts just one level below them had tried to enter the inner circle, but had all been forced out. They were unable to endure the terrifying lightning there. As for the core region, the center of the hourglass-shaped cycle of tribulation lightning, the only one capable of standing there was Long Chen. Covered in lightning, it was only possible to catch glimpses of him. Not only was there lightning, but the surrounding space was also distorted, causing his figure to seem illusory. Although no one was able to approach that area, it was clear that it was a region of death. The core of the heavenly tribulation was focused on Long Chen, which was why it ignored the others. Suddenly, within the inner circle, Yi Lingshan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zai Yan, who was close by, reached out a hand to support her. She summoned her own domain to block part of the pressure. Don't try to talk to Long Chen. The divine lightning here won't allow you to stretch your soul that far. Also, if he did manage to hear it, it would form a link in karma. The heavenly tribulation would target you as well then, said Zai Yan. Yi Lingshan was pale. She hadn't expected things to be this grave. She saw Long Chen talk to Kun Pengzi without anything happening, so she had assumed that she could talk to him as well. But the terrifying pressure had almost caused her mind to collapse. Just leave it to Long Chen, comforted Zai Yan. Yi Lingshan nodded and closed her eyes, focusing on sensing the will of the heavenly Taos within the lightning along with Zai Yan, Nangong Zuyu, and Beideng Rushwang. The disciples of the various powers had all entered the lightning to absorb it. This was an extremely rare chance. This 6-color lightning contained a mysterious energy. If they could comprehend the slightest bit about it, it would benefit them endlessly. As for the seniors of the various powers, they had high hopes for their disciples. Although they couldn't enter, Just being able to bear witness to such a sight made them feel like their lives weren't wasted. That existence on the other side of the world said that this was 6 Tao divine lightning. Does that refer to the Taos in myths, the heavenly Tao, Usra Tao, human Tao, beast Tao, ghost Tao, and infernal Tao? Guessed someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Jianying and the others shook their heads. Myths were just myths. They weren't too believable. That creature from the lightning world might not even be referring to 6 Taos that existed on the Martial Heaven continent. No. Just at this moment, a voice rang out and startled Jianying and the others. They hastily bowed. Greetings, Taoist Heavenly Feather. The speaker was the master of the Divine Ice Palace, Yi Jikyu's master, Taoist Heavenly Feather. She had actually come. She smiled and indicated for everyone not to be overly courteous. Jianying asked, Senior, do you recognize this divine lightning? Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. I don't recognize it. This heavenly tribulation is no longer a tribulation, it's heavenly punishment as its laws have changed. The heavenly punishment is targeting Long Chen, so others who enter the region of lightning won't be touching those laws. As long as they can endure that level of lightning, they'll be fine. If you look closely, you'll find that there are 6 kinds of lightning. Life, death, yin, yang, positive, negative. Everyone immediately looked closely, but no one else was able to see the different types of energy. Perhaps our realm is too low. They were unable to sense anything about those types of energy that Taoist Heavenly Feather had mentioned. It's not that your realm is too low, it's that you're not looking closely enough. Look at the disciples within the lightning tide. Every time they are struck by lightning, there are at least 2 bursts, but sometimes dozens of bursts. In every case, it's an even number, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. Focusing on this detail, everyone looked and saw that it really was as she said. There were always at least 2 bursts of power. There was never an isolated one. Life and death, positive and negative, yin and yang. They are on opposite sides of the power spectrum, but when they combine together, they are a kind of grand Tao. This is a good fortune to everyone, even to the people who can only watch. The 6 Taos referred to by that Drake King of the other world should refer to those 6 polar types of energy, not the Taos that you were referring to. They are completely different, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. At this moment, within the core region, Long Chen's body became covered in dragon scales. Long Chen has summoned his azure dragon battle armor. It seems it's getting hard on him as well, said the old man solemnly. Based on his understanding of Long Chen, he would only take out the azure dragon battle armor when he was using his full power. Standing in the core, Long Chen couldn't see anything in the outside world. The space around him was completely distorted. At the same time, the lightning runes that landed on his body tore his body apart. At first, his body was able to endure it. However, as time passed, their power grew. The lightning runes were like tiny bombs exploding on his body and were now causing some blood to appear. At the same time as they split open his skin, they were also like poison, branding him with a kind of destructive rune that prevented him from healing. Suddenly, Lei Long let out a roar, making Long Chen smile coldly. Lei Long had told him that the lightning attacking him was completely different from the lightning attacking the others. Their lightning was half life and half death, while his lightning runes had all their life energy stripped away. Lei Long had sensed that and alerted him. If even heavenly tribulation can cheat like this, is there anything fair in this world? Long Chen shook his head disdainfully. The lightning striking him was full of death energy. Lei Long, don't worry about me. You can just maintain the channel and eat your fill. In a bit, I'll be relying on you. Lei Long let out a growl and continued its task of maintaining the channel. The spatial channel was very stable right now, as a constant stream of lightning flowed into it. Why is the lightning this time so strange? Has its nature changed? Why has it suddenly become gentle? Long Chen looked up at the heavens. For some reason, a bad feeling started to appear in his heart. Something's wrong, I have to think of something. Lei Long, help me out, shouted Long Chen suddenly. Lei Long opened its mouth and devoured Long Chen. It then spat him out, causing him to shoot out of the core region like a shooting star. He instantly arrived in front of Kun Pengzi and slapped him in the face. Who let you not wear a hat? Chapter 23:09 A risk taken out of desperation. Translator Born to Be. Borrowing Lei Long's power, Long Chen had charged out of the lock of the heavenly tribulation. It was so fast and so sudden that no one was able to react, including Kun Pengzi. No one had expected Long Chen to suddenly attack at this time, including Kun Pengzi. He had his eyes closed as he focused on absorbing the lightning. Without any defenses, Long Chen's slap sent him flying into the distance. Heavens! The experts in the distance were all shocked. How could Long Chen be so powerful? If he had switched his palm for his saber, wouldn't Kun Pengzi have been killed just now? What they didn't know was that Long Chen's slap had only landed because it wasn't a killing blow. It posed no threat to Kun Pengzi, rendering his sense of danger ineffective. If he really had used Evil Moon, then there was no way his sneak attack would have worked. After slapping Kun Pengzi flying, Long Chen borrowed the rebound force to fly to someone not so far away, Tianzizi. A foot firmly planted itself into his nose. Tianzizi had just sensed something was happening and opened his eyes, but all he saw was a foot flying toward him. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He was sent flying. Just like last time, the offensive power wasn't strong enough to cause any injury to Tianzizi, but such a thing was definitely worse than coughing up blood. Long Chen was intentionally humiliating him. Evil Moon suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. Shining with a cold light, Long Chen slashed it toward the distant Daifeng. At the same time, he shouted, "You shameless bastards, did I agree to let you in? Get the hell out." Having attacked Kun Pengzi and Tianzizi, there was enough time for Daifeng to prepare. A spear appeared in his hand. Boom! Daifeng wasn't shaken in the slightest, but Long Chen was knocked back by his spear. That was the difference in realms. Without stepping into the Nether Passage realm, there was still an uncrossable gap. Just at that moment, Kun Pengzi came flying back. He was so infuriated by that slap that he didn't even care to absorb more lightning. How shameless! After all the benefits I gave you, you want to kill me. Long Chen suddenly retreated back into the core region. Be careful, Long Chen is trying to bait you in, shouted Peng Wanli. As a spectator, he could see through Long Chen's plot. Boom! However, there was no way for Peng Wanli's voice to reach the core region. It was drowned out by the raging thunder. Meanwhile, Kun Pengzi charged into the core region, his lightning halberd slashing toward Long Chen. Long Chen was sent flying once more. Tianzizi and Daifeng followed at first, but when they approached the core region, their expressions changed. They suddenly stopped and hastily retreated. Boom! The void above the core region suddenly exploded. A giant ring of light enveloped them all. Then one figure after another came flying out of the collapsed space, attacking them. Every one of them was a young expert. They held various weapons and battle-intent soared out of them. Their manifestations appeared behind them, causing the heavenly Taos to rage. Heavens, they're all Empyreans with awakened manifestation, and it seems that their spirit blood is activated as well. Shocked cries rang out. Where did they come from? Why were they just hiding in the sky? Are they experts from another world? There were men and women amongst those newcomers, but the one shared aspect was that they were young. They wore ancient garbs that were completely different from the style of the current era. They're not experts from another world. They are ancient heavenly geniuses who left an imprint on the heavenly Taos when they underwent their tribulations. Their peerless talent qualified them to leave their mark on the heavenly Taos, said Taoist Heavenly Feather. More and more figures descended from the sky, unleashing killing blows on the four of them. This time, Long Chen had managed to drag down Kun Pengzi, Tianzizi, and Daifeng with him. These heavenly geniuses descending from the heavens were no longer just targeting him. Now Kun Pengzi and the others were sharing his burden. The 9 forms of heaven's extinction, isn't that our sect's founder? Shouted someone in the crowd suddenly. That person was a disciple of the heaven's extinction gate, and he instantly recognized one of the techniques of the heavenly geniuses. It was 100 times stronger than when he used it himself. Isn't that the one who swept through the continent 7,000 years ago, the one-armed divine saber Liu Chuandao? I've seen paintings of him. Isn't that our 7th-generation ancestor, Zhao Qingfeng? Heavens, why is it that the same technique is so much stronger when he uses it? Both the disciples inside the Sea of Lightning and the experts outside were filled with shock. Occasionally, someone would recognize one of the heavenly geniuses. Those people's attacks were so powerful that Long Chen and the others were instantly pushed into a wretched state. Long Chen especially was covered in blood. He was unable to block so many powerful ancestors. Quick, record the techniques of the ancestor, shouted someone. This was a chance that would never come again. After many years, including several wars, many inheritances had been lost. Now they were seeing those inheritances once more. As a result, people hastily recorded the techniques used by their ancestors. They were all famous figures of their eras. They were witnesses to the martial heaven continent's glorious history. Long Chen definitely sensed something, so he actually attacked Kun Pengzi and the others to draw them into the core region with him. Now those three are sharing the attacks with him. Without them, Long Chen would have been killed by the heavenly tribulation. Long Chen was covered in blood. These experts were truly powerful. The skills which had made them peerless heavenly geniuses were not fake. Just blocking one of them was difficult. With so many of them attacking at once, he was constantly being injured. The only fortunate thing was that these heavenly geniuses were manifestations of lightning. As long as he avoided being struck in his vitals, those attacks wouldn't be fatal once they met his dragon scales. Suddenly, Evil Moon sent him a message. Long Chen, you can't pass this tribulation like this. The lightning is filled with death and destruction, not giving you any breathing room. Other people can grasp the life energy within the lightning to adjust themselves, but you aren't the same as them. You're just exhausting yourself. Other than your physical body growing a bit stronger, there haven't been other changes. Don't you feel that it's strange? I've also sensed that problem. This tribulation is different from my past tribulations. I can't absorb it, said Long Chen, vexed. In the beginning, he had been able to absorb the lightning to strengthen his body. But toward the end, he wasn't able to strengthen himself at all, while the lightning continued to damage his body. Long Chen tried to use the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability, suggested Evil Moon. You want me to devour them? Long Chen was startled. Was devouring lightning composed of death energy, not suicide? There's no other way. Your aura isn't changing. My guess is that this heavenly tribulation's laws have changed specifically to kill you. Even if you survive to the end, you won't advance to the Nether Passage realm. Long Chen thought about it. That was true. It had been many hours since his tribulation had started, but his aura hadn't grown at all. Although his physical body had improved slightly, it wasn't too big of a change. That was why even after so much time, he was still unable to match Kun Pengzi and the others. He couldn't continue like this. He would either be killed by the heavenly tribulation or Kun Pengzi and the others. Kun Pengzi and the others also started to be flustered by the attacks of these ancient heavenly geniuses. Once they couldn't endure it any longer, they would definitely join forces to kill Long Chen. Once he was dead, the tribulation would end. Fine, I'll risk it. Long Chen clenched his teeth and suddenly took the initiative to absorb the lightning into his body. As a result, his whole body turned numb. He was almost killed when a sword almost slashed through his head. He only narrowly avoided it. As the lightning entered his body, Long Chen felt like he was going to explode. Every inch of his body screamed in pain. Evil Moon, you better not be conning me. If the divine ability of the dark evil dragon race was useless against this lightning containing only death energy, he would be doomed. Just at this moment, Lei Long came flying over, enveloping him and blocking the attacks of the heavenly geniuses for him. Lei Long's body appeared exceptionally weak in front of the attacks of these heavenly geniuses. Its body was repeatedly torn apart, but within this sea of lightning, it could recover by absorbing the surrounding lightning. It endured. Countless runes lit up within Long Chen's stomach. They were like the stars in the cosmos. The lightning surged into his stomach, and he activated Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth. Long Chen felt his life energy fading. He was horrified. If this continued, he would definitely die. Just as Long Chen was about to give up on this, the primal chaos bead shook ever so slightly. The lightning runes he had absorbed were instantly blasted to pieces. Once they exploded, they reformed into new lightning runes. Those lightning runes contained half-death energy and half-life energy. It works! Long Chen cried out in delight. He summoned his divine ring, absorbing the lightning with all his power. Chapter 23, 10-6 Guller Yuan Spirit. Translator Born to Be. In the end, the primal chaos bead is the most reliable. Long Chen was delighted by this surprise. This mysterious object that he had obtained from the Geolai secret realm and still didn't understand had helped him out countless times. At this moment, Long Chen realized that the lightning runes within the tribulation had been changed by some kind of mysterious energy. The original half-life energy within them had been covered up, leaving only death energy for him. The primal chaos bead had then smashed apart that cover, unleashing the life energy. That allowed Long Chen to absorb them. Long Chen's numb body gradually recovered. It was also at this moment that his 108,000 astral spaces began to activate on their own. The Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace lit up in his hands and feet, absorbing the lightning. The divine gate within his mind-sea opened, and the divine gate star started to blaze even more intensely. As a result, his Yuan spirit began to grow once more and appeared on his forehead. Ah, no wonder their Yuan spirits appeared, but mine didn't. Long Chen came to a sudden realization. When Meng Qi and the others had started their tribulations, their Yuan spirits had appeared. At that time, he hadn't felt anything odd. He had just thought that his cultivation technique was different. However, now he realized that the problem was that the lightning targeting him contained only death energy, resulting in him being unable to absorb it to strengthen his Yuan spirit. Now that the life energy had been uncovered, his 108,000 stars were activated. His Yuan spirit grew stronger and stronger. It gradually began to be affected by the color, becoming a six-color little figure. The intersection of life and death, the clash of positive and negative, the interaction between yin and yang, now I understand. This is a demonstration of the heavenly Tao's. Two opposite energies clash, and yet they are inextricably linked. Life cannot exist without death. To step into the nether passage realm requires grasping this balance. A flash of understanding struck Long Chen. The lightning pouring into his body contained life and death, positive and negative, yin and yang. After comprehending this law, he had to maintain a subtle balance between them. He wasn't quite able to describe how, but he would slowly figure it out. Lei Long, work with me. Lei Long was being badly beaten by these ancient heavenly geniuses. Its body was constantly being broken and reforming. Even if it had an undying body, it couldn't stop them. Long Chen jumped onto its back and swung Evil Moon, sending one of them flying. As Long Chen crazily absorbed the lightning through his divine ring, the amount of world energy he could control grew. With every passing moment, his astral spaces expanded, and his power increased with them. Another heavenly genius was sent flying, while midway, it was slapped back by a dragon tail. Split the heavens 8. The heavenly genius was instantly killed, transforming into runes. Long Chen had to pay a price for this. He took 2 attacks in the back, pulverizing his flesh. However, when he absorbed these lightning runes, he sensed pure life energy quickly healing his injuries. Not only that, but the runes contained such immense power that he sensed his 108,000 astral spaces grow to a new level. So these life forms are the greatest benefit here. Long Chen's eyes lit up. With a roar, he charged toward a second one. That heavenly genius stabbed a sword at Long Chen's heart, while Long Chen ignored it and stabbed Evil Moon toward him as well. Jianying and the others let out startled cries upon seeing this suicidal exchange. Had Long Chen really been forced into such desperate straits? Long Chen's saber stabbed through his opponent's body, while his opponent's sword also stabbed through his chest. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, while his opponent was killed, transforming into runes. By taking an injury, he had managed to kill his enemy in one blow. These heavenly geniuses were all incredibly powerful existences, hence, that attack had almost blown his body apart. Fortunately, he had managed to endure it. Long Chen quickly absorbed the lightning runes. After they went through the primal chaos beads transformation, a huge amount of life energy rapidly healed his injuries. Die. Long Chen started chasing after the heavenly geniuses, launching crazy blows with a practically suicidal fighting style. He repeatedly used his body to receive his enemies' attacks. Long Chen was constantly injured and covered in blood, but he only grew more brazen. With each blow, he killed one of them. How ruthless, the spectators shivered. On the other hand, Kun Pengzi, Tian Zizi, and Dai Feng were much more conservative. Only when they had a perfect scenario would they attack. That way, they avoided injuries. After killing their targets, they could also absorb the lightning runes. However, they didn't have Long Chen's ability to heal after absorbing the runes. That was why they couldn't easily receive injuries like he did. However, Kun Pengzi and the others were nether passage experts, and they had reached the second heaven stage. They had the power to kill these heavenly geniuses. Seeing Long Chen fighting so desperately, they sneered. They had no intention of attacking Long Chen. They were delighting in his miserable struggle. However, as more time passed, their contemptuous smiles faded. They noticed that Long Chen was growing stronger and stronger. At first, Long Chen had been forced to risk his life to kill one of them. But now, he had gone from a position of absolute inferiority to taking control of his battlefield. After another half an incense stick's worth of time, Long Chen was in full control. Rather than being surrounded and trapped, he was going around and hunting them down. His divine ring rumbled behind him, and his aura continuously grew stronger. As for his Yuan spirit, it was blazing with six-colored divine light, blazing like a brilliant sun. This lightning can be used to temper the Yuan spirit. Kun Pengzi and the others had only used the lightning to temper their physical bodies. They didn't dare to allow it to touch their yuan spirits. This wasn't their tribulation. They were afraid of the heavenly tribulation not recognizing them and instead damaging their yuan spirits. However, Long Chen's yuan spirit was clearly growing stronger. Long Chen had yet to pass his tribulation, but the power of his yuan spirit had far surpassed those who had reached the second heaven stage of nether passage. After some hesitation, Kun Pengzi clenched his teeth and sent a strand of the lightning into his yuan spirit. A small Kun Peng appeared on his forehead. This Kun Peng was originally golden, but as it absorbed the lightning, some multicolored lines appeared within it. His yuan spirit's aura also began to rise. Kun Pengzi was delighted. His yuan spirit was starting to grow stronger with the nourishment of this six-color divine lightning. The yuan spirit was very difficult to cultivate. A method that could improve a yuan spirit this quickly was practically heaven-defying. Seeing Kun Pengzi nourish his yuan spirit with the lightning, Dai Feng and Tian Zizi tried it as well, although not all at once. After all, Kun Pengzi had a lightning spirit body, while they didn't. They waited for a while and carefully absorbed a trace of the lightning. The results made them smile. The six-colored divine lightning was tempering their yuan spirits as well. Seeing the three of them start tempering their yuan spirits, the Pill Fairy, the Zither Fairy, Dongfeng Yuyang, Ximen Tianxiang, Nangong Zuyu and the others also started. There were no problems for any of them. That made the others lower their guard and start tempering their yuan spirits. Do you think we should charge in and help Long Chen? We'll also be able to absorb purer divine lightning like that, said Beideng Rushwang, looking at Long Chen and the others in the core region with some desire. I think we shouldn't. Kun Pengzi, Tian Zizi, and Dai Feng were intentionally drawn in by Long Chen. Although it looks like the three of them are taking advantage now, do you really believe that Long Chen will allow them to take advantage of him? Nangong Zuyu shook her head. Although she didn't know what Long Chen was thinking, based on her intuition, Long Chen wasn't such a nice person. Not just anyone could take advantage of him. Hearing that and thinking about it herself, Beideng Rushwang nodded. It was best to continue staying here and absorbing the lightning. The Great Era is truly the Great Era. There are countless opportunities to get stronger, but they're the favorites of this era, while we can only watch. The seniors of the disciples within the lightning sighed emotionally. Those disciples were upgrading their yuan spirits at an incredible speed. Everyone was benefiting from Long Chen. This could be considered a second, man-made chi flow eruption. After 2 hours, Long Chen's aura had grown increasingly powerful. His body suddenly shuddered, and the Nethergate star, which had not made any moves this entire time, slowly lit up. An invisible energy unfurled within his body. Long Chen was delighted. He had entered the first star transformation. He felt like a volcano of power was awakening within him. However, at that moment, the ancient heavenly geniuses suddenly exploded, transforming into runes. Those runes didn't scatter. Instead, they condensed into 27 figures. When those 27 figures appeared, everyone's expressions changed, including Long Chen's. Chapter 23, 11 The Nethergate Star's Power. Translator Born to Be. Those 27 figures were 9 Kun Pengzis, 9 Tian Zizis, and 9 Dai Fengs. In the face of 9 of themselves, their expressions grew ugly. Those figures had auras on the exact same level as them. The 3 of them were peerless experts who had undergone such trials before. But that time, they had only been facing one identical version of themselves, not 9. The void split open, and another 9 figures appeared. These 9 were of Long Chen, but while Kun Pengzi and the others' clones had aura identical to the true body, Long Chen's clones had stronger auras than Long Chen. How does it feel? You shameless fools, do you think I'm so easily taken advantage of? Long Chen chortled at Kun Pengzi and the others. Idiot, worry about yourself, sneered Dai Feng. While they were surrounded by 9 of themselves, Long Chen's clones were clearly even stronger than him. Long Chen was the one who was really dead. For Long Chen to mock them made them snort in derision. At this moment, those figures attacked. The 9 Kun Pengzis launched attacks with 9 lightning halberds. That's the young master's Kun lightning voidbreaker art. And that's the lightning spear devours souls technique. There's even the Kun Peng splits the void divine ability. Heavens, the 9 of him are using all his strongest techniques. The Kun Peng race's experts were all stunned. The 9 Kun Pengzis were each just as strong as him and unleashed his strongest attacks. This was essentially a hopeless scenario. Kun Pengzi roared. His blood chi soared into the heavens as he used his spirit blood to link to his manifestation. The Kunpeng within his manifestation raised its head and roared as well. After that, Kunpengzi's lightning halberd rumbled through the air. Boom! Kunpengzi was blown back, a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Battle intent overflowed out of him. The copies were created by the heavenly Taos, and so they cannot replicate my heavenly Tao manifestation. Otherwise, it would be the heavenly Taos fighting against the heavenly Taos. Without a manifestation, do you think I would be afraid? Even the most difficult heavenly tribulation of the heavens is just on this level for me. Long Chen, your reputation is completely fake. Kunpengzi laughed as he fought his 9 clones. Brilliant light exploded as they fought. Kunpengzi is truly terrifying. Even facing 9 of himself, his battle intent hasn't diminished. That's a true expert. Even if those clones can't summon heavenly Tao manifestations, their techniques are still the same as the true body. They definitely have 80% of the true body's combat power. Even facing 9 of himself, he possesses such confidence. Such a thing is truly rare. One of the human race's elders gave a rather apropos evaluation. Fighting 9 of himself, Kunpengzi didn't seem to be miserable at all. The immense power he revealed shook countless people. Tianzizi and Dai Feng were also thrown into their own fights. Tianzizi became enveloped by black qi, and a giant figure appeared behind him. He also used his spirit blood to link to his manifestation. Within Dai Feng's manifestation, the Blood Emperor was unleashing incredible pressure. With each wave of his hand, Dai Feng caused heaven and earth to collapse. He also had it easy fighting the 9 clones. They're all so incredibly powerful. Others could only sigh in despair. There was no way for them to compare to these 3. Even amongst heavenly geniuses, even amongst the favorites of the great era, the difference could still be immense. Is bragging that satisfying? Do you think things are over already? Be careful of being slapped in the face later, sneered Long Chen. At this moment, the 9 Long Chens with 9 evil moons attacked at the same time. 9 saber images crashed down like starry rivers. The old man and the others jumped. That was the 8th form of Split the Heavens. Boom! Shockingly, Long Chen didn't dodge. He directly took their attacks with Evil Moon. After a giant explosion, the 9 clones of Long Chen were gone. What? For a moment, everyone could only stare in dumbfounded silence. Long Chen had killed all 9 of his more powerful clones in one attack. How was that possible? Long Chen lazily rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. He took a deep breath, maintaining an exterior appearance of indifference. However, inside he was crying out excitedly. This was the true power of the 9-star Hegemon body art. The lightning that he was absorbing caused his astral spaces to continuously grow. As they grew, the world energy he could control also increased. After his astral spaces had doubled in size, his Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace and Divine Gate stars had suddenly shuddered and sent a torrent of energy into the Nethergate star. The Nethergate star had seemed to be in slumber all this time. Now, it had been awakened, and Long Chen felt a kind of power coming alive in his body. This entire time, he had been suppressing that power, concealing it from the heavenly Taos. However, it seemed that he wasn't able to trick them. The clones of him that the heavenly Taos made had much stronger auras than what he had revealed. Just now, Kunpengzi and the others' derision had caused Long Chen's temper to light up, and he had directly used the power of his 6th star. As a result, when the full power of the Nethergate star was activated, the energy of his 108,000 astral spaces merged with it, giving him enough power to wipe out all 9 of his clones. Could it be that the Nethergate star is the core of my world energy? Only with it can I unleash the full potential of my astral spaces. Just now, when he felt how vast the world energy that soared out of his astral spaces was, he felt like his astral spaces had been lazy brats before, refusing to give him their power. By using the power of the Nethergate star, his astral spaces gave him all their power without hesitation. That was what had resulted in such a shocking result. Long Chen's lazy appearance stunned everyone. It looked like everything was under his control. Standing atop the Peng Emperor's statue, he said, "I was just toying with you before. Do you really think I only have that little ability? Crushing ants like you doesn't give me any feeling of superiority. Am I, Long Chen, someone who can be measured by the likes of you?" Standing atop the Peng Emperor's statue, Long Chen appeared extraordinarily heroic and domineering. He was unafraid of the heavens. As if sensing his arrogance, the heavens were enraged. The void flickered, and countless lightning runes condensed in the sky. Long Chen had just destroyed the 9 clones, when the runes condensed into 18 clones. When 18 Long Chens condensed, In an instant, Kun Pengzi and the others' expressions changed. Because while the 9 clones of them remained and an additional 9 had appeared, the pressure immediately grew. The 18 clones of Long Chen attacked him once more. Long Chen snorted, and with the power of his Nethergate star, he swung his saber. Boom! Once again the 18 clones exploded. This time, Lei Long didn't give them any chance to reform. It directly devoured their runes. The void rumbled. This time, 36 Long Chens descended from the heavenly tribulation, and these clones of him were even stronger than before. At the same time, Kun Pengzi, Tianzizi, and Dai Feng's clones increased to 36 as well. Tianzizi was surrounded and flustered. One of his clones managed to strike his shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. That attack was the skill he had the greatest proficiency in. Even he was unable to block it when his clone used it against himself. Corrupt God slaughters the heavens. Tianzizi let out a roar, and the figure within his manifestation raised a sword. That sword sliced through the void, sending his clones flying. At this moment, Tianzizi was forced to show his real abilities. Kun Pengzi was also no longer as arrogant as before. He abandoned his human form and transformed into a giant Kun Peng, merging with his manifestation. His wings slammed his clones away. Blood Emperor descends upon the earth. Dai Feng also let out a shout. The Blood Emperor figure within his manifestation unleashed rays of light that blew away his clones. Kill Long Chen, don't play with him any longer, shouted Kun Pengzi. He sensed Long Chen growing stronger and stronger. If they allowed this tribulation to continue, then they would be in danger. Although this was a chance to absorb the lightning to temper their yuan spirits compared to the danger, it wasn't worth it. Kun Pengzi's giant body appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. His heaven-splitting wings slammed down. It was like the very heavenly Taos were being sliced apart in front of them. Evil Moon flashed. Compared to the mountain-sized wings, it appeared puny, but power exploded out of it, causing the world to shake. In the face of Kun Pengzi's terrifying attack, Long Chen didn't budge. He remained standing on top of the Peng Emperor's statue even after receiving it. What? Seeing Long Chen receive Kun Pengzi's attack so easily, everyone was shocked. Before this, when the two of them had fought, Long Chen had been completely outclassed, unable to receive even an ordinary blow. Kun Pengzi had now merged with his manifestation and raised his power to his peak, but Long Chen was able to receive such an attack without moving. Had Long Chen been intentionally acting weak before? The game has only just started. How can you stop now? Sorry, but as the one in charge of this game, I'm not going to let you off. Long Chen's power suddenly grew, sending Kun Pengzi's giant body flying. Just at this moment, Tianzizi and Dai Feng's attacks arrived. Long Chen didn't take them on, instead dodging behind the Peng Emperor's statue's wings. At that moment, his clones attacked as well. Boom! Evil Moon once more let out a burst of power that smashed those clones to pieces. Kun Pengzi and the others' hearts turned cold. Chapter 23, 12 Lightning Which Terrifies the World. Translator Born to Be. 72 Long Chens appeared in the sky. At the same time, Kun Pengzi and the others' clones increased to 72 as well. Dai Feng and Tianzizi didn't have time for another attack after their first missed. Their 72 clones were whistling toward them. Kun Pengzi was also forced to turn towards 72 giant Kun Pengs which attacked him. He had no choice but to give up on Long Chen and defend. As a result, he was seriously injured in just the first exchange. Having summoned his true body, Kun Pengzi's clones had also summoned theirs. He was being drowned in them. Kun Pengzi's true body was so huge that the lightning sea was unable to fully contain them. As they fought, the lightning sea surged outward. For a moment, it was impossible to see anything inside the lightning sea. They could only see giant figures clashing. As for the disciples peacefully absorbing the lightning within the tribulation, they were forced to flee for their lives. Kun Pengzi's giant body was too dangerous. Those clones didn't care about them. If they were caught up in their hunt, they could easily lose their lives. Even the likes of Pill Fairy, Zither Fairy, and Nangong Zuyu retreated. Once they left, nothing happened with the tribulation. It didn't pursue them just because they had absorbed some of its lightning, allowing everyone to relax. They had gotten a huge benefit this time. Their yuan spirits and physical bodies had grown stronger. In particular, using the six-color divine lightning to temper their yuan spirits had doubled their power. All the disciples retreated from the tribulation as the sea of lightning was flaring like a volcano. Giant waves crashed against heaven and earth. Watching from a distance, they could only see giant kunpengs crashing around in the lightning. They were unable to tell which was the real kunpengzi. Occasionally, they caught sight of a large group of Tianzizis and Dai Fengs through the cracks. For the two of them, it was easier to tell which was the real one because they had their manifestation behind them. Kunpengzi, Tianzizi, and Dai Feng were thrown into chaos. Even as they unleashed their full power, they were constantly coughing up blood because of their 72 clones. Tianzizi was the first to decide to flee the heavenly tribulation. However, before he could leave the core region, a curtain of lightning sent him flying back. Then one of his clones struck his back, causing his blood to spray. If it weren't for his immense combat experience allowing him to block a portion of that attack's power in the critical moment, he would have been cut in two. Bastard, Tianzizi's expression darkened. Now he realized he had truly been conned. Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was too powerful. Long Chen arrogantly laughed. Ha ha ha, want to leave? Keep dreaming. You better pass my tribulation with me. To use your words, this is an honor for a group of ants like you. Yes, 3 can count as a group. Long Chen returned to standing atop the Peng Emperor's statue. With every swing of Evil Moon, he forced back his clones. He seemed to have more than enough power left over. How can this be? Is Long Chen really so powerful? This sight shocked everyone. No matter how powerful Long Chen was, how could he beat so many of his clones? Wasn't the power of those clones based on his true body? It should be related to his cultivation technique. The heavenly Daos are unable to replicate it, resulting in a giant difference between his true body and his clones. Long Chen must have some kind of giant secret. Yi Bencheng pondered to himself. A trace of shock and greed appeared in his eyes. The other experts gradually came to realize that Long Chen's divine ring, battle armor, and dragon scales were not replicated in his clones. The strongest technique of those clones was the 8th form of Split the Heavens. Their other techniques were all ordinary, a great difference from the inexhaustible divine abilities coming from Kun Pengzi and the others' clones. Long Chen's clones were clearly weaker. Kun Pengzi and the others have been truly conned. The heavenly Daos have locked onto them. Even if they're Empyreans, it's no good. This heavenly tribulation is a heavenly punishment and doesn't care about them as long as it can kill Long Chen. However, why did Long Chen also attack the Pill Fairy, if she had also been drawn in then? Do you need to ask? He still has some hopes that the Pill Fairy might return to him. I heard that before becoming the Divine Daughter, the Pill Fairy had a romantic connection to him. When Pill Valley was hunting down Long Chen, she even let him off. Perhaps it's because of that kindness that Long Chen has never managed to harden his heart toward her. If those two peerless heavenly geniuses could end up on the same side, it would be good. Bah, who do you think Long Chen is? He already seduced so many beautiful women. Are all the world's beautiful women supposed to end up with him? Sneered someone from the ancient family alliance. I don't know if they're all supposed to end up with Long Chen, but I do know that with your toad-like face and your jealous heart, you'll definitely have no future with any beauty, retorted someone else. Courting death, raged the toad-faced man. Keep talking and I'll really kill you. Bao Buping turned and glared at that person, pointing his broadsword at him. That person instantly deflated. He dared to say some arrogant words to others, but not to the madmen from the heaven-splitting battle sect, so he shut his mouth. Attack together, quick! Kun Pengzi's roar suddenly rang out. Ignoring their clones, the 3 of them attacked Long Chen, seemingly in a panic. What's going on? All the spectators looked around, trying to see what was pressing the 3 of them like this. What's that in the sky? Suddenly, a terrified cry made people raise their heads. At the very top of the heavenly tribulation, lightning was condensing into a giant figure. Half of that figure's body was above the dome of the sky, making it impossible for the people to see its face. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. That giant body was slowly shrinking, but as it shrank, the lightning forming it grew more solid. A new aura appeared, one that stood above all laws. It didn't matter what cultivation base someone possessed, they still felt terrified in the face of this figure. Below that figure, a curtain of light had surrounded the core region, trapping Kun Pengzi and the others. Even their clones were unable to breach that barrier. Heavens, what is that? How can such a tribulation truly exist? It's hopeless. Just at that moment, the earth began to crack in every direction. Previously, the pressure from the tribulation had compressed the earth into becoming harder than steel, but now even that wasn't enough. From outside the heavenly tribulation, it was possible to sense a will to crush all others. This was most likely the final wave of the tribulation, But this tribulation was truly an apocalyptic one. No one could possibly pass it. That bastard Long Chen, he knew he would die, so he dragged a few others with him, raged Peng Wanli. If Kun Pengzi and the others couldn't slay Long Chen now, then they would be wiped out when this final level of the tribulation descended. Boom! Long Chen blocked with Evil Moon, but was still sent flying by Kun Pengzi. Kun Pengzi was too anxious to hold back in the slightest. Long Chen had barely stabilized himself when Dai Feng's spear pierced at him. He wanted to dodge, but one of Kun Pengzi's clones was in the way. As a result, he could only use Evil Moon to deviate the spear's path. Its tip left a long cut across his ribs. The tip had an explosive force behind it that broke Long Chen's ribs and shook his internal organs. Dai Feng was also putting his all into it. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon behind him, barely blocking Tian Zizi's blood-colored spear. He was flung into the air. The three of them were going all out. They even ignored the attacks of their clones as long as they weren't fatal, willingly being injured in order to keep the assault up on Long Chen. They even crowded their clones together, using them to limit Long Chen's movements. You're panicking just from this. Didn't you say something about how my reputation was fake based on my weak tribulation? Even as Long Chen was driven to desperate straits by their attacks, his mouth didn't rest. During this time, the figure up in the sky grew ever smaller. Its aura also rose terrifyingly. It felt like it would suffocate people. "Hurry, kill him," shouted Kun Pengzi. A sense of mortal crisis was growing closer. He was afraid. This heavenly tribulation was probably enough to destroy this entire world. Kun Pengzi, Tian Zizi, and Dai Feng went all out. However, lightning flashed around Long Chen's body, allowing him to swim through the clones like a fish. It was very difficult for them to catch him and deal him a fatal blow. "Long Chen, you trash, you're too much of a coward to have a straightforward fight," cursed Dai Feng. "Don't be impatient. Remember what you just said, because I'll be giving you that chance once my tribulation is over." "Of course, that's assuming you're still alive then," said Long Chen. He suddenly shouted, "Drake King, this is my greatest gift to you. Make sure you receive it well." Following that, the space behind Long Chen split open, and a giant mouth appeared. Chapter 23:13, Merging with the Peng Emperor's Heroic Spirit. Translator Born to Be. Space exploded and the Drake King's head stuck out. Its silver body had now turned golden. However, its eyes had taken on the 6 colors of the divine lightning, shining brightly like 2 stars. It opened its mouth, and the world was pulled in. Long Chen and the others felt an irresistible suction force draw them in along with their clones. The lightning domain's Drake King had long since been told by Long Chen to wait for this moment. As soon as the Drake King had seen Long Chen and the others' clones, its eyes had lit up. As a body of lightning, it understood just how amazing those clones were. If it could devour the essence of that divine lightning, it would be equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. When it had been about to eat a few of them, Long Chen had told it to wait. He had said that a much bigger feast would be awaiting it. With its belief in Long Chen, the Drake King had waited, concentrating all the power of the lightning domain for this one moment. It instantly blew open a spatial channel and sucked in all the lightning. Kun Pengzi, Tian Zizi, and Dai Feng were horrified. That mouth was devouring everything. They had no choice but to flee. However, the Drake King had now shown up with all the lightning domain's power, and so they were still being pulled in. Long Chen wasn't affected by the suction. He flew out of its range and then smiled and waved at Kun Pengzi and the others. "Go be dragon /*T in peace." Kun Pengzi and the others were enraged. However, even as they did their best to fly out, the immense suction force pulled them back. There was some kind of spatial law included in it. Kun Pengzi reacted immediately by returning to human form, reducing the pull on his body. However, he was still too slow. All his clones were instantly devoured by the Drake King, and he was being pulled in bit by bit. Lightning exploded out of him, but at best, he was only able to prevent himself from being devoured instantly. To escape was impossible. The Drake King's mouth had formed a whirlpool of death, devouring all the lightning. If Kun Pengzi had been in human form from the start, perhaps he could have used his speed to get away. But now, he could only bitterly endure. Kun Pengzi was roaring on one side, while all the various clones flew by into the Drake King's mouth. As he saw those powerful figures enter its mouth, he watched them explode and turn into lightning runes to be devoured by it. This sudden change shocked the experts watching, especially the ones from the Xuanhuan beasts, the corrupt path, and the ancient family alliance. Kun Pengzi, Tianzizi, and Dai Feng had gone from a state of absolute superiority to facing death in an instant. Those three represented the hopes of their three great powers. If they died, then those three powers would fully decline. Only the true bodies were able to hold on, but the three of them were still slowly being sucked in. That's enough. Activate the Peng Emperor's heroic spirit. Peng Wanli suddenly clenched his teeth. Race leader, the ceremony is still not complete. Forcibly awakening at will. The elders of the Kunpeng race all looked at him with shock. Yes, it might cost half our karmic luck in Emperor blood, but there's no way around it. If Kunpengzi dies, who knows how many more years we'll have to wait. Furthermore, it's not like we have that much time left. Peng Wanli shook his head. Upon hearing that, Kunpengzi's expression changed. He was still trying to resist the pull. He seemed to be caught in a difficult decision. Taoist Heavenly Feather sighed. This move of Long Chen's is quite vicious. He has caught three peak heavenly geniuses, and the only one capable of turning this situation around is Kunpengzi. Jianying and the others were startled. Li Tianxuan asked, Senior, are you saying that Kunpengzi can summon the reincarnation of the Peng Emperor's heroic spirit? Taoist Heavenly Feather shook her head. It's not a reincarnation. It's a merger with the Peng Emperor's heroic spirit and bloodline. The Peng Emperor was a figure capable of shaking the world in the past and present. If he hadn't been born at the wrong time, resulting in a sovereign in the same generation suppressing him, the martial heaven continent might be ruled by the Xuanhuan beasts. The Peng Emperor sealed his bloodline and soul inside that statue, which is why it is able to survive this berserk tribulation. The material is just ordinary stone, but due to the soul and bloodline of the Peng Emperor, it is essentially indestructible. That's enough to show just how terrifying the Peng Emperor was back in the day. The Peng Emperor's heroic spirit maintains the Peng race's karmic luck, allowing many heavenly geniuses to rise amongst the Xuanhuan beasts. As for his bloodline, it continues the inheritance of the Peng race's divine abilities, allowing every generation of the Kunpeng race to automatically awaken their innate abilities. Now that the great era has come, the Kunpeng race has been offering sacrifices to fully awaken the Peng Emperor's heroic spirit. Once it's awake, they plan on having Kunpengzi merge with his soul and bloodline, resulting in another kind of rebirth for the Peng Emperor. Jianying and the others sucked in a cold gasp of air. If the Peng Emperor was reborn, then wouldn't he be unrivaled? There was no sovereign to suppress him. However, based on the current state, it seems that they haven't managed to awaken the Peng Emperor yet. If Kunpengzi activates the statue now, it will end up losing much of the Peng Emperor's soul essence and bloodline power. The merger will be incomplete, and so his combat power will be much lower, said Li Tianxuan. Taoist Heavenly Feather nodded. Yes, Kunpengzi is hoping to endure without it. That lightning drake is repulsed by the martial heaven continent's laws. Eventually, it will be forced to retreat. If he can last until the lightning drake leaves, then there will be no need for him to do such a thing. But if he can't last that long, then to protect his own life, merging with the Peng Emperor's heroic spirit will be his only option. Furthermore, at this moment, Taoist Heavenly Feather looked at the sky. The giant lightning figure was continuing to condense. Kunpengzi looked at the mouth of the Drake King to that figure up in the sky. Suddenly, a furious light appeared in his eyes. Long Chen, I will kill you. Kunpengzi let out a heaven-shaking roar as he formed new hand seals. A divine rune appeared on his forehead, and an identical rune lit up on the Peng Emperor's statue's forehead. An ancient aura burst out of the statue. It suddenly exploded, causing Long Chen to leap off. After the statue exploded, it revealed a small butterfly-sized Kunpeng shining with brilliant light. That light was so majestic that it covered up the light from the lightning. That tiny Kunpeng flew toward Kunpengzi and merged into the rune on his forehead. Kunpengzi's aura erupted. As a result, a wave of terrifying power caused the void to collapse in every direction. The lightning domain actually quivered and was forced back. The spatial channel began to crumble. Not good. The Drake King let out a roar. It was unable to stabilize the channel due to the huge collapse. Its claws suddenly reached out of the channel as it attempted to keep it open, but the laws of the martial heaven continent refused to allow it. The huge amount of collapsing space had triggered the laws to restore the space here, and the spatial channel slammed shut. With the channel slammed shut, the Dragonblood Legion was isolated within the lightning domain. Kunpengzi's eyes were scarlet. His gaze seemed to be one of a ruler as he looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, this emperor will make you regret being born in this world. Even Kunpengzi's voice had changed, becoming older. It was like he was a completely different person. Kunpengzi's lightning halberd slashed down mercilessly. unleashing a black streak of light. That black streak was a crack in space, the result of tearing through the void to the extent that if someone was struck by it, they would be blown to bits. Having merged with the Peng Emperor's heroic spirit and bloodline, Kun Pengxi's cultivation base didn't increase, but his divine abilities became far more terrifying, almost on the same level as the Peng Emperor of that time. Emperor, how laughable. You aren't a god or the ruler of the world. What are you an emperor of? Sneered Long Chen. However, he didn't dare to receive Kun Pengxi's attack directly. Long Chen's lightning wings swung forward, striking the crack in the void. Then he borrowed its power to fall back. Ripples appeared on his blade as he swung it into the black crack as well. Fragments of spacetime flew. This was a world-shaking attack. However, with 2 attacks, Long Chen managed to retreat without being injured. He had just avoided that attack when the void exploded above him. A giant bone tower smashed down. The corrupt god ancient tower. Long Chen recognized this divine item of the corrupt path. Waves of black chi surged out of it, and it was impossible to dodge. Long Chen could only hastily block it, and as a result, the impact almost smashed his body apart. He vomited blood. The corrupt god ancient tower had fully recovered from what he had done to it last time. It seemed that the corrupt path had done something to it to make it even more powerful. Tianzizi's manifestation also unleashed its own attack. The god figure behind him swung down a giant blood-colored blade at Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen's arms shook and almost shattered from blocking it. This is no good. I'm still not fully in the Nether Passage realm. Long Chen's expression changed. The 3 of them were going all out, forcing him into desperate straits. Kun Pengxi, Tianzizi, and Dai Feng had surrounded him, attacking with their 3 divine items. Long Chen Dai,